The Nursery Rhymes of England. By James Orchard Halliwell. 1. L.D. King Cole was a merry old soul. And a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe. And he called for his bowl. And he called for his fiddlers 3. Every fiddler, he had a fiddle. And a very fine fiddle had he. Tweedledee, tweedledee, went the fiddlers. Oh, there's none so rare as can compare with King Cole and his fiddlers 3. The traditional Nursery Rhymes of England commence with a legendary satire on King Cole, who reigned in Britain, as the old chroniclers inform us, in the 3rd century after Christ. According to Robert of Gloucester, he was the father of St. Helena, and if so, Butler must be wrong in ascribing an obscure origin to the celebrated mother of Constantine. King Cole was a brave and popular man in his day, and ascended the throne of Britain on the death of Asclepiad, amidst the acclamations of the people, or, as Robert of Gloucester expresses himself, the foal was though of this London paid Wely new. At Colchester there is a large earthwork, supposed to have been a Roman amphitheatre, which goes popularly by the name of King Cole's Kitchen. According to Geoffrey of Monmouth, King Cole's daughter was well skilled in music, but we unfortunately have no evidence to show that her father was attached to that science, further than what is contained in the foregoing lines, which are of doubtful antiquity. The following version of the song is of the 17th century, the one given above being probably a modernization. Good King Cole. He called for his bowl. And he called for fiddlers 3. And there was fiddle fiddle. And twice fiddle fiddle. For 'twas my lady's birthday. Therefore we keep holiday. And come to be merry. 2. When good King Arthur ruled this land. He was a goodly king. He stole 3 pecks of barley meal. To make a bag pudding. A bag pudding the king did make. And stuffed it well with plums. And in it put great lumps of fat. As big as my 2 thumbs. The king and queen did eat thereof. And noblemen beside. And what they could not eat that night. The queen next morning fried. 3. The following song relating to Robin Hood, the celebrated outlaw, is well known at Worksop, in Nottinghamshire, where it constitutes one of the nursery series. Robin Hood, is in the mickle wood. Little John, he to the town is gone. Robin Hood, is telling his beads. All in the green wood. Among the green weeds. Little John, if he comes no more. Robin Hood, he will fret full sore. 4. The following lines were obtained in Oxfordshire. The story to which it alludes is related by Matthew Paris. One moonshiny night. As I sat high, waiting for one to come by, the boughs did bend. My heart did ache to see what hole the fox did make. V. The following perhaps refers to Joanna of Castile, who visited the court of Henry VII, in the year 1506. I had a little nut tree, nothing would it bear but a silver nutmeg and a golden pear. The King of Spain's daughter came to visit me. And all was because of my little nut tree. I skipped over water, I danced over sea. And all the birds in the air couldn't catch me. 6. From a MS. In the Old Royal Library, in the British Museum, the exact reference to which is mislaid. It is written, if I recollect rightly, in a hand of the time of Henry VIII, in an older manuscript. We make no spare of John Hunk's mare. And now I think she will die. He thought it good to put her in the wood, to seek where she might lie dry. If the mare should chance to fail, then the crowns would for her sail. 7. From M.S. Sloane, 1489, Fall. 19, written in the time of Charles I. The King of France, and 4,000 men. They drew their swords, and put them up again. 8. In a tract, called Pigs Coranto, or News from the North, for to London. 1642, p. 3, this is called Bold Tarleton's Song. It is perhaps a parody on the popular epigram of Jack and Jill. I do not know the period of the battle to which it appears to allude, but Tarleton died in the year 1588, so that the rhyme must be earlier. The King of France went up the hill with 20,000 men. The King of France came down the hill and ne'er went up again. 9. The King of France, with 20,000 men, went up the hill, and then came down again. The King of Spain, with 20,000 more, climbed the same hill the French had climbed before. X. Another version. The nurse sings the first line, and repeats it, time after time, until the expectant little one asks, "What next?" Then comes the climax. The King of France, the King of France, with 40,000 men. Oh, they all went up the hill, and so, came back again. 11. At the siege of Belle Isle. I was there all the while. All the while, all the while. At the siege of Belle Isle. 12. The tune to the following may be found in the English Dancing Master, 1631, page 37. The rose is red, the grass is green. Serve Queen Bess our noble queen. Kitty the spinner will sit down to dinner and eat the leg of a frog. All good people look over the steeple and see the cat play with the dog. 13. Good Queen Bess was a glorious dame. When bonny King Jemmy from Scotland came, we'll pepper their bodies, their peaceable noddies, and give them a crack of the crown. 14. The word Tory has changed greatly in its meaning, as it originated in the reign of Elizabeth, and represented a class of bog-trotters, who were a compound of the knave and the highwayman. For many interesting particulars see Crofton Croker's Researches in the South of Ireland, 4–1824, page 52. Ho! Master Teague, what is your story? I went to the wood and killed a Tory. I went to the wood and killed another. Was it the same, or was it his brother? I hunted him in, and I hunted him out. 3 times through the bog, about and about. When out of a bush I saw his head. So I fired my gun, and I shot him dead. 15. Please to remember. The 5th of November. Gunpowder treason and plot. I know no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. 16. Taken from M.S. Dowse, 357, folios 124. See Eckhard's History of England, Book 3, Chapter 1. See Saw, Sackaday. Monmouth is a pretty boy. Richmond is another. Grafton is my only joy. And why should I these 3 destroy? To please a pious brother. 17. Over the water, and over the lea. And over the water to Charlie. Charlie loves good ale and wine. And Charlie loves good brandy. And Charlie loves a pretty girl, as sweet as sugar candy. Over the water, and over the sea. And over the water to Charlie. I'll have none of your nasty beef. Nor I'll have none of your barley. But I'll have some of your very best flour, to make a white cake for my Charlie. 18. The following is partly quoted in an old song in a MS at Oxford, Ashmole, No. 36, folios 113. As I was going by Charing Cross, I saw a black man upon a black horse. They told me it was King Charles I. Oh dear! My heart was ready to burst. 19. Hi diddle ding! Did you hear the bells ring? The Parliament soldiers are gone to the King. Some they did laugh, some they did cry, to see the Parliament soldiers pass by. XX. Hi ding-a-ding, and ho ding-a-ding. The Parliament soldiers are gone to the king. Some with new beavers, some with new bands. The Parliament soldiers are all to be hanged. 21. Hector Protector was dressed all in green. Hector Protector was sent to the Queen. The Queen did not like him. Nor more did the king. So Hector Protector was sent back again. Page 10, XXI. The following is a fragment of a song on the subject, which was introduced by Russell in the character of Jerry Sneak. Poor old Robinson Crusoe. Poor old Robinson Crusoe. They made him a coat of an old nanny goat. I wonder how they could do so. With a ring-a-ting-tang. And a ring-a-ting-tang. Poor old Robinson Crusoe. 23. Written on occasion of the marriage of Mary, the daughter of James Duke of York, afterwards James II, with the young Prince of Orange. The song from which these lines are taken may be seen in The Jacobite Minstrelsy, 12mo, Glasgow, 1828, page 28. What is the rhyme for Porringer? The king he had a daughter fair, and gave the Prince of Orange her. 24. The following nursery song alludes to William III and George Prince of Denmark. William and Mary, George and Anne. For such children had never a man. They put their father to flight and shame, and called their brother a shocking bad name. Page 11, XXV. A song on King William III. As I walked by myself, and talked to myself, myself said unto me, look to thyself. Take care of thyself. For nobody cares for thee. I answered myself, and said to myself, in the self-same repartee, look to thyself. Or not look to thyself. The self-same thing will be. 26. From M.S. Sloane, 1489, folios 19, written in the time of Charles I. It appears from M.S. Harl. 390, Fall. 85, that these verses were written in 1626, against the Duke of Buckingham. There was a monkey climbed up a tree. When he fell down, then down fell he. There was a crow sat on a stone. When he was gone, then there was none. There was an old wife did eat an apple. When she had eat two, she had eat a couple. Page 12. There was a horse going to the mill. When he went on, he stood not still. There was a butcher cut his thumb. When it did bleed, then blood did come. There was a lackey ran a race. When he ran fast, he ran apace. There was a cobbler clouting shoon. When they were mended, they were done. There was a chandler making candle. When he them strip, he did them handle. There was a navy went into Spain. When it returned it came again. 27. The following may possibly allude to King George and the Pretender. Jim and George were two great lords. They fought all in a churn. And when that Jim got George by the nose, then George began to journ. Page 13, 18. Little General Monk sat upon a trunk, eating a crust of bread. There fell a hot coal, and burnt in his clothes a hole. Now General Monk is dead. Keep always from the fire. If it catch your attire, you too, like Monk, will be dead. 29. 88 Wore Kirby Fate. When never a man was slain, they yat their meat, and drank their drink. And sae come merrily heme again. Page 14. Second class, literal. XXX. NE, 2, 3. I love coffee. And Billy loves tea. How good you be. 1, 2, 3. I love coffee. And Billy loves tea. 31. A, B, C, tumble down D. The cat's in the cupboard and can't see me. Page 15, XXXI. Finus. F for fig, J for jig. And N for knuckle bones. I for John the waterman. And S for sack of stones. 33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I caught a hare alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I let her go again. 34. Great A, little a. Bouncing B. The cat's in the cupboard. And she can't see. 35. One's none. Two's some. Three's a many. Four's a penny. 5 is a little hundred. Page 16, XXXVI. A, B, C, and D. Pray, playmates, agree. E, F, and G. Well, so it shall be. J, K, and L. In peace we will dwell. M, N, and O. To play let us go. P, Q, R, and S. Love may we possess. W, X, and Y. Will not quarrel or die. Z, and ampersand. Go to school at command. 37. Hickory, dickory, 6 and 7. Allabone crackabone 10 and 11. Spin span muscadin. Twiddle, twaddle, 21. 38. Apple pie, pudding, and pancake. All begins with an A. Page 17, XXXX. Miss 1, 2, and 3 could never agree. While they gossiped round a tea caddy. XL. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. 3, 4. Shut the door. 5, 6. Pick up sticks. 7, 8. Lay them straight. 9, 10. A good fat hen. 11, 12. Who will delve? 13, 14. Maids a courting. 15, 16. Maids a kissing. 17, 18. Maids a waiting. 19, 20. My stomach's empty. Page 18, XLI. Pat a cake, baker's man. So I will, master, as fast as I can. Pat it, and prick it, and mark it with T. Put in the oven for Tommy and me. 42. Tom Thumb's alphabet. A was an archer, and shot at a frog. B was a butcher, and had a great dog. C was a captain, all covered with lace. D was a drunkard, and had a red face. E was an esquire, with pride on his brow. F was a farmer, and followed the plough. G was a gamester, who had but ill luck. H was a hunter and hunted a buck. I was an innkeeper, who loved to bouse. J was a joiner, and built up a house. K was King William, once governed this land. L was a lady, who had a white hand. M was a miser, and hoarded up gold. N was a nobleman, gallant and bold. O was an oyster wench, and went about town. P was a parson, and wore a black gown. Q was a queen, who was fond of good flip. R was a robber, and wanted a whip. Page 19. S was a sailor, and spent all he got. T was a tinker, and mended a pot. U was an usurer, a miserable elf. V was a vintner, who drank all himself. W was a watchman, and guarded the door. X was expensive, and so became poor. Y was a youth, that did not love school. Z was a zany, a poor harmless fool. 43. A was an apple pie. B bit it. C cut it. D dealt it. E eat it. F fought for it. G got it. H had it. J joined it. K kept it. L longed for it. M mourned for it. N nodded at it. O opened it. P peeped in it. Q quartered it. R ran for it. Page 20. S stole it. T took it. V viewed it. W wanted it. X, Y, Z, and ampersand. All wished for a piece in hand. 44. A for the ape, that we saw at the fair. B for a blockhead, who ne'er shall go there. C for a cauliflower, white as a curd. D for a duck, a very good bird. E for an egg, good in pudding or pies. F for a farmer, rich, honest, and wise. G for a gentleman, void of all care. H for the hound, that ran down the hare. I for an Indian, sooty and dark. K for the keeper, that looked to the park. L for a lark, that soared in the air. M for a mole, that ne'er could get there. N for Sir Nobody, ever in fault. O for an otter, that ne'er could be caught. P for a pudding, stuck full of plums. Q was for quartering it, see here he comes. R for a rook, that croaked in the trees. S for a sailor, that ploughed the deep seas. Page 21. T for a top, that doth prettily spin. V for a virgin of delicate mien. W for wealth, in gold, silver, and pence. X for old Xenophon, noted for sense. Y for a yew, which forever is green. Z for the zebra, that belongs to the queen. Page 22. Third class, Tales. XLV. The Story of Catskin. Here once was a gentleman grand, who lived at his country seat. He wanted an heir to his land, for he'd nothing but daughters yet. His lady's again in the way. So she said to her husband with joy, I hope some or other fine day to present you, my dear, with a boy. Page 23. The gentleman answered gruff, if T should turn out a maid or a mouse, for of both we have more than enough. She shan't stay to live in my house. The lady, at this declaration, almost fainted away with pain. But what was her sad consternation, when a sweet little girl came again. She sent her away to be nursed, without seeing her gruff papa. And when she was old enough, to a school she was packed away. 15 summers are fled. Now she left good Mrs. Jervis. To see home she was forbid. She determined to go and seek service. Her dress is so grand and so gay. She carefully rolled in a knob, which she hid in a forest away, and put on a catskin robe. She knocked at a castle gate, and prayed for charity. They sent her some meat on a plate, and kept her a scullion to be. Page 24. My lady looked long in her face, and praised her great beauty. I'm sorry I've no better place, and you must our scullion be. So Catskin was under the cook. A very sad life she led, for often a ladle she took, and broke poor Catskin's head. There is now a grand ball to be, when ladies their beauties show. Mrs. Cook, said Catskin, dear me, how much I should like to go. You go with your catskin robe, you dirty impudent slut, among the fine ladies and lords. A very fine figure you'd cut. A basin of water she took, and dashed in poor Catskin's face. But briskly her ears she shook, and went to her hiding place. She washed every stain from her skin, in some crystal waterfall. Then put on a beautiful dress, and hasted away to the ball. Page 25. When she entered, the ladies were mute, overcome by her figure and face. But the lord, her young master, at once fell in love with her beauty and grace. He prayed her his partner to be. She said, yes, with a sweet smiling glance. All night with no other lady but Catskin, our young lord would dance. Pray tell me, fair maid, where you live. For now was the sad parting time. but she no other answer would give than this distich of mystical rhyme. Kind sir, if the truth I must tell, at the sign of the basin of water I dwell. Then she flew from the ballroom, and put on her catskin robe again, and slipped in unseen by the cook, who little thought where she had been. The young lord, the very next day, to his mother his passion betrayed. He declared he never would rest till he'd found out this beautiful maid. Page 26. There's another grand ball to be, where ladies their beauties show. Mrs. Cook, said Catskin, dear me, how much I should like to go. You go with your catskin robe, you dirty impudent slut, among the fine ladies and lords. A very fine figure you'd cut. In a rage the ladle she took, and broke poor Catskin's head. But off she went shaking her ears, and swift to her forest she fled. She washed every blood stain off in some crystal waterfall, put on a more beautiful dress, and hasted away to the ball. My lord, at the ballroom door, was waiting with pleasure and pain. He longed to see nothing so much as the beautiful Catskin again. When he asked her to dance, she again said yes, with her first smiling glance. And again, all the night, my young lord, with none but fair Catskin did dance. Page 27. Pray tell me, said he, where you live. For now, 'twas the parting time. But she no other answer would give than this distich of mystical rhyme. Kind sir, if the truth I must tell, at the sign of the broken ladle I dwell. Then she flew from the ball, and put on her catskin robe again, and slipped in unseen by the cook, who little thought where she had been. My lord did again, the next day, declare to his mother his mind, that he never more happy should be, unless he his charmer should find. Now another grand ball is to be, where ladies their beauties show. Mrs. Cook, said Catskin, dear me, how much I should like to go. You go with your catskin robe, you impudent, dirty slut, among the fine ladies and lords. A very fine figure you'd cut. In a fury she took the skimmer, and broke poor Catskin's head. But heart whole and lively as ever, away to her forest she fled. Page 28. She washed the stains of blood in some crystal waterfall, then put on her most beautiful dress, and hasted away to the ball. My lord, at the ballroom door, was waiting with pleasure and pain. He longed to see nothing so much as the beautiful Catskin again. When he asked her to dance, she again said yes, with her first smiling glance. And all the night long, my young lord, with none but fair Catskin would dance. Pray tell me, fair maid, where you live. For now was the parting time. But she no other answer would give than this distich of mystical rhyme. Kind sir, if the truth I must tell, at the sign of the broken skimmer I dwell. Then she flew from the ball, and threw on her catskin cloak again, and slipped in unseen by the cook, who little thought where she had been. But not by my lord unseen, for this time he followed too fast, and, hid in the forest green, saw the strange things that passed. Page 29. Next day he took to his bed, and sent for the doctor to come, and begged him no other than Catskin might come into his room. He told him how dearly he loved her, not to have her his heart would break. Then the doctor kindly promised to the proud old lady to speak. There's a struggle of pride and love, for she feared her son would die. But pride at the last did yield, and love had the mastery. Then my lord got quickly well, when he was his charmer to wed. And Catskin, before a 12-month, Of a young lord was brought to bed. To a wayfaring woman and child. Lady Catskin one day sent an alms. The nurse did the errand, and carried the sweet little lord in her arms. The child gave the alms to the child. This was seen by the old lady mother. Only see, said that wicked old woman, how the beggars' brats take to each other. Page 30. This throw went to Catskin's heart. She flung herself down on her knees, and prayed her young master and lord to seek out her parents would please. They set out in my lord's own coach. They travelled, but not befell, till they reached the town hard by, where Catskin's father did dwell. They put up at the head inn, where Catskin was left alone. But my lord went to try if her father his natural child would own. When folks are away, in short time, what great alterations appear! For the cold touch of death had all chilled the hearts of her sisters dear. Her father repented too late, and the loss of his youngest bemoaned. In his old and childless state, he his pride and cruelty owned. The old gentleman sat by the fire, and hardly looked up at my lord. He had no hopes of comfort a stranger could afford. Page 31. But my lord drew a chair close by, and said, in a feeling tone, have you not, sir, a daughter, I pray? You never would see your own. The old man alarmed, cried aloud, a hardened sinner am I. I would give all my worldly goods to see her before I die. Then my lord brought his wife and child to their home and parents' face, who fell down and thanks returned to God, for his mercy and grace. The bells, ringing up in the tower, are sending a sound to the heart. There's a charm in the old church bells, which nothing in life can impart. 46. The tale of Simple Simon forms one of the chapbooks, but the following verses are those generally sung in the nursery. Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, let me taste your ware. Page 32. Says the pieman to Simple Simon, show me first your penny. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, indeed I have not any. Simple Simon went a-fishing for to catch a whale. All the water he had got was in his mother's pail. Punch and Judy fought for a pie. Punch gave Judy a sad blow on the eye. Page 33, XLVI. There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse. And they all lived together in a little crooked house. 49. Solomon Grundy. Born on a Monday. Christened on Tuesday. Married on Wednesday. Took ill on Thursday. Worse on Friday. Died on Saturday. Buried on Sunday. This is the end of Solomon Grundy. L. Robin the Bobbin, the big-bellied Ben. He eat more meat than fourscore men. He eat a cow, he eat a calf. He eat a butcher and a half. He eat a church, he eat a steeple. He eat the priest and all the people. Page 34. A cow and a calf. An ox and a half. A church and a steeple. And all the good people. And yet he complained that his stomach wasn't full. Lee. There was a fat man of Bombay, who was smoking one sunshiny day, when a bird, called a snipe, flew away with his pipe, which vexed the fat man of Bombay. Page 35, AII. My dear, do you know how a long time ago, two poor little children, whose names I don't know, were stolen away on a fine summer's day, and left in a wood, as I've heard people say. And when it was night, So sad was their plight. The sun it went down, and the moon gave no light. They sobbed and they sighed, and they bitterly cried. And the poor little things, they lay down and died. And when they were dead, the robins so red brought strawberry leaves, and over them spread. And all the day long, they sung them this song. Poor babes in the wood. Poor babes in the wood. And don't you remember the babes in the wood? Page 36, LII. There was a man, and he had naught. And robbers came to rob him. He crept up to the chimney pot. And then they thought they had him. But he got down on t'other side. And then they could not find him. He ran 14 miles in 15 days. And never looked behind him. Live. There was a little man. And he had a little gun. And he went to the brook. And he shot a little rook. And he took it home to his old wife Joan, and told her to make up a fire, while he went back to fetch the little drake. But when he got there, the drake was fled for fear, and like an old novice, he turned back again. Page 37, LV. The Story of the Three Little Pigs. Once upon a time there was an old sow with 3 little pigs, and as she had not enough to keep them, she sent them out to seek their fortune. The first that went off met a man with a bundle of straw, and said to him, "Please, man, give me that straw to build me a house," which the man did, and the little pig built a house with it. Presently came along a wolf, and knocked at the door, and said, little pig, let me come in." To which the pig answered, "No, no, by the hair of my chiny chin chin." The wolf then answered to that, "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in." So he huffed, and he puffed, and he blew his house in, and eat up the little pig. The second little pig met a man with a bundle of furs, and said, "Please, man, give me that furs to build a house," which the man did, and the pig built his house. Then along came the wolf, and said, Page 38, little pig, let me come in." "No, no, by the hair of my chiny chin chin." "Then I'll puff, and I'll huff, and I'll blow your house in." So he huffed, and he puffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and at last he blew the house down, and he eat up the little pig. The third little pig met a man with a load of bricks, and said, "Please, man, give me those bricks to build a house with." So the man gave him the bricks, and he built his house with them. So the wolf came, as he did to the other little pigs, and said, little pig, let me come in." "No, no, by the hair of my chiny chin chin." "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house in." Well, he huffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and he puffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, but he could not get the house down. When he found that he could not, with all his huffing and puffing, blow the house down, he said, "Little pig, I know where there is a nice field of turnips." "Where?" said the little pig. Page 39, in Mr. Smith's home field, and if you will be ready tomorrow morning I will call for you, and we will go together, and get some for dinner. "Very well," said the little pig, "I will be ready." "What time do you mean to go?" "Oh, at 6 o'clock. Well, the little pig got up at 5, and got the turnips before the wolf came, which he did about 6, and who said, "Little pig, are you ready?" The little pig said, "Ready. I have been, and come back again, and got a nice pot full for dinner." The wolf felt very angry at this, but thought that he would be up to the little pig somehow or other, so he said, "Little pig, I know where there is a nice apple tree." "Where?" said the pig. "Down at Merry Garden," replied the wolf, "and if you will not deceive me I will come for you, at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and we will go together and get some apples." Well, the little pig bustled up the next morning at 4 o'clock, and went off for the apples, hoping to get back before the wolf came. But he had further to go, and had to climb the tree, so that just as he was coming down from it, he saw the wolf coming, which, as you may suppose, frightened him very much. When, page 40, the wolf came up he said, "Little pig, what? Are you here before me? Are they nice apples?" "Yes, very," said the little pig. "I will throw you down one," and he threw it so far, that, while the wolf was gone to pick it up, the little pig jumped down and ran home. The next day the wolf came again, and said to the little pig, "Little pig, there is a fair at Shanklin this afternoon, will you go?" "Oh yes," said the pig, "I will go. What time shall you be ready?" "At 3, said the wolf. So the little pig went off before the time as usual, and got to the fair, and bought a butter churn, which he was going home with, when he saw the wolf coming. Then he could not tell what to do. So he got into the churn to hide, and by so doing turned it round, and it rolled down the hill with the pig in it, which frightened the wolf so much, that he ran home without going to the fair. He went to the little pig's house, and told him how frightened he had been by a great round thing which came down the hill past him. Then the little pig said, "Ha, I frightened you then. I had been to the fair and bought a butter churn, and when I saw you, I got into it," page 41, and rolled down the hill. Then the wolf was very angry indeed, and declared he would eat up the little pig, and that he would get down the chimney after him. When the little pig saw what he was about, he hung on the pot full of water, and made up a blazing fire, and, just as the wolf was coming down, took off the cover, and in fell the wolf. So the little pig put on the cover again in an instant, boiled him up, and eat him for supper, and lived happy ever afterwards. Lvi. Little Tommy Tittlemouse lived in a little house. He caught fishes in other men's ditches. 57. Little King Boggen he built a fine hall. Pie crust, and pastry crust, that was the wall. The windows were made of black puddings and white. And slated with pancakes, you ne'er saw the like. Page 42, Lvi. The Lion and the Unicorn were fighting for the crown. The lion beat the unicorn all round about the town. Some gave them white bread, and some gave them brown. Some gave them plum cake, and sent them out of town. Licks. There was a jolly miller lived on the river Dee. He looked upon his pillow, and there he saw a flea. "Oh, Mr. Flea, you have been biting me, and you must die." So he cracked his bones upon the stones, and there he let him lie. LX. Tom, Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig, and away he run. The pig was eat, and Tom was beat, and Tom went roaring down the street. Page 43. LXI. In Arthur's court Tom Thumb did live, a man of mickle might, the best of all the table round, and eke a doughty knight. Page 44. His stature but an inch in height, or quarter of a span. Then think you not this little knight was proved a valiant man? His father was a ploughman plain, his mother milked the cow. Yet how that they might have a son, they knew not what to do, until such time this good old man to learned Merlin goes, and there to him his deep desires in secret manner shows, how in his heart he wished to have a child, in time to come, to be his heir, though it might be no bigger than his thumb. Of which old Merlin thus foretold, that he his wish should have. And so this son of stature small, the charmer to him gave. No blood nor bones in him should be, in shape, and being such, that men should hear him speak, but not his wandering shadow touch. Page 45. But so unseen to go or come, whereas it pleased him still, begot and born in half an hour, to fit his father's will, and in 4 minutes grew so fast, that he became so tall, as was the ploughman's thumb in height. And so they did him call Tom Thumb, the which the fairy queen there gave him to his name. Who, with her train of goblins grim, unto his christening came. Whereas she clothed him richly brave, in garments fine and fair, which lasted him for many years, in seemly sort to wear. His hat made of an oaken leaf, his shirt a spider's web, both light and soft for those his limbs, that were so smally bred. His hose and doublet thistledown, together weaved full fine. His stockings of an apple green, made of the outward rind. Page 46. His garters were two little hairs, pulled from his mother's eye. His boots and shoes, a mouse's skin, were tanned most curiously. Thus like a lusty gallant, he adventured forth to go, with other children in the streets, his pretty tricks to show. Where he for counters, pins, and points, and cherry stones did play, till he amongst those gamesters young, had lost his stock away. Yet could he soon renew the same, whereas most nimbly he would dive into their cherry bags, and their partaker be, unseen or felt by any one, until this scholar shut this nimble youth into a box, wherein his pins he put, of whom to be revenged, he took, in mirth and pleasant game, black pots and glasses, which he hung upon a bright sunbeam. Page 47. The other boys to do the like, in pieces broke them quite, for which they were most soundly whipped, whereat he laughed outright. And so Tom Thumb restrained was from these his sports and play, and by his mother after that compelled at home to stay, until such time his mother went a milking of her kine, where Tom unto a thistle fast she linked with a twine, a thread that held him to the same, for fear the blustering wind should blow him hence, that so she might her son in safety find. But mark the hap, a cow came by, and up the thistle eat. Poor Tom withal, that, as a dock, was made the red cow's meat. Who, being missed, his mother went, him calling everywhere. Where art thou, Tom? Where art thou, Tom? Quoth he, Here, mother, here. Page 48. Within the red cow's stomach here, your son is swallowed up. The which into her fearful heart most careful dolors put. Meanwhile the cow was troubled much, and soon released Tom Thumb. No rest she had till out her mouth. In bad plight he did come. Now after this, in sowing time, his father would him have into the field to drive his plough, and thereupon him gave a whip made of a barley straw, to drive the cattle on, where, in a furrowed land new sown, poor Tom was lost and gone. Now by a raven of great strength, away he thence was borne, and carried in the carrion's beak, even like a grain of corn, unto a giant's castle top, in which he let him fall, where soon the giant swallowed up his body, clothes, and all. Page 49. But soon the giant spat him out 3 miles into the sea, whereas a fish soon took him up, and bore him thence away, which lusty fish was after caught, and to King Arthur sent, where Tom was found, and made his dwarf, whereas his days he spent long time in lively jollity, beloved of all the court, and none like Tom was then esteemed among the noble sort. Amongst his deeds of courtship done, his highness did command that he should dance a galliard brave upon his queen's left hand, the which he did, and for the same the king his signet gave, which Tom about his middle wore long time a girdle brave. How, after this, the king would not abroad for pleasure go, But still Tom Thumb must ride with him. Placed on his saddle-bow. Page 50. Whereon a time when, as it rained, Tom Thumb most nimbly crept in at a button-hole, where he within his bosom slept. And being near his highness' heart, he craved a wealthy boon, a liberal gift, the which the king commanded to be done, for to relieve his father's wants, and mother's, being old, which was, so much of silver coin, as well his arms could hold. And so away goes lusty Tom, with threepence on his back, a heavy burthen, which might make his wearied limbs to crack. So travelling 2 days and nights, with labour and great pain, he came into the house whereat his parents did remain, which was but 1/2 mile in space from good King Arthur's court, the which, in 48 hours, he went in weary sort. Page 51. But coming to his father's door, he there such entrance had, as made his parents both rejoice. And he thereat was glad. His mother in her apron took her gentle son in haste, and by the fireside, within a walnut shell him placed, whereas they feasted him 3 days upon a hazelnut, whereon he rioted so long, he them to charges put, and thereupon grew wandrouse sick, through eating too much meat, which was sufficient for a month for this great man to eat. But now his business called him forth King Arthur's court to see, whereas no longer from the same he could a stranger be, but yet a few small April drops, which settled in the way his long and weary journey forth, did hinder and so stay. Page 52. Until his careful father took a budding trunk in sport, and with one blast, blew this his son into King Arthur's court. Now he with tilts and tournaments was entertained so, that all the best of Arthur's knights did him much pleasure show, as good Sir Lancelot du Lake, Sir Tristane, and Sir Guy. Yet none compared with brave Tom Thumb, for knightly chivalry, in honour of which noble day, and for his lady's sake, a challenge in King Arthur's court, Tom Thumb did bravely make, gainst whom these noble knights did run, Sir Chinon and the rest. Yet still Tom Thumb, with matchless might, did bear away the best. At last Sir Lancelot du Lake in manly sort came in, and with this stout and hardy knight a battle did begin. Page 53. Which made the courtiers all aghast, for there that valiant man threw Lancelot's steed before them all, in nimble manner ran, yea, horse and all, with spear and shield, as hardy he was seen, but only by King Arthur's self, and his admired queen, who from her finger took a ring, through which Tom Thumb made way, not touching it, in nimble sort, as it was done in play. He likewise cleft the smallest hair from his fair lady's head, not hurting her whose even hand him lasting honours bred. Such were his deeds and noble acts in Arthur's court there shone, as like in all the world beside was hardly seen or known. Now at these sports he toiled himself, that he a sickness took, through which all manly exercise he carelessly forsook. Page 54. When lying on his bed sore sick, King Arthur's doctor came, with cunning skill, by physic's art, to ease and cure the same. His body being so slender small, this cunning doctor took a fine perspective glass, with which he did in secret look into his sickened body down, and therein saw that death stood ready in his wasted frame, to seize his vital breath. His arms and legs consumed as small as was a spider's web, through which his dying hour grew on. For all his limbs grew dead. His face no bigger than an ant's, which hardly could be seen. The loss of which renowned knight much grieved the king and queen. And so with peace and quietness he left this earth below, and up into the fairyland his ghost did fading go. Page 55. Whereas the fairy queen received with heavy mourning cheer the body of this valiant knight, whom she esteemed so dear. For with her dancing nymphs in green she fetched him from his bed, with music and sweet melody, so soon as life was fled. For whom King Arthur and his knights full 40 days did mourn, and, in remembrance of his name, that was so strangely born, he built a tomb of marble grey, and year by year did come to celebrate ye mournful death and burial of Tom Thumb, whose fame still lives in England here, amongst the country sort, of whom our wives and children small tell tales of pleasant sport. I have an old edition of this author by me, the title of which is more sonorous and heroical than those of later date, which, for the better information of the reader, it may not be improper to insert in this place, Tom Thumb his life and death. Wherein is declared his many marvellous acts of manhood, full of wonder and strange merriment. Then he adds, which little knight lived in King Arthur's time, in the court of Great Britain. Indeed, there are so many spurious editions of this piece upon one account or other, that I would advise my readers to be very cautious in their choice. A comment upon the history of T.T. 1711. A project for the reprinting of Tom Thumb, with marginal notes and cuts, is mentioned in the old play of the Project Hours, 1665, page 41. Page 56, LXI. The following lines, slightly altered, occur in a little black-letter book by W. Wagner, printed about the year 1561, entitled, A Very Merry and Pithy Comedy, called, The Longer Thou Livest, the More Full Thou Art. See also a whole song, ending with these lines, in Ritson's North Country Chorister, 8 VO, Durham, 1802, p. 1. Brian Olin, and his wife, and wife's mother. They all went over a bridge together. The bridge was broken, and they all fell in. The deuce go with all, quoth Brian Olin. 63. Old Mother Goose, when she wanted to wander, would ride through the air on a very fine gander. Mother Goose had a house. 'Twas built in a wood, where an owl at the door for sentinel stood. This is her son Jack, a plain-looking lad. He is not very good, nor yet very bad. Page 57. She sent him to market. A live goose he bought. Here, mother, says he. It will not go for naught. Jack's goose and her gander grew very fond. They'd both eat together, or swim in one pond. Jack found one morning, as I have been told, his goose had laid him an egg of pure gold. Jack rode to his mother, the news for to tell. She called him a good boy, and said it was well. Jack sold his gold egg to a rogue of a Jew, who cheated him out of the half of his due. Then Jack went a-courting a lady so gay, as fair as the lily, and sweet as the May. Page 58. The Jew and the squire came behind his back, and began to belabor the sides of poor Jack. The old Mother Goose that instant came in, and turned her son Jack into famed harlequin. She then with her wand touched the lady so fine, and turned her at once into sweet Columbine. The gold egg into the sea was thrown then, when Jack jumped in, and got the egg back again. The Jew got the goose, which he vowed he would kill, resolving at once his pockets to fill. Jack's mother came in, and caught the goose soon, and mounting its back, flew up to the moon. Page 59, LXIV. I'll tell you a story about Jack and Nori. And now my story's begun. I'll tell you another about Jack his brother. And now my story's done. LXV. The foals of Gotham are mentioned as early as the 15th century in the Townley Mysteries. And, at the commencement of the 16th century, Dr. Andrew Board made a collection of stories about them, not however, including the following, which rests on the authority of nursery tradition. 3 wise men of Gotham went to sea in a bowl. And if the bowl had been stronger, my song would have been longer. 66. The following 2 stanzas, although they belong to the same piece, are often found separated from each other. Robin and Richard were 2 pretty men. They laid in bed till the clock struck 10. Then up starts Robin, and looks at the sky. Oh, brother Richard, the sun's very high. The bulls in the barn threshing the corn. The cock's on the dunghill blowing his horn. The cat's at the fire frying a fish. The dog's in the pantry breading his dish. Page 60, LXVI. My Lady Wind, went round about the house to find a chink to get her foot in. She tried the keyhole in the door. She tried the crevice in the floor, and drove the chimney soot in. And then one night when it was dark, she blew up such a tiny spark that all the house was pothered. From it she raised up such a flame as flamed away to Belting Lane, and White Cross folks were smothered. And thus when once, my little dears, a whisper reaches itching ears, the same will come, you'll find. Take my advice, restrain the tongue. Remember what old nurse has sung of busy Lady Wind. 68. Old Abram Brown is dead and gone. You'll never see him more. He used to wear a long brown coat that buttoned down before. Page 61, LXAX. A dog and a cock a journey once took. They travelled along till 'twas late. The dog he made free in the hollow of a tree, and the cock on the boughs of it sate. The cock nothing knowing, in the morn fell a crowing, upon which comes a fox to the tree. Says he, I declare, your voice is above all the creatures I ever did see. Oh, would you come down? I the favourite might own. Said the cock, there's a porter below. If you will go in, I promise I'll come down. So he went, and was worried for it too. 70. Little Tom Tittlemouse lived in a bell house. The bell house broke, and Tom Tittlemouse woke. Page 62. 71. Tommy kept a chandler's shop. Richard went to buy a mop. Tommy gave him such a knock that sent him out of his chandler's shop. 72. When I was a little girl, about 7 years old, I hadn't got a petticoat to cover me from the cold. Page 63. So I went into Darlington, that pretty little town, and there I bought a petticoat, a cloak, and a gown. I went into the woods and built me a kirk, and all the birds of the air, they helped me to work. The hawk with his long claws pulled down the stone. The dove, with her rough bill, brought me them home. The parrot was the clergyman, the peacock was the clerk. The bullfinch played the organ, and we made merry work. 73. Hemmy was a pretty girl, but Fanny was a better. Hemmy looked like any churl when little Fanny let her. Hemmy had a pretty nose, but Fanny had a better. Hemmy oft would come to blows, but Fanny would not let her. Page 64. Pemmy had a pretty doll. But Fanny had a better. Pemmy chattered like a pole when little Fanny let her. Pemmy had a pretty song. But Fanny had a better. Pemmy would sing all day long. But Fanny would not let her. Pemmy loved a pretty lad. And Fanny loved a better. And Pemmy wanted for to wed. But Fanny would not let her. 74. A Tale for the 1st of March. Taffy was a Welshman, Taffy was a thief. Taffy came to my house and stole a piece of beef. I went to Taffy's house, Taffy was not at home. Taffy came to my house and stole a marrowbone. Page 65. I went to Taffy's house, Taffy was not in. Taffy came to my house and stole a silver pin. I went to Taffy's house, Taffy was in bed. I took up a poker and flung it at his head. 75. The tale of Jack Horner has long been appropriated to the nursery. The 4 lines which follow are the traditional ones, and they form part of The Pleasant History of Jack Horner, containing his witty tricks and pleasant pranks, which he played from his youth to his riper years, 12mo. A copy of which is in the Bodleian Library, and this extended story is in substance the same with The Friar and the Boy, 12mo, London. 1617, and both of them are taken from the more ancient story of Jack and his Stepdame, which has been printed by Mr. Wright. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner, eating a Christmas pie. He put in his thumb, and he took out a plum, and said, "What a good boy am I." 76. There was a king and he had 3 daughters. And they all lived in a basin of water. The basin bended. My story's ended. If the basin had been stronger, my story would have been longer. Page 66, LXXVI. The man in the moon came tumbling down and asked his way to Norwich. He went by the south and burned his mouth with supping cold peas porridge. 78. Our saucy boy Dick had a nice little stick cut from a hawthorn tree. And with this pretty stick he thought he could beat a boy much bigger than he. But the boy turned round and hit him a rebound, which did so frighten poor Dick that, without more delay, he ran quite away, and over a hedge he jumped quick. 79. Moss was a little man, and a little mare did buy. For kicking and for sprawling none her could come nigh. Page 67. She could trot, she could amble, and could canter here and there. But one night she strayed away, so Moss lost his mare. Moss got up next morning to catch her fast asleep. And round about the frosty fields so nimbly he did creep. Dead in a ditch he found her, and glad to find her there. So I'll tell you by and by, how Moss caught his mare. Rise, stupid, rise. He thus to her did say. Arise, you beast, you drowsy beast, get up without delay. For I must ride you to the town, so don't lie sleeping there. He put the halter round her neck, so Moss caught his mare. Page 68. 4th class, Proverbs. 80. T. Swithin's day, if thou dost reign. For 40 days it will remain. Saint Swithin's day, if thou be fair. For 40 days, 'twill rain na mair. 81. To make your candles last for a. You wives and maids give ear o. To put 'em out's the only way. Says honest John Boldero. Page 69, LXXXI. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. If turnips were watches, I would wear one by my side. 83. Hours of sleep. Nature requires 5. Custom gives 7. Laziness takes 9. And wickedness 11. 84. 3 straws on a staff would make a baby cry and laugh. 85. See a pin and pick it up. All the day you'll have good luck. See a pin and let it lay. Bad luck you'll have all the day. 86. Go to bed first, a golden purse. Go to bed second, a golden pheasant. Go to bed third, a golden bird. Page 70, LXXXVI. When the wind is in the east. 'Tis neither good for man nor beast. When the wind is in the north. The skillful fisher goes not forth. When the wind is in the south. It blows the bait in the fish's mouth. When the wind is in the west. Then 'tis at the very best. 88. Bounce buckram, velvet steer. Christmas comes but once a year. 89. One version of the following song, which I believe to be the genuine one, is written on the last leaf of M.S. Harl. 6580, between the lines of a fragment of an old charter, originally used for binding the book, in a hand of the end of the 17th century, but unfortunately it is scarcely adapted for the ears polite of modern days. A man of words and not of deeds is like a garden full of weeds. And when the weeds begin to grow, it's like a garden full of snow. And when the snow begins to fall, it's like a bird upon the wall. And when the bird away does fly, it's like an eagle in the sky. Page 71. And when the sky begins to roar, it's like a lion at the door. And when the door begins to crack, it's like a stick across your back. And when your back begins to smart, it's like a penknife in your heart. And when your heart begins to bleed, you're dead, and dead, and dead, indeed. XC. A man of words and not of deeds is like a garden full of weeds. For when the weeds begin to grow, then doth the garden overflow. XCI. If you sneeze on Monday, you sneeze for danger. Sneeze on a Tuesday, kiss a stranger. Sneeze on a Wednesday, sneeze for a letter. Sneeze on a Thursday, something better. Sneeze on a Friday, sneeze for sorrow. Sneeze on a Saturday, see your sweetheart tomorrow. 92. A pullet in the pen is worth 100 in the fun. Page 72, XCI. He that would thrive must rise at 5. He that hath thriven may lie till 7. And he that by the plough would thrive himself must either hold or drive. 94. The following is quoted in Mija's Great French Dictionary, Folios London. 1687, 2d part. A swarm of bees in May is worth a load of hay. A swarm of bees in June is worth a silver spoon. A swarm of bees in July is not worth a fly. 95. They that wash on Monday have all the week to dry. They that wash on Tuesday are not so much awry. They that wash on Wednesday are not so much to blame. They that wash on Thursday wash for shame. Page 73. They that wash on Friday wash in need. And they that wash on Saturday, oh, they're sluts indeed. 96. Needles and pins, needles and pins. When a man marries his trouble begins. 97. In Suffolk, children are frequently reminded of the decorum due to the Sabbath by the following lines. Yow mustn't sing at Sunday, because it is a sin. But yow may sing at Monday, till Sunday comes again. 98. A sunshiny shower won't last half an hour. 99. As the days grow longer, the storms grow stronger. C. As the days lengthen, so the storms strengthen. Page 74, CI. He that goes to see his wheat in May comes weeping away. CII. The mackerel's cry is never long dry. CI. In July, Some reap rye in August. If one will not, the other must. Civ. Proverbial. Many years ago, when the guinea in gold was of a higher value than its nominal representative in silver. A guinea it would sink. And a pound it would float. Yet I'd rather have a guinea than your 1 pound note. CV. For every evil under the sun, there is a remedy, or there is none. If there be one, try and find it. If there be none, never mind it. Page 75, CVI. The art of good driving is a paradox quite, though custom has proved it so long. If you go to the left, you're sure to go right. If you go to the right, you go wrong. CVI. Friday night's dream, on the Saturday told, is sure to come true, be it never so old. Kvi. When the sand doth feed the clay, England woe and well a day. But when the clay doth feed the sand, then it is well with England. CX. The fair maid who, the 1st of May, goes to the fields at break of day, and washes in dew from the hawthorn tree, will ever after handsome be. Page 76. 5th class, Scholastic. CX. Diller, $1. A 10 o'clock scholar. What makes you come so soon? You used to come at 10 o'clock. But now you come at noon. CXI. Telltale, tit. Your tongue shall be slit. And all the dogs in the town shall have a little bit. Page 77, CXI. The joke or the following consists in saying it so quick that it cannot be told whether it is English or gibberish. It is remarkable that the last 2 lines are quoted in M.S. Sloane. For, of the 15th century, as printed in the Relic. Antique, Volume 1, page 324. In fir tar is. In oak none is. In mud eel is. In clay none is. Goat eat ivy. Mare eat oats. Xi. The Dominical letters attached to the first days of the several months are remembered by the following lines. At Dover dwells George Brown Esquire, good Christopher Finch, and David Fryer. An ancient and graver example, fulfilling the same purpose, runs as follows. Astra dabit dominus, gratisque bibit egenos. Gratia Christically ferit aurea dona fideli. CXIV. Birch and green holly, boys. Birch and green holly. If you get beaten, boys, 'twill be your own folly. Page 78, CXV. When V and I together meet, they make the number 6 complete. When I with V doth meet once more, then 'tis they two can make but 4. And when that V from I is gone, alas, poor I can make but 1. CXVI. Multiplication is vexation. Division is as bad. The rule of 3 doth puzzle me, and practice drives me mad. XVI. The following memorial lines are by no means modern. They occur, with slight variations, in an old play, called The Return from Parnassus, 4-2. London. 1606, and another version may be seen in Winter's Cambridge Almanac for 1635. See the Rara Mathematica, page 119. 30 days hath September. April, June, and November. February has 28 alone. All the rest have 31. Excepting leap year, that's the time when February's days are 29. Page 79, CXVI. My story's ended. My spoon is bended. If you don't like it, go to the next door and get it mended. CXAX. On arriving at the end of a book, boys have a practice of reciting the following absurd lines, which form the word finus backwards and forwards, by the initials of the words. Father Ianson Nicholas Ianson's son. Son Ianson Nicholas Ianson's father. To get to Father Johnson, therefore, was to reach the end of the book. CXX. The rose is red, the grass is green. And in this book my name is seen. CXXI. Cross patch. Draw the latch. Sit by the fire and spin. Take a cup. And drink it up. Then call your neighbors in. Page 80, CXXI. Come when you're called. Do what you're bid. Shut the door after you. Never be chid. XI. Speak when you're spoken to. Come when one call. Shut the door after you. And turn to the wall. Xixiv. I love my love with an A, because he's agreeable. I hate him because he's avaricious. He took me to the sign of the acorn. And treated me with apples. His name's Andrew. And he lives at Arlington. CXXV. A laconic reply to a person who indulges much in supposition. If ifs and ands were pots and pans, there would be no need for tinkers. Page 81, CXXVI. Mistress Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With cockle shells, and silver bells. And mussels all a row. XVI. Dr. Faustus was a good man. He whipped his scholars now and then. When he whipped them he made them dance. Out of Scotland into France. Out of France into Spain. And then he whipped them back again. XVI. A Greek bill of fare. Legamoton. Acapon. Alphagus. Pasty venison. Xix. When I was a little boy, I had but little wit. It is some time ago, and I've no more yet. Nor ever shall, until that I die. For the longer I live, the more fool am I. Page 82. 6th class, Songs. CXXX. H, where are you going? My pretty maiden fair. With your red rosy cheeks. And your coal-black hair. I'm going a-milking. Kind sir, says she. And it's dabbling in the dew. Where you'll find me. May I go with you? My pretty maiden fair, and oh, you may go with me. Kind sir, says she, and Page 83. If I should chance to kiss you. My pretty maiden fair, and the wind may take it off again. Kind sir, says she, and what is your father? My pretty maiden fair, and my father is a farmer. Kind sir, says she, and what is your mother? My pretty maiden fair, and my mother is a dairymaid. Kind sir, says she, and xi. Polly put the kettle on. Polly put the kettle on. Polly put the kettle on. And let's drink tea. Suki take it off again. Suki take it off again. Suki take it off again. They're all gone away. Page 84, CXXXI. This is the version generally given in nursery collections, but is somewhat different in the Pills to Purge Melancholy, 1719, Volume 4, page 148. One misty moisty morning. When cloudy was the weather. There I met an old man. Clothed all in leather. Clothed all in leather. With cap under his chin. How do you do, and how do you do? And how do you do again? Xixi. The fox and his wife they had a great strife. They never eat mustard in all their whole life. They eat their meat without fork or knife. And love to be picking a bone, ee-ho. The fox jumped up on a moonlight night. The stars they were shining, and all things bright. Oh, ho! Said the fox, it's a very fine night. For me to go through the town, ee-ho. The fox when he came to yonder stile. He lifted his lugs and he listened a while. Oh, ho! Said the fox, it's but a short mile. From this unto yonder wee town, e-ho. Page 85. The fox when he came to the farmer's gate. Who should he see but the farmer's drake? I love you well for your master's sake. And long to be picking your bone, e-ho. The grey goose she ran round the haystack. Oh, ho! Said the fox, you are very fat. You'll grease my beard and ride on my back. From this into yonder wee town, e-ho. Old Gammer Hipple-Hopple hopped out of bed. She opened the casement, and popped out her head. Oh! Husband, oh! Husband, the grey goose is dead. And the fox is gone through the town, oh! Then the old man got up in his red cap. And swore he would catch the fox in a trap. But the fox was too cunning, and gave him the slip. And ran through the town, oh! When he got to the top of the hill, he blew his trumpet both loud and shrill, for joy that he was safe. Through the town, oh! Page 86. When the fox came back to his den, he had young ones both 9 and 10. You're welcome home, Daddy, you may go again. If you bring us such nice meat. From the town, oh! Xixiv. Little Tom Doggett. What dost thou mean? To kill thy poor collie. Now she's so lean. Sing, oh poor collie. Collie, my cow. For collie will give me no more milk now. I had better have kept her till fatter she had been. For now, I confess, she's a little too lean. Sing, oh poor collie, and first in comes the tanner, with his sword by his side. And he bids me 5 shillings for my poor cow's hide. Sing, oh poor collie, and Page 87. Then in comes the tallow chandler, whose brains were but shallow. And he bids me 2 and 6pence for my cow's tallow. Sing, oh poor collie, and then in comes the huntsman, so early in the morn. He bids me a penny for my cow's horn. Sing, oh poor collie, and then in comes the tripe woman, so fine and so neat. She bids me 3 halfpence for my cow's feet. Sing, oh poor collie, and then in comes the butcher, that nimble-tongued youth, who said she was carrion, but he spoke not the truth. Sing, oh poor collie, and the skin of my cowlie was softer than silk, and 3 times a day my poor cow would give milk. Sing, oh poor collie, and Page 88. She every year a fine calf did me bring, which fetched me £1, for it came in the spring. Sing, oh poor collie, and but now I have killed her, I can't her recall. I will sell my poor collie, hide, horns, and all. Sing, oh poor collie, and the butcher shall have her, though he gives but £1, and he knows in his heart that my collie was sound. Sing, oh poor collie, and when he has bought her, let him sell altogether, the flesh for to eat, and the hide for leather. Sing, oh poor collie, and a different version of the above, commencing, my Billy Arams, is current in the nurseries of Cornwall. One verse runs as follows. In comes the horner, who roguery scorns, and gives me 3 farthings for poor cowlie's horns. This is better than our reading, and it concludes thus. There's an end to my cowlie. Now she's dead and gone. For the loss of my cowlie, I sob and I mourn. Page 89, CXXXV. A North Country Song. Says T old man tit oak tree, Young and lusty was I when I kenned thee. I was young and lusty, I was fair and clear. Young and lusty was I mony a lang year. But sair failed am I, sair failed now. Sair failed am I sen I kenned thou. Xxvi. You shall have an apple. You shall have a plum. You shall have a rattle basket. When your dad comes home. Xxvi. Up at Piccadilly O. The coachman takes his stand. And when he meets a pretty girl, he takes her by the hand. Whip away forever oh. Drive away so clever oh. All the way to Bristol oh. He drives her four in hand. Page 90. Xxviaith. The first line of this nursery rhyme is quoted in Beaumont and Fletcher's Bonduca, Act V, Sc 2. It is probable also that Sir Toby alludes to this song in Twelfth Night, Act 2, Sc 2, when he says, "Come on, there is sixpence for you. Let's have a song." In Epulerio, or the Italian Banquet, 1589, is a receipt to make pies so that the birds may be alive in them and fly out when it is cut up, a mere device, live birds being introduced after the pie is made. This may be the original subject of the following song. Sing a song of sixpence. A bag full of rye. 24 blackbirds. Baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Was not that a dainty dish to set before the king? Page 91. The king was in his counting house, counting out his money. The queen was in the parlor, eating bread and honey. The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes. There came a little blackbird, and snapped off her nose. Jenny was so mad. She didn't know what to do. She put her finger in her ear, and cracked it right in two. Xixix. Lend me thy mare to ride a mile. She is lamed, leaping over a stile. Alack! And I must keep the fare. I'll give thee money for thy mare. Oh, oh. Say you so? Money will make the mare to go. CXL. About the bush, Willie. About the beehive. About the bush, Willie. I'll meet thee alive. Page 92. Then to my 10 shillings. Add you but a groat. I'll go to Newcastle, and buy a new coat. 5 and 5 shillings. 5 and a crown. 5 and 5 shillings. We'll buy a new gown. 5 and 5 shillings. 5 and a groat. 5 and 5 shillings. We'll buy a new coat. CXLI. A pretty little girl in a round-eared cap. I met in the streets t'other day. She gave me such a thump that my heart it went bump. I thought I should have fainted away. I thought I should have fainted away. Xlii. My father he died, but I can't tell you how. He left me 6 horses to drive in my plough. With my wing wong waddle o. Jack sing saddle o. Blousy boys bubble o. Under the broom. Page 93. I sold my 6 horses and I bought me a cow. I'd fain have made a fortune but did not know how. With my endk. I sold my cow, and I bought me a calf. I'd fain have made a fortune, but lost the best half. With my endk. I sold my calf, and I bought me a cat. A pretty thing she was, in my chimney corner sat. With my endk. I sold my cat, and bought me a mouse. He carried fire in his tail, and burnt down my house. With my endk. Xlii. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep, and can't tell where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home, and bring their tails behind them. Little Bo Peep fell fast asleep, and dreamt she heard them bleating. But when she awoke, she found it a joke, for they still were all fleeting. Page 94. Then up she took her little crook, determined for to find them. She found them indeed, but it made her heart bleed. For they'd left all their tails behind them. Xliv. Jeannie come tie my. Jeannie come tie my. Jeannie come tie my bonny cravat. I've tied it behind. I've tied it before. And I've tied it so often, I'll tie it no more. CXLV. Trip upon trenchers, and dance upon dishes. My mother sent me for some barm. She bid me tread lightly, and come again quickly. For fear the young men should do me some harm. Yet didn't you see, what naughty tricks they put upon me. Page 95. They broke my pitcher. And spilt the water. And huffed my mother. And chid her daughter. And kissed my sister instead of me. Xlv. From Histriomastics, or The Player Whipped, 4-2, London. 1610, Mr. Rimbaud tells me this is common in Yorkshire. Some up, and some down. There's players in the town. You wot well who they be. The sun doth arise. To 3 companies. 1, 2, 3, 4, make we. Besides we that travel. With pumps full of gravel. Made all of such running leather. That once in a week. New masters we seek. And never can hold together. Xlvi. Johnny shall have a new bonnet. And Johnny shall go to the fair. And Johnny shall have a blue ribbon. To tie up his bonny brown hair. Page 96. And why may not I love Johnny? And why may not Johnny love me? And why may not I love Johnny? As well as another body. And here's a leg for a stocking. And here is a leg for a shoe. And he has a kiss for his daddy. And 2 for his mammy, I trow. And why may not I love Johnny? And why may not Johnny love me? And why may not I love Johnny? As well as another body. Xlvi. As I was walking o'er little moorfields. I saw St. Paul's a-running on wheels. With a fum. Then for further frolics I'll go to France. While Jack shall sing and his wife shall dance. With a fum. Xlix. The north wind doth blow. And we shall have snow. And what will poor Robin do then? Poor thing. Page 97. He'll sit in a barn. And to keep himself warm. Will hide his head under his wing. Poor thing. CL. From W. Wager's play, called The Longer Thou Livest, the More Full Thou Art, 4-2, London. The white dove sat on the castle wall. I bend my bow and shoot her I shall. I put her in my glove both feathers and all. I laid my bridle upon the shelf. If you will any more, sing it yourself. CLI. Elsie Marley is grown so fine. She won't get up to serve the swine. But lies in bed till 8 or 9. And surely she does take her time. And do you ken Elsie Marley, honey? The wife who sells the barley, honey. She won't get up to serve her swine. And do you ken Elsie Marley, honey? Elsie Marley is said to have been a merry alewife who lived near Chester, and the remainder of this song relating to her will be found in the Chester Garland, 12mo, ND. The first 4 lines have become favorites in the nursery. Page 98, CLII. London Bridge is broken down. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. London Bridge is broken down. With a gay lady. How shall we build it up again? Dance o'er my Lady Lee. How shall we build it up again? With a gay lady. Silver and gold will be stole away. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. Silver and gold will be stole away. With a gay lady. Build it up again with iron and steel. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. Build it up with iron and steel. With a gay lady. Iron and steel will bend and bow. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. Iron and steel will bend and bow. With a gay lady. Build it up with wood and clay. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. Build it up with wood and clay. With a gay lady. Page 99. Wood and clay will wash away. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. Wood and clay will wash away. With a gay lady. Build it up with stone so strong. Dance o'er my Lady Lee. Huzzah! 'Twill last for ages long. With a gay lady. Cly-yi. Old father of the pie. I cannot sing, my lips are dry. But when my lips are very well wet, then I can sing with the hey go bet. This appears to be an old hunting song. Go bet is a very ancient sporting phrase, equivalent to go along. It occurs in Chaucer, Leg. Dido, 288. CLIV. Part of this is in a song called Jockey's Lamentation, in the Pills to Purge Melancholy, 1719, Volume 5, page 317. Tom he was a piper's son. He learned to play when he was young. But all the tunes that he could play was, over the hills and far away. Over the hills, and a great way off. And the wind will blow my topknot off. Page 100. Now Tom with his pipe made such a noise that he pleased both the girls and boys. And they stopped to hear him play. Over the hills and far away. Tom with his pipe did play with such skill that those who heard him could never keep still. Whenever they heard they began for to dance. Even pigs on their hind legs would after him prance. As Dolly was milking her cow one day, Tom took out his pipe and began for to play. So Doll and the cow danced the Cheshire round, till the pail was broke, and the milk ran on the ground. He met old Dame Trot with a basket of eggs. He used his pipe, and she used her legs. She danced about till the eggs were all broke. She began for to fret, but he laughed at the joke. Page 101. He saw a cross fellow was beating an ass, heavy laden with pots, pans, dishes, and glass. He took out his pipe and played them a tune, and the jackass's load was lightened full soon. CLV. Jackie, come give me thy fiddle, if ever thou mean to thrive. Nay, I'll not give my fiddle to any man alive. Page 102. If I should give my fiddle, they'll think that I'm gone mad. For many a joyful day my fiddle and I have had. CLVI. The following lines are part of an old song, the whole of which may be found in Deuteromelia, 1609, and also in MS. Additional, 5336, folios 5. Of all the gay birds that e'er I did see, the owl is the fairest by far to me. For all the day long she sits on a tree, and when the night comes away flies she. Kulvii. I love sixpence, pretty little sixpence. I love sixpence better than my life. I spent a penny of it, I spent another, and took fourpence home to my wife. Oh, my little fourpence, pretty little fourpence. I love fourpence better than my life. I spent a penny of it, I spent another, and I took tuppence home to my wife. Page 103. Oh, my little tuppence, my pretty little tuppence. I love tuppence better than my life. I spent a penny of it, I spent another, and I took nothing home to my wife. Oh, my little nothing, my pretty little nothing. What will nothing buy for my wife? I have nothing, I spend nothing. I love nothing better than my wife. Kulvii. Merry are the bells, and merry would they ring. Merry was myself, and merry could I sing. With a merry ding-dong, happy, gay, and free. And a merry sing-song, happy let us be. Waddle goes your gait, and hollow are your hose. Noddle goes your pate, and purple is your nose. Merry is your sing-song, happy, gay, and free. With a merry ding-dong, happy let us be. Page 104. Merry have we met, and merry have we been. Merry let us part, and merry meet again. With our merry sing-song, happy, gay, and free. And a merry ding-dong, happy let us be. Clax. My maid Mary. She minds her dairy. While I go a-hoeing and mowing each morn. Merrily run the reel. And the little spinning wheel. Whilst I am singing and mowing my corn. Clax. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. 1 a penny, 2 a penny. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. If ye have no daughters, give them to your sons. Page 105, CLXI. Woolly Foster has gone to sea. With silver buckles at his knee. When he comes back he'll marry me. Bonny Woolly Foster. Woolly Foster has a cow. Black and white about the mow. Open the gates and let her through. Woolly Foster's ein cow. Woolly Foster has a hen. Cockle button, cockle ben. She lay eggs for gentlemen. But none for Woolly Foster. Cooksy. The following catch is found in Ben Jonson's Mask of Oberon, and is a most common nursery song at the present day. Buzz, quoth the blue fly. Hum, quoth the bee. Buzz and hum they cry. And so do we. In his ear, in his nose. Thus, do you see? He ate the dormouse. Else it was he. Page 106, CLXI. As I was going up the hill, I met with Jack the Piper. And all the tunes that he could play was, tie up your petticoats tighter. I tied them once, I tied them twice. I tied them 3 times over. And all the songs that he could sing was, carry me safe to Dover. Cook Siv. There were 2 birds sat on a stone. Fa, la, 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 lol, duh. One flew away, and then there was one. Fa, la, 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 lol, duh. The other flew after, and then there was none. Fa, la, 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 lol, duh. And so the poor stone was left all alone. Fa, la, 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 lol, duh. CLXV. How does my lady's garden grow? How does my lady's garden grow? With cockle shells, and silver bells. And pretty maids all of a row. Page 107, CLXVI. There was a jolly miller. Lived on the river Dee. He worked and sung from morn till night. No lark so blithe as he. And this the burden of his song. Forever used to be. I jump measurime G. I care for nobody, no. Not I. Since nobody cares for me. Clexvi. As I was going along, long, a-singing a comical song, song. The lane that I went was so long. And the song that I sung was as long. And so I went singing along. Clexvi. Where are you going, my pretty maid? I'm going a-milking, sir, she said. May I go with you, my pretty maid? You're kindly welcome, sir, she said. What is your father, my pretty maid? My father's a farmer, sir, she said. Page 108. Say, will you marry me, my pretty maid? Yes, if you please, kind sir, she said. Will you be constant, my pretty maid? That I can't promise you, sir, she said. Then I won't marry you, my pretty maid. Nobody asked you, sir. She said. Clex. Song on the bells of Derby on football morning, a custom now discontinued. Pancakes and fritters. Say All Saints and St. Peter's. When will the ball come? Say the bells of St. Alcman. At 2 they will throw. Says St. Warrabo. Oh. Very well. Says little Michel. CLXX. I have been to market, my lady, my lady. Then you've not been to the fair, says Pussy, says Pussy. I bought me a rabbit, my lady, my lady. Then you did not buy a hare, says Pussy, says Pussy. Page 109. I roasted it, my lady, my lady. Then you did not boil it, says Pussy, says Pussy. I eat it, my lady, my lady. And I'll eat you, says Pussy, says Pussy. Clucksai. My father left me 3 acres of land. Sing ivy, sing ivy. My father left me 3 acres of land. Sing holly, go whistle, and ivy. I plowed it with a ram's horn. Sing ivy, sing ivy. And sowed it all over with 1 peppercorn. Sing holly, go whistle, and ivy. I harrowed it with a bramble bush. Sing ivy, sing ivy. And reaped it with my little penknife. Sing holly, go whistle, and ivy. I got the mice to carry it to the barn. Sing ivy, and thrashed it with a goose's quill. Sing holly, and Page 110. I got the cat to carry it to the mill. Sing ivy, and the miller he swore he would have her paw. And the cat she swore she would scratch his face. Sing holly, go whistle, and ivy. Clexii. The original of the following is to be found in Deuteramelia, or the second part of Music's Melody, 4-2, London. 1609, where the music is also given. 3 blind mice, see how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife, who cut off their tails with the carving knife. Did you ever see such fools in your life? 3 blind mice. Clxii. The music to the following song, with different words, is given in Melismata, 4-2, London. 1611, see also the Pills to Purge Melancholy, 1719, Volume 1, page 14. The well-known song, A Frog He Would A-Wooing Go, appears to have been borrowed from this. See Donny's Ancient Scottish Melodies, 1838, page 53. The story is of old date, and in 1580 there was licensed, A Most Strange Wedding of the Frog and the Mouse, as appears from the books of the Stationers' Company, quoted in Warton's History England, Poet, edition 1840, volume 3, page 360. There was a frog lived in a well. Kitty alone, kitty alone. There was a frog lived in a well. Kitty alone, and I. Page 111. There was a frog lived in a well. And a farce mouse in a mill, Mary. Cock me carry, kitty alone. Kitty alone, and I. This frog he would a-wooing ride. Kitty alone, and this frog he would a-wooing ride. And on a snail he got astride. Cock me carry, and he rode till he came to my lady mouse hall. Kitty alone, and he rode till he came to my lady mouse hall. And there he did both knock and call. Cock me carry, and quoth he, Miss Mouse, I'm come to thee. Kitty alone, and quoth he, Miss Mouse, I'm come to thee. To see if thou canst fancy me. Cock me carry, and quoth she, answer I'll give you none. Kitty alone, and quoth she, answer I'll give you none. Until my Uncle Rat come home. Cock me carry, and Page 112. And when her Uncle Rat came home. Kitty alone, and when her Uncle Rat came home. Who's been here since I've been gone? Cock me carry, and Sir, there's been a worthy gentleman. Kitty alone, and Sir, there's been a worthy gentleman. That's been here since you've been gone. Cock me carry, and the frog he came whistling through the brook. Kitty alone, and the frog he came whistling through the brook. And there he met with a dainty duck. Cock me carry, and This duck she swallowed him up with a pluck. Kitty alone, kitty alone. This duck she swallowed him up with a pluck. So there's an end of my history book. Cock me carry, kitty alone. Kitty alone and I. Page 113, Clexive. There was a man in our tune, in our tune, in our tune. There was a man in our tune, and his name was Billy Pod. And he played upon an old razor, an old razor, an old razor. And he played upon an old razor, with my fiddle fiddle fay fum fo. And his hat it was made of the good roast beef, the good roast beef, the good roast beef. And his hat it was made of the good roast beef, and his name was Billy Pod. And he played upon an old razor, and his coat it was made of the good fat tripe, the good fat tripe, the good fat tripe. And his coat it was made of the good fat tripe, and his name was Billy Pod. And he played upon an old razor, and his breeks were made of the bobby baps, the bobby baps, the bobby baps. And his breeks were made of the bobby baps, and his name was Billy Pod. And he played upon an old razor, and page 114. And there was a man in Tither tune, in Tither tune, in Tither tune. And there was a man in Tither tune, and his name was Edrin Drum. And he played upon an old ladle, an old ladle, an old ladle. And he played upon an old ladle, with my fiddle fiddle fay fum fo. And he eat up all the good roast beef, the good roast beef, and he eat up all the good fat tripe, the good fat tripe, and he eat up all the bobby baps, and his name was Edrin Drum. CLXXV. John Cook had a little grey mare, he, haw, hum. Her back stood up, and her bones they were bare. He, haw, hum. John Cook was riding up Shooter's Bank, he, haw, hum. And there his nag did kick and prank, he, haw, hum. Page 115. John Cook was riding up Shooter's Hill, he, haw, hum. His mare fell down, and she made her will, he, haw, hum. The bridle and saddle were laid on the shelf, he, haw, hum. If you want any more you may sing it yourself, he, haw, hum. Clexvi. A carrion crow sat on an oak. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. Watching a tailor shape his cloak. Sing hey ho, the carrion crow. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. Wife, bring me my old bent bow. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. That I may shoot yon carrion crow. Sing hey ho, the carrion crow. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. The tailor he shot and missed his mark. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. And shot his own sow quite through the heart. Sing hey ho, the carrion crow. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. Page 116. Wife, bring brandy in a spoon. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. For our old sow is in a swoon. Sing hey ho, the carrion crow. Fall de riddle, lol de riddle, hi ding do. Clexvi. Another version from M.S. Sloane, 1489, folio 17, written in the time of Charles I. Hick hawk, the carrion crow. For I have shot something too low. I have quite missed my mark. And shot the poor sow to the heart. Wife, bring treacle in a spoon. Or else the poor sow's heart will down. Page 117, CLXXVI. Song of a little boy while passing his hour of solitude in a cornfield. Awa, birds, away. Take a little, and leave a little. And do not come again. For if you do, I will shoot you through. And there is an end of you. Cook 6. If I'd as much money as I could spend, I never would cry old chairs to mend. Old chairs to mend, old chairs to mend. I never would cry old chairs to mend. If I'd as much money as I could tell, I never would cry old clothes to sell. Old clothes to sell, old clothes to sell. I never would cry old clothes to sell. CLXXX. Whistle, daughter, whistle, whistle daughter dear. I cannot whistle, mammy, I cannot whistle clear. Whistle, daughter, whistle, whistle for £1. I cannot whistle, mammy, I cannot make a sound. Page 118, CLXXXI. I'll sing you a song. Though not very long. Yet I think it as pretty as any. Put your hand in your purse. You'll never be worse. And give the poor singer a penny. Clexii. Dame, get up and bake your pies. Bake your pies, bake your pies. Dame, get up and bake your pies. On Christmas Day in the morning. Dame, what makes your maidens lie? Maidens lie, maidens lie. Dame, what makes your maidens lie? On Christmas Day in the morning. Dame, what makes your ducks to die? Ducks to die, ducks to die. Dame, what makes your ducks to die? On Christmas Day in the morning. Their wings are cut and they cannot fly. Cannot fly, cannot fly. Their wings are cut and they cannot fly. On Christmas Day in the morning. Page 119. 7th class, Riddles. Cooksii. Anne. Here was a girl in our town. Silken, satin was her gown. Silken, satin, golden, velvet. Guess her name, 3 times I've telled it. Clexive. A thorn. I went to the wood and got it. I sat me down and looked at it. The more I looked at it the less I liked it. And I brought it home because I couldn't help it. Page 120, CLXXXV. Sunshine. Hickamore, hackamore. On the king's kitchen door. All the king's horses. And all the king's men. Couldn't drive hickamore, hackamore. Off the king's kitchen door. Clexvi. A pen. When I was taken from the fair body. They then cut off my head. And thus my shape was altered. It's I that make peace between king and king. And many a true lover glad. All this I do and 10 times more. And more I could do still. But nothing can I do. Without my guider's will. Clexvi. Snuff. As I looked out, my chamber window. I heard something fall. I sent my maid to pick it up. But she couldn't pick it all. Page 121, CLXXXVI. A tobacco pipe. I went into my grandmother's garden. And there I found a farthing. I went into my next-door neighbor's. There I bought a pipkin and a popkin. A slipkin and a slopkin. A nailboard, a sailboard. And all for a farthing. Clexix. Gloves. As I was going o'er London Bridge. I met a cart full of fingers and thumbs. CXC. Made in London. Sold at York. Stops a bottle. And is a cork. CXCI. 10 and 10 and twice 11. Take out 6 and put in 7. Go to the green and fetch 18. And drop 1 a coming. Page 122, CXCII. A walnut. As soft as silk, as white as milk. As bitter as gall, a thick wall. And a green coat covers me all. Xii. A swarm of bees. As I was going o'er Tipple-Tyne. I met a flock of bonny swine. Some green-lapped. Some green-backed. They were the very bonniest swine. That ere went over Tipple-Tyne. Xiv. An egg. Humpty Dumpty lay in a beck. With all his sinews round his neck. 40 doctors and 40 wrights. Couldn't put Humpty Dumpty to rights. A brook. Page 123, CXCV. A storm of wind. Arthur Aubauer has broken his band. He comes roaring up the land. The King of Scots, with all his power, cannot turn Arthur of the Bower. Kexkvi. Tobacco. Make 3/4 of a cross. And a circle complete. And let 2 semicircles on a perpendicular meet. Next add a triangle that stands on 2 feet. Next 2 semicircles and a circle complete. Xkvii. There was a king met a king in a narrow lane. Says this king to that king, "Where have you been?" Page 124. Oh, I've been a-hunting with my dog and my doe. Pray lend him to me, that I may do so. There's the dog, take the dog. What's the dog's name? I've told you already. Pray tell me again. Xkvii. A plum pudding. Flower of England, fruit of Spain. Met together in a shower of rain. Put in a bag tied round with a string. If you'll tell me this riddle, I'll give you a ring. 6. Every lady in this land has 20 nails upon each hand. 25 hands and feet. All this is true without deceit. cc. 12 pairs hanging high. 12 knights riding by. Each knight took a pair. And yet left 11 there. Page 125, cci. A star. I have a little sister, they call her Peep, Peep. She wades the waters deep, deep, deep. She climbs the mountains high, high, high. Poor little creature, she has but one eye. cci. A needle and thread. Old Mother Twitchit had but one eye. And a long tail which she let fly. And every time she went over a gap, she left a bit of her tail in a trap. Chi. An egg. In marble walls as white as milk. Lined with a skin as soft as silk. Within a fountain crystal clear. A golden apple doth appear. No doors there are to this stronghold. Yet things break in and steal the gold. Page 126, cciv. A horse shore. What shoemaker makes shoes without leather? With all the 4 elements put together. Fire and water, earth and air. Every customer has 2 pair. ccv. Currants. Higgledy-piggledy. Here we lie. Picked and plucked. And put in a pie. My first is snapping, snarling, growling. My second's industrious, romping, and prowling. Higgledy-piggledy. Here we lie. Picked and plucked. And put in a pie. ccvi. Thomas Atatimus took 2 ts. To tie 2 tups to 2 tall trees. To frighten the terrible Thomas Atatimus. Tell me how many ts there are in all that. Page 127, ccvi. The man had 1 eye, and the tree 2 apples upon it. There was a man who had no eyes. He went abroad to view the skies. He saw a tree with apples on it. He took no apples off, yet left no apples on it. Kviii. Cleopatra. The moon 9 days old. The next sign to Cancer. Pat rat without a tail. And now, sir, for your answer. ccx. A candle. Little Nancy Etticoat. In a white petticoat. And a red nose. The longer she stands, the shorter she grows. Page 128, ccx. Pair of tongs. Long legs, crooked thighs. Little head and no eyes. ccxi. From M.S. Sloane, 1489, folio 16, written in the time of Charles I. There were 3 sisters in a hall. There came a knight amongst them all. Good morrow, aunt, to the one. Good morrow, aunt, to the other. Good morrow, gentlewoman, to the third. If you were my aunt, as the other two be, I would say good morrow. Then, aunts, all three. Xii. Isabel. Congealed water and Cain's brother. That was my lover's name, and no other. Xii. Teeth and gums. 30 white horses upon a red hill. Now they tramp, now they champ, now they stand still. Page 129, CCXIV. Coals. Black we are, but much admired. Men seek for us till they are tired. We tire the horse, but comfort man. Tell me this riddle if you can. CCXV. A star. Higher than a house, higher than a tree. Oh, whatever can that be? Kexvi. An egg. Humpty Dumpty sate on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. 60 men and 60 more cannot place Humpty Dumpty as he was before. Kexvi. The allusion to Oliver Cromwell satisfactorily fixes the date of the riddle to belong to the 17th century. The answer is, a rainbow. Purple, yellow, red, and green. The king cannot reach it nor the queen. Nor can old Noel, whose power's so great. Tell me this riddle while I count 8. Page 130, CCXVI. Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold. Peas porridge in the pot, 9 days old. Spell me that without a P. And a clever scholar you will be. 6. As I was going o'er Westminster Bridge, I met with a Westminster scholar. He pulled off his cap and drew off his glove, and wished me a very good morrow. What is his name? CCXX. A chimney. Black within, and red without. 4 corners round about. Kexi. There was a man rode through our town. Grey Grizzle was his name. His saddle-bow was gilt with gold. 3 times I've named his name. Page 131, CCXXAI. A hedgehog. As I went over Lincoln Bridge, I met Mr. Rusticap. Pins and needles on his back. A-going to Thorny Fair. XCII. 1 leg is a leg of mutton, 2 legs, a man, 3 legs, a stool, 4 legs, a dog. 2 legs sat upon 3 legs. With 1 leg in his lap. In comes 4 legs. And runs away with 1 leg. Up jumps 2 legs. Catches up 3 legs. Throws it after 4 legs. And makes him bring back 1 leg. Kexiv. A bed. Formed long ago, yet made today. Employed while others sleep. What few would like to give away. Nor any wish to keep. Page 132, CCXXV. A cinder sifter. A riddle, as I suppose. 100 eyes, and never a nose. Kexvi. A well. As round as an apple, as deep as a cup. And all the king's horses can't pull it up. Kexvi. A cherry. As I went through the garden gap. Who should I meet but Dick Redcap? A stick in his hand, a stone in his throat. If you'll tell me this riddle, I'll give you a groat. Kexvi. Elizabeth, Elspeth, Betsy and Bess. They all went together to seek a bird's nest. They found a bird's nest with 5 eggs in. They all took 1, and left 4 in. Page 133, XX. As I was going to St. Ives, I met a man with 7 wives. Every wife had 7 sacks. Every sack had 7 cats. Every cat had 7 kits. Kits, cats, sacks, and wives. How many were there going to St. Ives? CCXXX. The holly tree. Highty, tighty, paradite clothed in green. The king could not read it, no more could the queen. They sent for a wise man out of the east. Who said it had horns, but was not a beast? Kexi. See. What shall I see? A horse's head where his tail should be. Kexii. A firebrand with sparks on it. As I was going o'er London Bridge, and peeped through a nick, I saw 24 ladies, riding on a stick. Page 134, CCXXXI. An icicle lives in winter, dies in summer, and grows with its root upwards. Kexiv. When I went up Sandy Hill, I met a sandy boy. I cut his throat, I sucked his blood, and left his skin a hanging o. CCXXXV. I had a little castle upon the seaside. One half was water, the other was land. I opened my little castle door, and guess what I found? I found a fair lady with a cup in her hand. The cup was gold, filled with wine. Drink, fair lady, and thou shalt be mine. Kexby. Old Father Greybeard. Without tooth or tongue. If you'll give me your finger, I'll give you my thumb. Page 135. 8th class, Charms. Xvexvi. Ushy cow bonny, let down thy milk, and I will give thee a gown of silk. A gown of silk and a silver tea, if thou wilt let down thy milk to me. Xvishvi. Said to pips placed in the fire, a species of divination practiced by children. If you love me, pop and fly. If you hate me, lay and die. Page 136, X6. The following, with a very slight variation, is found in Ben Jonson's Masque of Queens, and it is singular to account for its introduction into the modern nursery. I went to the toad that lies under the wall. I charmed him out, and he came at my call. I scratched out the eyes of the owl before. I tore the bat's wing, what would you have more? CCXL. A charm somewhat similar to the following may be seen in the Townley Mysteries, page 91. See a paper in the Archaeologia, volume 27, page 253, by the Reverend Lancelot Sharp, M.A. See also M.S. Lansd. 231, Fall. 114, and Addy's, Candle in the Dark, 4-2, London, 1650, page 58. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Guard the bed that I lay on. 4 corners to my bed. 4 angels round my head. 1 to watch, 1 to pray, and 2 to bear my soul away. Xli. Audie, in his Candle in the Dark, 4-2, London. 1656, page 59, says that this was a charm to make butter come from the churn. It was to be said thrice. Come, butter, come. Come, butter, come. Peter stands at the gate, waiting for a buttered cake. Come, butter, come. Page 137, CCXLII. From Dr. Wallace's Grammatica Linguae Anglicani, 12 Mo, Oxon 1674, page 164. This and the 9 following are said to be certain cures for the hiccup if repeated in one breath. When a twister a twisting, will twist him a twist. For the twisting of his twist, he 3 times doth entwist. But if one of the twines of the twist do untwist, the twine that untwisteth, untwisteth the twist. Untwirling the twine that untwisteth between. He twirls, with the twister, the 2 in a twine. Then twice having twisted the twines of the twine, he twisteth the twine he had twined in twain. The twain that, in twining, before in the twine. As twines were entwisted, he now doth untwine. Twixt the twain intertwisting a twine more between. He, twirling his twister, makes a twist of the twine. Page 138, CCXLII. A thatcher of thatchwood went to that chet a thatching. Did a thatcher of thatchwood go to that chet a thatching? If a thatcher of thatchwood went to that chet a thatching. Where's the thatching the thatcher of thatchwood has thatched? Live. Sometimes off a pewter plate is added at the end of each line. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. A peck of pickled pepper Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper, where's the peck of pickled pepper Peter Piper picked? CCXLV. My father he left me, just as he was able. One bowl, one bottle, one label. Two bowls, two bottles, two labless. 3, and so on ad. Lib in one breath. Page 139, CCXLVI. Robert Rowley rolled around roll round. Around roll Robert Rowley rolled round. Where rolled the round roll Robert Rowley rolled round. Kexlvi. My grandmother sent me a new-fashioned three-cornered cambric country cut handkerchief. Not an old-fashioned three-cornered cambric country cut handkerchief, but a new-fashioned three-cornered cambric country cut handkerchief. Kexlvi. 3 crooked cripples went through Cripplegate, and through Cripplegate went 3 crooked cripples. Xlix. Swan swam over the sea. Swim, swan, swim. Swan swam back again. Well swam swan. Page 140, CCL. Hiccup, hiccup, go away. Come again another day. Hiccup, hiccup, when I bake. I'll give to you a butter cake. CCLI. Hiccup, snickup. Rise up, right up. 3 drops in the cup are good for the hiccup. Page 141. 9th class, Gaffers and Gammers. Cli. Here was an old woman, as I've heard tell. She went to market her eggs for to sell. She went to market all on a market day. And she fell asleep on the king's highway. There came by a peddler whose name was Stout. He cut her petticoats all round about. He cut her petticoats up to the knees, which made the old woman to shiver and freeze. Page 142. When this little woman first did wake, she began to shiver and she began to shake. She began to wonder and she began to cry. Oh! Dearie, dearie me, this is none of I. But if it be I, as I do hope it be, I've a little dog at home, and he'll know me. If it be I, he'll wag his little tail. And if it be not I, he'll loudly bark and wail. Home went the little woman all in the dark. Up got the little dog, and he began to bark. He began to bark, so she began to cry. Oh! Dearie, dearie me, this is none of I. Cli. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children she didn't know what to do. She gave them some broth without any bread. She whipped them all well and put them to bed. Page 143, CCLIV. Old woman, shall we go a-shearing? Speak a little louder, sir, I am very thick of hearing. Old woman, shall I love you dearly? Thank you, kind sir, I hear you very clearly. CCLV. There was an old woman sat spinning. And that's the first beginning. She had a calf. And that's half. She took it by the tail. And threw it over the wall. And that's all. Clv. There was an old woman, her name it was Peg. Her head was of wood, and she wore a cork leg. The neighbors all pitched her into the water. Her leg was drowned first, and her head followed after. Page 144, CCLVI. A little old man and I fell out. How shall we bring this matter about? Bring it about as well as you can. Get you gone, you little old man. Clvii. There was an old woman. And she sold puddings and pies. She went to the mill. And the dust flew in her eyes. Hot pies and cold pies to sell. Wherever she goes, you may follow her by the smell. Clicks. Old Mother Nittity Nod swore by the pudding bag. She would go to Stoken Church Fair. And then old Father Peter said he would meet her. Before she got halfway there. CCLX. There was an old woman. Lived under a hill. And if she's not gone, she lives there still. Page 145, CCLXI. There was an old woman tossed up in a basket. 19 times as high as the moon. Where she was going I couldn't but ask it. For in her hand she carried a broom. Old woman, old woman, old woman, quoth I. Oh whither, oh whither, oh whither, so high? To brush the cobwebs off the sky. Shall I go with thee? Aye, by and by. See. There was an old man who lived in Middle Row. He had 5 hens and a name for them, oh. Bill and Ned and Baddock. Cut her foot and paddock. Chuck, my lady Praddock. Go to thy nest and lay. Cooksii. There was an old woman of Leeds. Who spent all her time in good deeds. She worked for the poor. Till her fingers were sore. This pious old woman of Leeds. Page 146, Cooklev. Old Betty Blue. Lost a holiday shoe. What can old Betty do? Give her another. To match the other. And then she may swagger in too. CCLXV. Old Mother Hubbard. Went to the cupboard. To get her poor dog a bone. But when she came there, the cupboard was bare. And so the poor dog had none. She went to the baker's. To buy him some bread. But when she came back, the poor dog was dead. She went to the joiner's. To buy him a coffin. But when she came back, the poor dog was laughing. Page 147. She took a clean dish. To get him some tripe. But when she came back, he was smoking his pipe. She went to the fishmonger's. To buy him some fish. And when she came back, he was licking the dish. She went to the alehouse. To get him some beer. But when she came back, the dog sat in a chair. Page 148. She went to the tavern. For white wine and red. But when she came back, the dog stood on his head. She went to the hatter's. To buy him a hat. But when she came back, he was feeding the cat. She went to the barber's. To buy him a wig. But when she came back, he was dancing a jig. She went to the fruiterer's. To buy him some fruit. But when she came back, he was playing the flute. She went to the tailor's. To buy him a coat. But when she came back, he was riding a goat. She went to the cobbler's. To buy him some shoes. But when she came back, he was reading the news. Page 149. She went to the sempstress. To buy him some linen. But when she came back, the dog was spinning. She went to the hosier's. To buy him some hose. But when she came back, he was dressed in his clothes. The dame made a curtsy. The dog made a bow. The dame said, "Your servant." The dog said, "Bow, wow." Probably laughing or laughin', to complete the rhyme. So in Shakespeare's Mids. Night's Dream, Act 2, SC 1. And then the whole choir hold their hips, and laugh. Cooks v. The first 2 lines of the following are the same with those of a song in Durfee's Pills to Purge Melancholy, Volume 5, page 13. There was an old woman. Lived under a hill. She put a mouse in a bag. And sent it to mill. The miller declared. By the point of his knife. He never took toll. Of a mouse in his life. Page 150, CCLXVI. The following is part of a comic song called Success to the Whistle and Wig, intended to be sung in rotation by the members of a club. There was an old woman had 3 sons. Jerry, and James, and John. Jerry was hung, James was drowned. John was lost and never was found. And there was an end of the 3 sons. Jerry, and James, and John. The tale on which the following story is founded is found in a MS of the 15th century, preserved in the Chetham Library at Manchester. There was an old man, who lived in a wood. As you may plainly see. He said he could do as much work in a day as his wife could do in 3. With all my heart, the old woman said. If that you will allow. Tomorrow you'll stay at home in my stead. And I'll go drive the plough. But you must milk the tidy cow. For fear that she go dry. And you must feed the little pigs that are within the sty. And you must mind the speckled hen. For fear she lay away. And you must reel the spool of yarn that I spun yesterday. Page 151. The old woman took a staff in her hand and went to drive the plough. The old man took a pail in his hand and went to milk the cow. But Tidy hinched, and Tidy flinched. And Tidy broke his nose. And Tidy gave him such a blow that the blood ran down to his toes. Hi! Tidy! Ho! Tidy! Hi! Tidy! Do stand still. If ever I milk you, Tidy, again, 'twill be sore against my will. He went to feed the little pigs that were within the sty. He hit his head against the beam. And he made the blood to fly. He went to mind the speckled hen. For fear she'd lay astray. And he forgot the spool of yarn his wife spun yesterday. So he swore by the sun, the moon, and the stars. And the green leaves on the tree. If his wife didn't do a day's work in her life, she should ne'er be ruled by he. Page 152, Cook 6. There was an old man of Tobago, who lived on rice, gruel, and sago. Till, much to his bliss, his physician said this. To a leg, sir, of mutton you may go. CCLXX. Oh, dear, what can the matter be? 2 old women got up in an apple tree. One came down. And the other stayed till Saturday. Cook see. There was an old man. And he had a calf. And that's half. He took him out of the stall. And put him on the wall. And that's all. Cook see I. Father Short came down the lane. Oh! I'm obliged to hammer and smite. From 4 in the morning till 8 at night. For a bad master, and a worse dame. Page 153, CCLXXI. There was an old woman called Nothing at all, who rejoiced in a dwelling exceedingly small. A man stretched his mouth to its utmost extent. And down at one gulp house an old woman went. Cooksiv. There was an old woman of Norwich, who lived upon nothing but porridge. Parading the town, she turned cloak into gown. This thrifty old woman of Norwich. CCLXXV. A little old man of Derby. How do you think he served me? He took away my bread and cheese. And that is how he served me. Klexvi. There was an old woman in Surrey, who was morn, noon, and night in a hurry. Called her husband a fool. Drove the children to school. The worrying old woman of Surrey. Page 154. 10th class, Games. Cooksmi. Rhymes used by children to decide who is to begin a game. Nry, tueri. Zickery zon. Hollow bone, crack a bone. Ninery, 10. Spittery spot. It must be done. Twidlium twadlium. 21. Page 155. Hink spink, the pudding stink. The fat begins to fry. Nobody at home, but Jumping Joan. Father, mother, and I. Stick, stock, stone dead. Blind man can't see. Every knave will have a slave. You or I must be he. Kuksviai. A game of the fox. In a children's game, where all the little actors are seated in a circle, the following stanza is used as question and answer. Who goes round my house this night? None but cruel Tom. Who steals all the sheep at night? None but this poor one. Cook 6. Dance, thumbkin, dance. Keep the thumb in motion. Dance, ye merrymen, every one. All the fingers in motion. For thumbkin, he can dance alone. The thumb only moving. Thumbkin, he can dance alone. Ditto. Dance, foreman, dance. The first finger moving. Page 156. Dance, ye merrymen, every one. The whole moving. But foreman, he can dance alone. Foreman, he can dance alone. And so on with the others, naming the 2D finger longman, the 3D finger ringman, and the 4th finger little man. Little man cannot dance alone. CCLXXX. The following is used by schoolboys, when two are starting to run a race. 1 to make ready. And 2 to prepare. Good luck to the rider. And away goes the mare. Kukuksai. At the conclusion, the captive is privately asked if he will have oranges or lemons, the 2 leaders of the arch having previously agreed which designation shall belong to each, and he goes behind the one he may chance to name. When all are thus divided into 2 parties, they conclude the game by trying to pull each other beyond a certain line. Gay go up and gay go down. To ring the bells of London town. Bull's eyes and targets. Say the bells of St. Margaret's. Brickbats and tiles. Say the bells of St. Giles. Halfpence and farthings. Say the bells of St. Martin's. Oranges and lemons. Say the bells of St. Clement's. Page 157. Pancakes and fritters. Say the bells of St. Peter's. 2 sticks and an apple. Say the bells at Whitechapel. Old Father Baldpate. Say the slow bells at Aldgate. You owe me 10 shillings. Say the bells at St. Helens. Pokers and tongs. Say the bells at St. John's. Kettles and pans. Say the bells at St. Anne's. When will you pay me? Say the bells at Old Bailey. When I grow rich. Say the bells at Shoreditch. Pray when will that be? Say the bells of Stepney. I am sure I don't know. Says the great bell at Bow. Here comes a candle to light you to bed. And here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Page 158, CCLXXXI. One child holds a wand to the face of another, repeating these lines, and making grimaces, to cause the latter to laugh, and so to the others, those who laugh paying a forfeit. Buff says Buff to all his men. And I say Buff to you again. Buff neither laughs nor smiles, but carries his face with a very good grace, and passes the stick to the very next place. Kokexii. Game with the hands. Peas pudding hot. Peas pudding cold. Peas pudding in the pot. 9 days old. Some like it hot. Some like it cold. Some like it in the pot. 9 days old. Kokexive. Awake, arise, pull out your eyes. And hear what time of day. And when you have done, pull out your tongue. And see what you can say. Page 159, CCLXXXV. Game of the Gypsy. One child is selected for Gypsy, one for mother, and one for daughter Sue. The mother says, I charge my daughters every one to keep good house while I am gone. You and you, points, but specially you. Or sometimes, but specially Sue. Or else I'll beat you black and blue. During the mother's absence, the gypsy comes in, entices a child away, and hides her. This process is repeated till all the children are hidden, when the mother has to find them. Klexvi. This game begins thus: take this, what's this, a gaping, wide-mouthed, waddling frog, and 12 huntsmen with horns and hounds, hunting over other men's grounds. 11 ships sailing o'er the main, some bound for France and some for Spain. I wish them all safe home again. 10 comets in the sky, some low and some high. 9 peacocks in the air. I wonder how they all came there. I do not know and I do not care. 8 joiners in Joiner's Hall, working with the tools and all. Page 160. 7 lobsters in a dish, as fresh as any heart could wish. 6 beetles against the wall, close by an old woman's apple stall. 5 puppies of our dog Ball, who daily for their breakfast call. 4 horses stuck in a bog. 3 monkeys tied to a clog. 2 pudding ends would choke a dog, with a gaping, wide-mouthed, waddling frog. Kokexvi. A string of children, hand in hand, stand in a row. A child, A, stands in front of them, as leader. 2 other children, B and C, form an arch, each holding both the hands of the other. A, draw a pail of water for my lady's daughter. My father's a king, and my mother's a queen. My 2 little sisters are dressed in green, stamping grass and parsley, marigold leaves and daisies. B. 1 rush, 2 rush. Pray thee, fine lady, come under my bush. A passes by under the arch, followed by the whole string of children, the last of whom is taken captive by B and C. The verses are repeated, until all are taken. Page 161, CCLXXXVI. The following seems to belong to the last game, but it is usually found by itself in the small books of children's rhymes. Sieve my lady's oatmeal. Grind my lady's flour. Put it in a chestnut. Let it stand an hour. 1 may rush, 2 may rush. Come, my girls, walk under the bush. Kokexix. Queen Anne, you sit in the sun, as fair as a lily, as white as a wand. I send you 3 letters, and pray read one. You must read one, if you can't read all. So pray, miss or master, throw up the ball. CCXC. There were 3 jovial Welshmen, as I have heard them say, and they would go a-hunting upon David's day. All the day they hunted, and nothing could they find but a ship a-sailing with the wind. Page 162. One said it was a ship. The other he said, nay. The third said it was a house, with the chimney blown away. And all the night they hunted, and nothing could they find but the moon a-gliding with the wind. One said it was the moon. The other he said, nay. The third said it was a cheese, and half oat cut away. And all the day they hunted, and nothing could they find but a hedgehog in a bramble bush, and that they left behind. The first said it was a hedgehog. The second he said, nay. The third it was a pincushion, and the pin stuck in wrong way. And all the night they hunted, and nothing could they find but a hare in a turnip field, and that they left behind. Page 163. The first said it was a hare. The second he said, nay. The third said it was a calf, and the cow had run away. And all the day they hunted, and nothing could they find but an owl in a holly tree, and that they left behind. One said it was an owl. The other he said, nay. The third said, was an old man. And his beard growing grey. Kexi. Is John Smith within? Yes, that he is. Can he set a shoe? Ay, marry, too. Here a nail, there a nail. Tick, tack, too. Kexi. Marjorie Mutton Pie, and Johnny Bo Peep. They met together in Gracechurch Street. In and out, over the way. Oh! Says Johnny, 'tis Chop-Nose Day. Page 164, CCXCII. Intery, mintery, cutery corn. Apple seed and apple thorn. Wine, briar, limberlock. 5 geese in a flock. Sit and sing by a spring. Out, and in again. Kexiv. The game of water skimming is of high antiquity, being mentioned by Julius Pollux, and also by Eustathius, in his commentary upon Homer. Brand quotes a curious passage from Minucius Felix, but all antiquaries seem to have overlooked the very curious notice in Higgins' adaptation of Junius's Nomenclator, 8 vo, London, 1585, p. 299, where it is called, a duck and a drake, and a halfpenny cake. Thus it is probable that lines like the following were employed in this game as early as 1585. And it may be that the last line has recently furnished a hint to Matthews in his amusing song in Patter vs. Clatter. A duck and a drake. A nice barley cake. With a penny to pay the old baker. A hop and a scotch. Is another notch. Slitherum, slatherum, take her. CCXCV. Saw, Marjorie Daw. Sold her bed and lay upon straw. Was not she a dirty slut? To sell her bed and lie in the dirt. Page 165, CCXCVI. Saw, Marjorie Daw. Little Jackie shall have a new master. Little Jackie shall have but a penny a day. Because he can't work any faster. Kexkvi. 1. I am a gold lock. 2. I am a gold key. 1. I am a silver lock. 2. I am a silver key. 1. I am a brass lock. 2. I am a brass key. 1. I am a lead lock. 2. I am a lead key. 1. I am a monk lock. 2. I am a monk key. Kskvii. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross. To buy little Johnny a galloping horse. It trots behind, and it ambles before. And Johnny shall ride till he can ride no more. Page 166, Xixix. Ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross. To see what Tommy can buy. A penny white loaf, a penny white cake. And a 2-penny apple pie. CCC. Jack be nimble. And Jack be quick. And Jack jump over. The candlestick. CCCI. This should be accompanied by a kind of pantomimic dance, in which the motions of the body and arms expressed the process of weaving, the motion of the shuttle, and weave the diaper tick-a-tick-tick. Weave the diaper tick. Come this way, come that. As close as a mat. Athwart and across, up and down, round about. And forwards, and backwards, and inside, and out. Weave the diaper thick-a-thick-thick. Weave the diaper thick. Page 167, CCCII. Used in Somersetshire in counting out the game of pee-whip or pee-wit. 1 airy, 2 airy, hickory, hum. Philison, Follison, Nicholson, John. Caver, Quaver, Irish Mary. Stencarum, Buck. Chi. Whoop, whoop, and hollow. Good dogs won't follow. Without the hare cries, pee-wit. Xiv. Tom Brown's 2 little Indian boys. One ran away. The other wouldn't stay. Tom Brown's 2 little Indian boys. CCCV. There were 2 blackbirds. Sitting on a hill. The one nom Jack. The other nom Jill. Fly away Jack. Fly away Jill. Come again Jack. Come again Jill. Page 168, CCCVI. Tip, top, tower. Tumble down in an hour. Kfii. 1. I went up one pair of stairs. 2. Just like me. 1. I went up two pair of stairs. 2. Just like me. 1. I went into a room. 2. Just like me. 1. I looked out of a window. 2. Just like me. 1. And there I saw a monkey. 2. Just like me. Kfii. Number 9, this hoop's mine. Number 10, take it back again. 6. Here goes my lord. A trot, a trot, a trot, a trot. Here goes my lady. A canter, a canter, a canter, a canter. Page 169. Here goes my young master. Jockey hitch, jockey hitch, jockey hitch, jockey hitch. Here goes my young miss. An amble, an amble, an amble, an amble. The footman lays behind to tipple ale and wine. And goes gallop, a gallop, a gallop, to make up his time. CCCX. This is acted by two or more girls, who walk or dance up and down, turning, when they say, turn, cheeses, turn. The green cheeses, as I am informed, are made with sage and potato tops. Two girls are said to be cheese and cheese. Green cheese, yellow laces. Up and down the marketplaces. Turn, cheeses, turn. Kexy. To market ride the gentleman. So do we, so do we. Then comes the country clown. Hobbledy-gee, hobbledy-gee. First go the ladies, nim, nim, nim. Next come the gentlemen, trim, trim, trim. Then comes the country clowns, gallop-a-trot. Page 170, CCCXAI. Ride a cock-horse to Coventry Cross. To see what Emma can buy. A penny white cake I'll buy for her sake. And a twopenny tart or a pie. XCII. Ride a cock-horse to Banbury Cross. To see an old lady upon a white horse. Rings on her fingers, and bells on her toes. And so she makes music wherever she goes. Xiv. Song set to 5 toes. 1. Let us go to the wood, says this pig. 2. What to do there? Says that pig. 3. To look for my mother, says this pig. 4. What to do with her? Says that pig. 5. Kiss her to death, says this pig. CCCXV. A number of boys and girls stand round one in the middle, who repeats the following lines, counting the children until one is counted out by the end of the verses. Ring me, 1, ring me, 2, ring me rari, 3. As I go round, 4, ring by ring, 5. A virgin, 6, goes a-maying, 7. Here's a flower, 8, and there's a flower, 9. Page 171. Growing in my lady's garden, 10. If you set your foot awry, 11. Gentle John will make you cry, 12. If you set your foot amiss, 13. Gentle John, 14, will give you a kiss. The child upon whom, 14, falls is then taken out, and forced to select one of the other sex. The middle child then proceeds. This, lady or gentleman, is none of ours. Has put, him or her, self in, the selected child's, power. So clap all hands, and ring all bells, and make the wedding o'er. All clap hands. If the child taken by lot joins in the clapping, the selected child is rejected, and I believe takes the middle place. Otherwise, I think, there is a salute. Xvi. Another game, played exclusively by boys. 2, who are fixed upon for the purpose, leave the group, and privately arrange that the password shall be some implement of a particular trade. The trade is announced in the dialogue, and then the fun is, that the unfortunate wight who guesses the tool is beaten with the caps of his fellows till he reaches a fixed goal, after which he goes out in turn. Two broken tradesmen. Newly come over. The one from France and Scotland. The other from Dover. What's your trade? Carpenters, nailers, smiths, tinkers, or any other is answered, and on guessing the instrument, plane him, hammer him, rasp him, or solder him, is called out respectively during the period of punishment. Page 172, CCCXVI. Clap hands, clap hands. Hi Tommy Randy. Did you see my good man? They call him Cock-a-bandy. Silken stockings on his legs. Silver buckles glance him. A sky-blue bonnet on his head. And oh, but he is handsome. XVII. A song set to 5 fingers. 1. This pig went to market. 2. This pig stayed at home. 3. This pig had a bit of meat. 4. And this pig had none. 5. This pig said, wee. I can't find my way home. 6. Children hunting bats. Bat, bat, clap hands. Come under my hat. And I'll give you a slice of bacon. And when I bake, I'll give you a cake. If I am not mistaken. Page 173, CCCXX. A game at ball. Cuckoo, cherry tree. Catch a bird, and give it to me. Let the tree be high or low. Let it hail, rain, or snow. Kexi. 2 of the strongest children are selected, A and B. A stands within a ring of the children, B being outside. A. Who is going round my sheepfold? B. Only poor old Jackie Lingo. A. Don't steal any of my black sheep. B. No, no more I will, only by one. Up, says Jackie Lingo. Strikes 1. The child struck leaves the ring, and takes hold of B behind. B in the same manner takes the other children, one by one, gradually increasing his tail on each repetition of the verses, until he has got the whole. A then tries to get them back, B runs away with them, they try to shelter themselves behind B. A drags them off, one by one, setting them against a wall, until he has recovered all. A regular tearing game, as children say. Kexi. Heidi cock o. To London we go. To York we ride. And Edward has pussycat tied to his side. He shall have little dog tied to the other. And then he goes trod to see his grandmother. Page 174, CCCXXI. This is the key of the kingdom. In that kingdom there is a city. In that city there is a town. In that town there is a street. In that street there is a lane. In that lane there is a yard. In that yard there is a house. In that house there is a room. In that room there is a bed. On that bed there is a basket. In that basket there are some flowers. Flowers in the basket, basket in the bed in the room, and Xixiv. Children stand round, and are counted one, by means of this rhyme. The child upon whom the last number falls is out, for hide or seek, or any other game where a victim is required. A cock and bull story of this kind is related of the historian Josephus. There are other versions of this, and one may be seen in Blackwood's Magazine for August, 1821, page 36. Hickory, 1, dickory, 2, dock, 3. The mouse ran up the clock, 4. The clock struck 1, 5. The mouse was gone, 6. O, 7, U, 8, T, 9, spells out. Page 175, CCCXXV. 1 old Oxford ox opening oysters. 2 teetotums totally tired of trying to trot to Tadbury. 3 tall tigers tippling tenpenny tea. 4 fat friars fanning fainting flies. 5 frippy Frenchmen foolishly fishing for flies. 6 sportsmen shooting snipes. 7 severn salmon swallowing shrimps. 8 Englishmen eagerly examining Europe. 9 nimble noblemen nibbling nonpareils. 10 tinkers tinkling upon 10 tin tinderboxes with 10 tenpenny tacks. 11 elephants elegantly equipped. 12 typographical topographers typically translating types. Kexvi. The following lines are sung by children when starting for a race. Good horses, bad horses. What is the time of day? 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Now fare you away. Page 176, CCCXXVI. Seesaw, Jack-a-daw. What is a craw to do? Why, her? She has not a stocking to put on her. And the craw has not one for to gi her. Xmii. The following is a game played as follows: a string of boys and girls, each holding by his predecessor's skirts, approaches 2 others, who with joined and elevated hands form a double arch. After the dialogue, the line passes through, and the last is caught by a sudden lowering of the arms, if possible. How many miles is it to Babylon? 60 miles and 10. Can I get there by candlelight? Yes, and back again. If your heels are nimble and light, you may get there by candlelight. 66. Clap hands, till father comes home. For father's got money, but mother's got none. Clap hands, and till father, and Page 177, CCCXXX. Seesaw Sacredown. Which is the way to London town? 1 foot up, and the other down. And that is the way to London town. Kexi. Here stands a post. Who put it there? A better man than you. Touch it if you dare. Xxi. A stands with a row of girls, her daughters, behind her. B, a suitor, advances. B, trip-trap over the grass. If you please, will you let one of your eldest daughters come? Come and dance with me. I will give you pots and pans, I will give you brass. I will give you anything for a pretty lass. A, says, no. B, I will give you gold and silver, I will give you pearl. I will give you anything for a pretty girl. A. Take one, the fairest you may see. Page 178. B, the fairest one that I can see. Is pretty Nancy, come to me. B carries one off, and says, you shall have a duck, my dear. And you shall have a drake. And you shall have a young man apprentice for your sake. Children say, if this young man should happen to die, and leave this poor woman a widow, the bells shall all ring, and the birds shall all sing, and will all clap hands together. So it is repeated until the whole are taken. Xxi. The 3 Knights of Spain is a game played in nearly the same manner as the preceding. The dramatis personae form themselves in 2 parties, one representing a courtly dame and her daughters, the other the suitors of the daughters. The last party, moving backwards and forwards, with their arms entwined, approach and recede from the mother party, which is stationary, singing to a very sweet air. See Chambers' Popular Rhymes, page 66. Suitors. We are 3 brethren out of Spain. Come to court your daughter Jane. Mother. My daughter Jane, she is too young, and has not learned her mother tongue. Page 179, Suitors. Be she young, or be she old? For her beauty she must be sold. So fare you well, my lady gay. We'll call again another day. Mother. Turn back, thou scornful knight. And rub thy spurs till they be bright. Suitors. Of my spurs take you no thought. For in this town they were not bought. So fare you well, my lady gay. We'll call again another day. Mother. Turn back, thou scornful knight. And take the fairest in your sight. Suitor. The fairest maid that I can see is pretty Nancy, come to me. Here comes your daughter safe and sound. Every pocket with £1,000. Every finger with a gay gold ring. Please to take your daughter in. Page 180, Xiv. A game on the slate. Eggs, butter, bread. Stick, stock, stone dead. Stick him up, stick him down. Stick him in the old man's crown. CCCXXXV. In the following childish amusement, one extends his arm, and the other in illustration of the narrative, strikes him gently with the side of his hand at the shoulder and wrist. And then at the word middle, with considerable force, on the flexor muscles at the elbow joint. My father was a Frenchman. He bought for me a fiddle. He cut me here, he cut me here. He cut me right in the middle. XXV. Patting the foot on the 5 toes. Shoe the colt, shoe. Shoe the wild mare. Put a sack on her back. See if she'll bear. If she'll bear, we'll give her some grains. If she won't bear, we'll dash out her brains. Page 181. XXVI. Game on a child's features. Here sits the Lord Mayor. Forehead. Here sit his 2 men, eyes. Here sits the cock. Right cheek. Here sits the hen. Left cheek. Here sit the little chickens. Tip of nose. Here they run in. Mouth. Chin chopper, chin chopper. Chin chopper, chin, chuck the chin. Page 182, CCCXXXVI. A play with the face. The child exclaims. Ring the bell, giving a lock of its hair a pull. Knock at the door. Tapping its forehead. Draw the latch. Pulling up its nose. And walk in. Opening its mouth and putting in its finger. XXX. An exercise during which the fingers of the child are enumerated. Thumbikin, thumbikin, broke the barn. Pinnikin, pinnikin, stole the corn. Long-backed grey. Carried it away. Old midman sat and saw. But Peasy-Weasy paid for a CCCXL. This pig went to market. Squeak mouse, mouse, mousy. Shoo, shoo, shoo the wild colt. And here's my own doll, Dowsy. Page 183, CCCXLI. From Yorkshire. A game to alarm children. Flowers, flowers, high-do. Sheeny, greeny, rhino. Sheeny greeny. Sheeny greeny. Rum-tum-fra. Xlii. 1. This pig went to the barn. 2. This eat all the corn. 3. This said he would tell. 4. This said he wasn't well. 5. This went weak, 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 over the door sill. Xlii. The 2 following are fragments of a game called The Lady of the Land, a complete version of which has not fallen in my way. Here comes a poor woman from Babyland. With 3 small children in her hand. One can brew, the other can bake. The other can make a pretty round cake. One can sit in the garden and spin. Another can make a fine bed for the king. Pray ma'am, will you take one in? Page 184, Xliv. I can make diet bread. Thick and thin. I can make diet bread. Fit for the king. CCCXLV. Here we come a-piping. First in spring, and then in May. The queen she sits upon the sand. Fair as a lily, white as a wand. King John has sent you letters 3. And begs you'll read them unto me. We can't read one without them all. So pray, Miss Bridget, deliver the ball. Xlv. The first day of Christmas. My true love sent to me. A partridge in a pear tree. The second day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. Page 185. The third day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The fourth day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The fifth day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The sixth day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Page 186. The seventh day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The eighth day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The ninth day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 9 drummers drumming, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings. Page 187. 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The 10th day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 10 pipers piping, 9 drummers drumming, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The 11th day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 11 ladies dancing, 10 pipers piping, 9 drummers drumming, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds. Page 188. 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. The 12th day of Christmas. My true love sent to me 12 lords a-leaping, 11 ladies dancing, 10 pipers piping, 9 drummers drumming, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 gold rings, 4 collie birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Each child in succession repeats the gifts of the day, and forfeits for each mistake. This accumulative process is a favorite with children, in early writers, such as Homer. The repetition of messages, and pleases on the same principle. Xlvi. A game on the fingers. Heatum petum penny pie. Popularum gingum gie. East, west, north, south. Kirby, Kendall, cock him out. Page 189, CCCXLVI. A game rhyme. Trip and go, heave and ho. Up and down, to and fro. From the town to the grove. 2 and 2 let us rove. A maying, a playing. Love hath no gainsaying. So merrily trip and go. So merrily trip and go. Slicks. This is the way the ladies ride. Try, tray, tray, tree. Try, tray, tray, tree. This is the way the ladies ride. Try, tray, 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 try tray tray tree. This is the way the gentlemen ride. Gallop a trot. Gallop a trot. This is the way the gentlemen ride. Gallop a trot. This is the way the farmers ride. Hobble-de-hoy. Hobble-de-hoy. This is the way the farmers ride. Hobble-de-hoy. Page 190, CCCL. There was a man, and his name was Dob. And he had a wife, and her name was Mob. And he had a dog, and he called it Cob. And she had a cat, called Chitterabob. Cob, says Dob. Chitterabob, says Mob. Cob was Dob's dog. Chitterabob Mob's cat. Cly. Two children sit opposite to each other, the first turns her fingers one over the other, and says, "May my geese fly over your barn?" The other answers, "Yes, if they'll do no harm." Upon which the first unpacks the fingers of her hand, and waving it overhead, says, "Fly over his barn and eat all his corn." Cly. Now we dance looby, looby, looby. Now we dance looby, looby, light. Shake your right hand a little. And turn you round about. Now we dance looby, looby, looby. Shake your right hand a little. Shake your left hand a little. And turn you round about. Page 191. Now we dance looby, looby, looby. Shake your right hand a little. Shake your left hand a little. Shake your right foot a little. And turn you round about. Now we dance looby, looby, looby. Shake your right hand a little. Shake your left hand a little. Shake your right foot a little. Shake your left foot a little. And turn you round about. Now we dance looby, looby, looby. Shake your right hand a little. Shake your left hand a little. Shake your right foot a little. Shake your left foot a little. Shake your head a little. And turn you round about. Children dance round first, then stop and shake the hand, and then turn slowly round, and then dance in a ring again. Clylii. The Old Dame. One child, called the Old Dame, sits on the floor, and the rest, joining hands, form a circle round her, and dancing, sing the following lines. Children. To Beccles. To Beccles. To buy a bunch of nettles. Pray, Old Dame, what's o'clock? Page 192. Dame. 1, going for 2. Children. To Beccles. To Beccles. To buy a bunch of nettles. Pray, Old Dame, what's o'clock? Dame. 2, going for 3. And so on till she reaches, 11 going for 12. After this the following questions are asked, with the replies. C. Where have you been? D. To the wood. C. What for? D. To pick up sticks. C. What for? D. To light my fire. C. What for? D. To boil my kettle. C. What for? D. To cook some of your chickens. The children then all run away as fast as they can, and the old dame tries to catch one of them. Whoever is caught is the next to personate the dame. Clive. Drop glove. Children stand round in a circle, leaving a space between each. One walks round the outside, and carries a glove in her hand, saying, "I've a glove in my hand. Hittity hot. Another in my other hand. Hotter than that. So I sow beans, and so they come up. Some in a mug, and some in a cup. I sent a letter to my love. I lost it, I lost it. I found it, I found it. It burns, it scalds." Repeating the last words very rapidly, till she drops the glove behind one of them, and whoever has the glove must overtake her, following her exactly in and out till she catches her. If the pursuer makes a mistake in the pursuit, she loses, and the game is over, otherwise she continues the game with the glove. Page 193, CCCLV. In the following, the various parts of the countenance are touched as the lines are repeated. And at the close the chin is struck playfully, that the tongue may be gently bitten. Eye winker. Tom tinker. Nose dropper. Mouth eater. Chin chopper. Chin chopper. Clovi. Thumb bold. Thibbity thold. Langman. Lick pan. Mama's little man. Clovii. A game of the fox. Fox, a brummellary. How many miles to Lumaflary? Lumaberry. 8 and 8, and 108. How shall I get home tonight? A. Spin your legs, and run fast. Page 194. Clovii. A Christmas custom in Lancashire. The boys dress themselves up with ribbons, and perform various pantomimes, after which one of them, who has a blackened face, a rough skin coat, and a broom in his hand, sings as follows. Here come I. Little David Doubt. If you don't give me money, I'll sweep you all out. Money I want. And money I crave. If you don't give me money, I'll sweep you all to the grave. Page 195, clicks. The following lines are said by the nurse when moving the child's foot up and down. The dog of the kill. He went to the mill. To lick mill dust. The miller he came. With a stick on his back. Home, dog, home. The foot behind. The foot before. When he came to a stile. Thus he jumped o'er. That is, kiln. CCCLX. The following lines are repeated by the nurse when sliding her hand down the child's face. My mother and your mother went over the way. Said my mother to your mother. It's Chopinot's day. Page 196. 11th class, Paradoxes. Cookooksy. The following is quoted in Parkin's reply to Dr. Stukeley's second number of Origins Roystoniani, 4-2, London, 1748, page 6. Eater white will ne'er go right. Would you know the reason why? He follows his nose where'er he goes. And that stands all awry. Cooksy. Oh, that I was where I would be. Then would I be where I am not. But where I am must be. And where I would be I cannot. Page 197, CCCLXI. The following was sung to the tune of Chevy Chase. It was taken from a poetical tale in the Choice Poems, 12 Mo, London, 1662, the music to which may be seen in Durfey's Pills to Purge Melancholy, 1719, Volume 4, page 1. 3 children sliding on the ice. Upon a summer's day. As it fell out, they all fell in. The rest they ran away. Now had these children been at home, or sliding on dry ground, 10,000 pounds to 1 penny. They had not all been drowned. You parents all that children have. And you that have got none. If you would have them safe abroad, pray keep them safe at home. Cookooksiv. There was a man of Newington. And he was wandrouse wise. He jumped into a quickset hedge. And scratched out both his eyes. But when he saw his eyes were out, with all his might and main, he jumped into another hedge. And scratched in again. Page 198, CCCLXV. Upstairs, downstairs, upon my lady's window. There I saw a cup of sack and a race of ginger. Apples at the fire, and nuts to crack. A little boy in the cream pot up to his neck. Kekooksvi. I would if I could. If I could yent, how could I? I could ent, without I could I? Could you, without you could ye? Could ye, could ye? Could you, without you could ye? Could if all the world was apple pie, and all the sea was ink, and all the trees were bread and cheese, what should we have for drink? Cooks I. Tobacco wick. Tobacco wick. When you're well, 'twill make you sick. Tobacco wick. Tobacco wick. 'Twill make you well when you are sick. Page 199, Cooklex. The following occurs in a MS of the 17th century, in the Sloane collection, the reference to which I have mislaid. The man in the wilderness asked me, how many strawberries grew in the sea? I answered him, as I thought good. As many as red herrings grew in the wood. CCCLXX. The conclusion of the following resembles a verse in the nursery history of Mother Hubbard. There was an old woman, and what do you think? She lived upon nothing but victuals and drink. Victuals and drink were the chief of her diet. This tiresome old woman could never be quiet. She went to the baker, to buy her some bread. And when she came home her old husband was dead. She went to the clerk to toll the bell. And when she came back her old husband was well. Page 200, CCCLXXI. Here am I, little jumping Joan. When nobody's with me, I'm always alone. Cookcooksci. There was an old woman had nothing. And there came thieves to rob her. When she cried out she made no noise. But all the country heard her. Cookcooksci. There was a little guinea pig. Who, being little, was not big. He always walked upon his feet. And never fasted when he eat. When from a place he ran away, he never at that place did stay. And while he ran, as I am told, he ne'er stood still for young or old. He often squeaked and sometimes 6 lent. And when he squeaked he ne'er was silent. Though ne'er instructed by a cat, he knew a mouse was not a rat. Page 201. One day, as I am certified, he took a whim and fairly died. And, as I'm told by men of sense, he never has been living since. Cookcooksiv. Mind your punctuation. I saw a peacock with a fiery tail. I saw a blazing comet drop down hail. I saw a cloud wrapped with ivy round. I saw an oak creep upon the ground. I saw a pismire swallow up a whale. I saw the sea brimful of ale. I saw a Venice glass full 15 feet deep. I saw a well full of men's tears that weep. I saw red eyes all of a flaming fire. I saw a house bigger than the moon and higher. I saw the sun at 12 o'clock at night. I saw the man that saw this wondrous sight. CCCLXXV. My true love lives far from me. Perry, Mary, Dixie, Domini. Many a rich present he sends to me. Petrum, part rum, paradise, tempori. Perry, Mary, Dixie, Domini. Page 202. He sent me a goose, without a bone. He sent me a cherry, without a stone. Petrum, andk. He sent me a Bible, no man could read. He sent me a blanket, without a thread. Petrum, andk. How could there be a goose without a bone? How could there be a cherry without a stone? Petrum, andk. How could there be a Bible no man could read? How could there be a blanket without a thread? Petrum, andk. When the goose is in the egg-shell, there is no bone. When the cherry is in the blossom, there is no stone. Petrum, andk. When ye Bible is in ye press no man it can read. When ye wool is on ye sheep's back, there is no thread. Petrum, andk. Page 203, CCCLXXVI. There was a man and he was mad. And he jumped into a peace wad. The peace wad was over full. So he jumped into a roaring bull. The roaring bull was over fat. So he jumped into a gentleman's hat. The gentleman's hat was over fine. So he jumped into a bottle of wine. The bottle of wine was over dear. So he jumped into a bottle of beer. The bottle of beer was over thick. So he jumped into a club stick. The club stick was over narrow. So he jumped into a wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow began to crack. So he jumped onto a haystack. The haystack began to blaze. So he did nothing but cough and sneeze. The pod or shell of a pea. Koklexvi. I saw a ship a-sailing. A-sailing on the sea. And, oh! It was all laden with pretty things for thee. Page 204. There were comfits in the cabin. And apples in the hold. The sails were made of silk. And the masts were made of gold. The 24 sailors that stood between the decks were 24 white mice, with chains about their necks. The captain was a duck, with a packet on his back. And when the ship began to move, the captain said, "Quack! Quack! Cook-sviite." Barney Bodkin broke his nose. Without feet we can't have toes. Crazy folks are always mad. Want of money makes us sad. Cook 6. If a man who turnips cries not when his father dies, it is a proof that he would rather have a turnip than his father. Page 205. 12th class, Lullabies. CCCLXXX. Ushy baby, my doll, I pray you don't cry. And I'll give you some bread and some milk by and by. Or, perhaps you like custard, or maybe a tart. Then to either you're welcome, with all my whole heart. Page 206, CCCLXXXI. Dance, little baby, dance up high. Never mind, baby, mother is by. Crow and caper, caper and crow. There, little baby, there you go. Up to the ceiling, down to the ground. Backwards and forwards, round and round. Dance, little baby, and mother will sing. With the merry choral, ding, ding, ding. Kukuksi. The following is quoted in Florio's New World of Words, Folios, London, 1611, page 3. To market, to market. To buy a plum bun. Home again, come again. Market is done. Kukuksiite. Dance to your daddy. My little babby. Dance to your daddy. My little lamb. You shall have a fishy. In a little dishy. You shall have a fishy. When the boat comes in. Page 207, Keksiv. Tom shall have a new bonnet. With blue rib bands to tie on it. With a hushaby and a lullababy. Who's so like to Tommy's daddy? CCCLXXXV. By, Baby Bumpkin. Where's Tony Lumpkin? My lady's on her deathbed. With eating half a pumpkin. Kokexvi. From The Pleasant Comedy of Patient Gristle, 1603. Hush, 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 hush. And I dance mine own child. And I dance mine own child. Hush, 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 hush. Kokexvi. Hush thee, my babby. Lie still with thy daddy. Thy mammy has gone to the mill. To grind thee some wheat. To make thee some meat. And so, my dear babby, lie still. Page 208, CCCLXXXVI. Hey, my kitten, my kitten. And hey, my kitten, my dearie. Such a sweet pet as this was neither far nor neary. Here we go up, up, up. And here we go down, down, downy. And here we go backwards and forwards. And here we go round, round, roundy. Xcook 6. I won't be my father's Jack. I won't be my mother's Gill. I will be the fiddler wife. And have music when I will. T'other little tune. T'other little tune. Carithi, love, play me. T'other little tune. CCCXC. Dante baby ditty. What can a mammy do widdy? But sit in a lap. And give un a pap. Sing Dante baby ditty. Page 209, CCCXCI. Rockabye, baby, thy cradle is green. Father's a nobleman, mother's a queen. And Betty's a lady, and wears a gold ring. And Johnny's a drummer, and drums for the king. Xii. Bye, oh my baby. When I was a lady. Oh, then my poor baby didn't he cry. But my baby is weeping. For want of good keeping. Oh, I fear my poor baby will die. Xii. Hushaby, a ba lamb. Hushaby a milk cow. You shall have a little stick. To beat the naughty bow wow. Xiv. Hushaby, baby, on the tree top. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough bends, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, bough, cradle, and all. Page 210, CCCXCV. Ride, baby, ride. Pretty baby shall ride. And have a little puppy dog tied to her side. And little pussy cat tied to the other. And away she shall ride to see her grandmother. To see her grandmother. To see her grandmother. Xkvi. Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gone a hunting. To get a little hare's skin. To wrap a baby bunting in. Xkvi. Give me a blow, and I'll beat M. Why did they vex my baby? Kissy, kiss, kissy, my honey. And cuddle your nurse, my dearie. Xkvi. My dear cockadoodle, my jewel, my joy. My darling, my honey, my pretty sweet boy. Before I do rock thee with soft lullaby. Give me thy dear lips to be kissed, kissed, kissed. Page 211, 6. A favorite lullaby in the north of England 50 years ago, and perhaps still heard. The last word is pronounced B. Hushaby, lie still and sleep. It grieves me sore to see thee weep. For when thou weepst thou wearies me. Hushaby, lie still and by. CCCC. From Yorkshire and Essex. A nursery cry. It is also sometimes sung in the streets by boys who have small figures of wool, wood, or gypsum, and of lambs to sell. Young lambs to sell. Young lambs to sell. If I'd as much money as I can tell, I never would cry, young lambs to sell. Kai. From Yorkshire. A nursery cry. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit pie. Come, my ladies, come and buy. Else your babies they will cry. Chi. To market, to market. To buy a plum cake. Home again, home again. Ne'er a one baked. The baker is dead and all his men. And we must go to market again. Page 212, CCCCI. Rock well my cradle. And, be ba, my son. You shall have a new gown. When ye Lord comes home. Oh. Still my child, orange. Still him with a bell. I can't still him, lady. Till you come down your cell. Xiv. Where was a sugar and Freddy? And where was Jewel and Spicy? Hushaby, babe in a cradle. And we'll go away in a tricy. CCCCV. I'll buy you a tartan bonnet. And some feathers to put on it. Tartan trews and a philibeg. Because you are so like your daddy. Page 213. 13th class, Jingles. Kekvi. The first line of the following is the burden of a song in The Tempest, Act I, SC2, and also of one in The Merchant of Venice, Act 3, SC2. Ing dong bell. Pussy's in the well. Who put her in? Little Tommy Lin. Who pulled her out? Dog with long snout. What a naughty boy was that? To drown poor pussy cat. Who never did any harm, but killed the mice in his father's barn. Page 214, CCCCVI. Hey ding-a-ding, what shall I sing? How many holes in a skimmer? 4 and 20, my stomach is empty. Pray, Mama, give me some dinner. Kvi. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame has lost her shoe. My master's lost his fiddling stick, and don't know what to do. Cock-a-doodle-doo. What is my dame to do? Till master finds his fiddling stick, she'll dance without her shoe. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame has lost her shoe, and master's found his fiddling stick. Sing doodle-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dame will dance with you, while master fiddles his fiddling stick. For dame and doodle-doo. Page 215. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Dame has lost her shoe. Gone to bed and scratched her head, and can't tell what to do. 6. Diddledy, diddledy, dumpty. The cat ran up the plum tree. I'll lay you a crown. I'll fetch you down. So diddledy, diddledy, dumpty. CCCCX. Little T-wee. He went to sea, in an open boat. And while afloat, the little boat bended, and my story's ended. Kxi. Sing, sing, what shall I sing? The cat has eat the pudding string. Do, do, what shall I do? The cat has bit it quite in two. Page 216, CCCCXAI. I do not know whether the following may have reference to the game of handy-dandy, mentioned in King Lear, Act 4, SC 6, and in Florio's New World of Words, 1611, page 57. Handy-spandy, jack-a-dandy. Loved plum cake and sugar candy. He bought some at a grocer's shop, and out he came, hop, hop, hop. Kxi. Tittle little lightum. Pitch and tar. Tittle little lightum. What's that for? Xiv. Sing jigmajole, the pudding bowl, the table and the frame. My master he did cudgel me, for speaking of my dame. CCCCXV. Deedle, deedle, dumpling, my son John went to bed with his trousers on. One shoe off, the other shoe on. Deedle, deedle, dumpling, my son John. Page 217, CCCCXVI. Dibbity, 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 do. Give me a pancake, and I'll go. Dibbity, 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 ditter. Please to give me a bit of a fritter. Kxvi. Feedum, fiddledum fee. The cat's got into the tree. Pussy, come down, or I'll crack your crown, and toss you into the sea. Kxvi. Little Jack a dandy wanted sugar candy, and fairly for it cried. But little Billy Cook, who always reads his book, shall have a horse to ride. 6. Hider iddle diddle dell. A yard of pudding's not an ell. Not forgetting Tweedledee. A tailor's goose will never fly. Page 218, CCCCXX. Gilly silly jarter. Who has lost a garter? In a shower of rain. The miller found it. The miller ground it. And the miller gave it to silly again. Kxi. Hubba-dub-dub. 3 men in a tub. And who do you think they be? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. Turn 'em out, knaves all 3. Kxi. Hey diddle, dinkety, poppity, pet. The merchants of London they wear scarlet silk in the collar, and gold in the hem. So merrily marched the merchantmen. Xeezi. Fiddle-de-dee, fiddle-de-dee. The fly shall marry the humble-bee. They went to the church, and married was she. The fly has married the humble-bee. Page 219, Xixiv. Hey, Doralot, Doralot. Hey, Dorale, Dorale. Hey, my bonny boat, bonny boat. Hey, drag away, drag away. CCCCXXV. A cat came fiddling out of a barn, with a pair of bagpipes under her arm. She could sing nothing but fiddle-cum-fee. The mouse has married the humble-bee. Pipe, cat, dance, mouse. We'll have a wedding at our good house. Xvi. Hey. Diddle, diddle. The cat and the fiddle. The cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see the sport, while the dish ran after the spoon. Xvi. Doodledee, 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 Dan. I'll have a piper to be my good man. And if I get less meat, I shall get game. Doodledee, 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 Dan. Page 220, CCCCXXVI. Tweedledum and Tweedledee resolved to have a battle. For Tweedledum said Tweedledee had spoiled his nice new rattle. Just then flew by a monstrous crow, as big as a tar barrel, which frightened both the heroes so they quite forgot their quarrel. Xixix. Come dance a jig to my granny's pig, with a rowdy, rowdy, dowdy. Come dance a jig to my granny's pig, and pussycat shall crowdy. CCCCXXX. Pussycat, wussycat, with a white foot. When is your wedding? For I'll come to't. The beer's to brew, the bread's to bake. Pussycat, pussycat, don't be too late. Page 221, CCCCXXXI. Ding, dong, darrow. The cat and the sparrow. The little dog has burnt his tail, and he shall be hanged tomorrow. Xxi. Little Dicky Dilver had a wife of silver. He took a stick and broke her back, and sold her to the miller. The miller wouldn't have her, so he threw her in the river. Xxi. To market, to buy a fat pig. Home again, dancing a jig. Ride to the market to buy a fat hog. Home again, jiggity jog. Kexiv. Doodle, doodle, do. The princess lost her shoe. Her highness hopped. The fiddler stopped, not knowing what to do. Page 222, CCCCXXXV. Rompty-iddity, row, row, row. If I had a good supper, I could eat it now. Xxvi. Magoi pie is given in MS lands. 1033, Fall. 2, as a Wiltshire word for a magpie. See also Macbeth, Act 3, SC 4. The same term occurs in the dictionaries of Hollyband, Cotgrave, and Minshew. Roundabout, roundabout. Magoi pie. My father loves good ale. And so do I. Xxvi. Hi, ding, cockatoo moody. Make a bed in a barn, I will come to thee. Hi, ding, straps of leather. Two little puppy dogs tied together. One by the head, and one by the tail. And over the water these puppy dogs sail. Xxvi. Our collection of nursery songs may appropriately be concluded with the Quaker's commentary on one of the greatest favorites, Hey! Diddle, diddle. We have endeavored, as far as practicable, to remove every line from the present edition that could offend the most fastidious ear. But the following annotations on a song we cannot be induced to omit, would appear to suggest that our endeavors are scarcely likely to be attended with success. Hey! Diddle, diddle. The cat and the fiddle. Yes, thee may say that, for that is nonsense. Page 223. The cow jumped over the moon. Oh no. Mary, thee mustn't say that, for that is a falsehood. Thee knows a cow could never jump over the moon. But a cow may jump under it, so thee ought to say, the cow jumped under the moon. Yes. The cow jumped under the moon. The little dog laughed. Oh Mary, stop. How can a little dog laugh? Thee knows a little dog can't laugh. Thee ought to say, the little dog barked, to see the sport. And the dish ran after the spoon. Stop, Mary, stop. A dish could never run after a spoon, thee ought to know that. Thee had better say, and the cat ran after the spoon. So. Hey. Diddle, diddle. The cat and the fiddle. The cow jumped under the moon. The little dog barked. To see the sport. And the cat ran after the spoon. Page 224. 14th class. Love and Matrimony. 6. I was going up Pippin Hill. Pippin Hill was dirty. There I met a pretty miss. And she dropped me a curtsy. Little miss, pretty miss. Blessings light upon you. If I had half a crown a day, I'd spend it all on you. Page 225, CCCCXL. Brave news is come to town. Brave news is carried. Brave news is come to town. Jemmy Dawson's married. Sly. Willie Wilkin. Kissed the maids a-milking. F.A., la. And with his merry daffing, he set them all a-laughing. Ha. Sly. It's once I courted as pretty a lass as ever your eyes did see. But now she's come to such a pass, she never will do for me. She invited me to her own house, where oft I'd been before, and she tumbled me into the hog tub, and I'll never go there any more. Page 226, CCCCXLII. Sylvia, sweet as morning air. Do not drive me to despair. Long have I sighed in vain. Now I am come again. Will you be mine or no? No. Will you be mine or no? Simon, pray leave off your suit, for of your courting you'll reap no fruit. I would rather give a crown than be married to a clown. Go for a booby, go, no. Go, for a booby, go. Live. What care I how black I be? 20 pounds will marry me. If 20 won't, 40 shall. I am my mother's bouncing girl. CCCCXLV. Where have you been all the day? My boy Willie. I've been all the day courting of a lady gay. But oh, she's too young to be taken from her mammy. Page 227. What work can she do? My boy Willie. Can she bake and can she brew? My boy Willie. She can brew and she can bake. And she can make our wedding cake. But oh, she's too young to be taken from her mammy. What age may she be? What age may she be? My boy Willie. Twice 2, twice 7. Twice 10, twice 11. But oh, she's too young to be taken from her mammy. Xlv. This is part of a little work called Authentic Memoirs of the Little Man and the Little Maid, with some interesting particulars of their lives, which I suspect is more modern than the following. Walpole printed a small broadside containing a different version. There was a little man, and he wooed a little maid. And he said, Little maid, will you wed? I have little more to say. Then will you, yea or nay? For least said is soonest mended dead. Page 228. The little maid replied. Some say a little sighed. But what shall we have for to eat? eat, eat. Will the love that you're so rich in make a fire in the kitchen? Or the little god of love turn the spit, spit, spit? Xlvi. There was a little boy and a little girl. Lived in an alley. Says the little boy to the little girl. Shall I, oh. Shall I? Says the little girl to the little boy. What shall we do? Says the little boy to the little girl. I will kiss you. Xlvi. A cow and a calf. An ox and a half. 40 good shillings and 3. Is that not enough talker? For a shoemaker's daughter. A bonny lass with a black ee. Page 229, Xlix. Oh, the little rusty, rusty miller. I'll not change my wife for either gold or siller. CCCCL. As Tommy Snooks and Bessie Brooks were walking out one Sunday. Says Tommy Snooks to Bessie Brooks. Tomorrow will be Monday. Cooklie. Little Jack Jingle. He used to live single. But when he got tired of this kind of life, he left off being single, and lived with his wife. Clicklei. When shall we be married? My dear Nicholas Wood. We will be married on Monday. And will not that be very good? What, shall we be married no sooner? Why sure the man's gone wood. Page 230. What shall we have for our dinner? My dear Nicholas Wood. We will have bacon and pudding. And will not that be very good? What, shall we have nothing more? Why sure the man's gone wood. Who shall we have at our wedding? My dear Nicholas Wood. We will have Mammy and Daddy. And will not that be very good? What, shall we have nobody else? Why sure the man's gone wood. Mad. This sense of the word has long been obsolete, and exhibits therefore, the antiquity of these lines. Clilii. Tommy Trot, a man of law. Sold his bed and lay upon straw. Sold the straw and slept on grass. To buy his wife a looking-glass. Clicklive. We're all dry with drinking on't. We're all dry with drinking on't. The piper spoke to the fiddler wife. And I can't sleep for thinking on't. Page 231, CCCCLV. John, come sell thy fiddle. And buy thy wife a gown. No, I'll not sell my fiddle. For ne'er a wife in town. Clvi. Up hill and down dale. Butter is made in every vale. And if that Nancy Cook is a good girl, she shall have a spouse. And make butter anon. Before her old grandmother grows a young man. Clvi. Jack in the pulpit, out and in. Sold his wife for a minikin pin. Clvi. Did you see my wife, did you see? Did you see my wife looking for me? She wears a straw bonnet, with white rib bands on it. And dimity petticoats over her knee. Page 232, Clicklicks. Rosemary green. And lavender blue. Thyme and sweet marjoram. Hyssop and rue. CCCCLX. Little maid, pretty maid, whither goest thou? Down in the forest to milk my cow. Shall I go with thee? No, not now. When I send for thee, then come thou. Cooksy. I am a pretty wench. And I come a great way hence. And sweethearts I can get none. But every dirty sow can get sweethearts enow. And I, pretty wench, can get never a one. Cooksy. Birds of a feather flock together. And so will pigs and swine. Rats and mice will have their choice. And so will I have mine. Page 233, CCCCLXI. The practice of sowing hempseed on All Hallows Even is often alluded to by earlier writers, and Gay, in his Pastorals, quotes part of the following lines as used on that occasion. Hempseed I set hemp seed I sow. The young man that I love. Come after me and mow. Complexive. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean. And so, betwixt them both, you see, they licked the platter clean. Page 234, CCCCLXV. Little Jack Dandyprat was my first suitor. He had a dish and a spoon, and he'd some pewter. He'd linen and woollen, and linen. A little pig in a string cost him 5 shilling. Coclexi. The keys of Canterbury. Oh, madam, I will give you the keys of Canterbury, to set all the bells ringing when we shall be merry. If you will but walk abroad with me. If you will but walk with me. Sir, I'll not accept of the keys of Canterbury, to set all the bells ringing when we shall be merry. Neither will I walk abroad with thee. Neither will I talk with thee. Oh, madam, I will give you a fine carved comb, to comb out your ringlets when I am from home. If you will but walk with me, and Sir, I'll not accept, and Page 235. Oh, madam, I will give you a pair of shoes of cork. One made in London, the other made in York. If you will but walk with me, and Sir, I'll not accept, and Madam, I will give you a sweet silver bell, to ring up your maidens when you are not well. If you will but walk with me, and Sir, I'll not accept, and Oh, my man John, what can the matter be? I love the lady and the lady loves not me. Neither will she walk abroad with me. Neither will she talk with me. Oh, master dear, do not despair. The lady she shall be your only dear. And she will walk and talk with thee. And she will walk with thee. Page 236. Oh, madam, I will give you the keys of my chest, to count my gold and silver when I am gone to rest. If you will but walk abroad with me. If you will but talk with me. Oh, sir, I will accept of the keys of your chest, to count your gold and silver when you are gone to rest. And I will walk abroad with thee. And I will talk with thee. This proves the song was not later than the era of Chopin's, or high cork shoes. Another proof of antiquity. It must probably have been written before the invention of bell pulls. Kexvi. He. If you with me will go, my love, you shall see a pretty show, my love. Let dame say what she will. If you will have me, my love, I will have thee, my love. So let the milk pail stand still. She. Since you have said so, my love, longer I will go, my love. Let dame say what she will. If you will have me, my love, I will have thee, my love. So let the milk pail stand still. Page 237, CCCCLXVI. On Saturday night shall be all my care, to powder my locks and curl my hair. On Sunday morning my love will come in, when he will marry me, with a gold ring. Coclexics. Master I have, and I am his man. Gallop a dreary dun. Master I have, and I am his man. And I'll get a wife as fast as I can. With a haily gaily gamberly. Higgledy piggledy, niggledy, niggledy. Gallop a dreary dun. CCCCLXX. I doubt my fire is out. My little wife isn't at home. I'll saddle my dog, and I'll bridle my cat. And I'll go fetch my little wife home. Page 238. Coclexy. Young Roger came tapping at Dolly's window. Thumpity, thumpity, thump. He asked for admittance, she answered him, no. Frumpity, frumpity, frump. No, no, Roger, no. As you came you may go. Stumpity, stumpity, stump. Page 239, CCCCLXXI. Thomas and Annis met in the dark. "Good morning," said Thomas. "Good morning," said Annis. And so they began to talk. "I'll give you," says Thomas. "Give me," said Annis. "I prithee, love, tell me what." "Some nuts," said Thomas. "Some nuts," said Annis. "Nuts are good to crack." "I love you," said Thomas. "Love me," said Annis. "I prithee love tell me where." "In my heart," said Thomas. "In your heart," said Annis. "How came you to love me there?" "I'll marry you," said Thomas. "Marry me," said Annis. "I prithee, love, tell me when." "Next Sunday," said Thomas. "Next Sunday," said Annis. "I wish next Sunday were come." Page 240, CCCCLXXI. Saw ye aught of my love a coming from ye market? A peck of meal upon her back, a babby in her basket. Saw ye aught of my love a coming from the market? Complexive. This nursery song may probably commemorate a part of Tom Thumb's history, extant in a little Danish work, treating of Swain Tomling, a man no bigger than a thumb, who would be married to a woman 3 ells and 3/4 long. See Mr. Tom's preface to Tom and Lincoln, page 11. I had a little husband, no bigger than my thumb. I put him in a pint pot, and there I bid him drum. I bought a little horse that galloped up and down. I bridled him, and saddled him, and sent him out of town. I gave him some garters to garter up his hose, and a little handkerchief to wipe his pretty nose. Page 241, CCCCLXXV. Can you make me a cambric shirt? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, without any seam or needlework, and you shall be a true lover of mine. Can you wash it in yonder well? Parsley, and where never sprung water, nor rain ever fell. And you, and can you dry it on yonder thorn? Parsley, and which never bore blossom since Adam was born. And you, and now you have asked me questions 3. Parsley, and I hope you'll answer as many for me. And you, and can you find me an acre of land? Parsley, and between the salt water and the sea sand? And you, and page 242. Can you plow it with a ram's horn? Parsley, and sow it all over with one peppercorn? And you, and can you reap it with a sickle of leather? Parsley, and bind it up with a peacock's feather? And you, and when you have done and finished your work? Parsley, and then come to me for your cambric shirt. And you, and Cocklexby. Where have you been today, Billy, my son? Where have you been today, my only man? I've been wooing, mother, make my bed soon. For I'm sick at heart, and fain would lay down. What have you ate today, Billy, my son? What have you ate today, my only man? I've ate an eel pie, mother, make my bed soon. For I'm sick at heart, and shall die before noon. Page 243, CCCCLXXVI. I married my wife by the light of the moon. A tidy housewife, a tidy one. She never gets up until it is noon. And I hope she'll prove a tidy one. And when she gets up, she is slovenly laced. A tidy, and she takes up the poker to roll out the paste. And I hope, and she churns her butter in a boot. A tidy, and instead of a churn staff she puts in her foot. And I hope, and she lays her cheese on the scullery shelf. A tidy, and she never turns it till it turns itself. And I hope, and Cooksmai. There was a little maid, and she was afraid that her sweetheart would come unto her. So she went to bed, and covered up her head. And fastened the door with a skewer. Page 244, xxx. Madam, I am come to court you. If your favor I can gain. Ah, said she, you are a bold fellow. If I e'er see your face again. Madam, I have rings and diamonds. Madam, I have houses and land. Madam, I have a world of treasure. All shall be at your command. I care not for rings and diamonds. I care not for houses and lands. I care not for a world of treasure. So that I have but a handsome man. Madam, you think much of beauty. Beauty hasteneth to decay. For the fairest of flowers that grow in summer will decay and fade away. CCCCLXXX. Up street, and down street. Each window's made of glass. If you go to Tommy Tickler's house, you'll find a pretty lass. Page 245, CCCCLXXXI. Oh! Mother, I shall be married to Mr. Punchinello. To Mr. Punch. To Mr. Joe. To Mr. Nell. To Mr. Lowe. Mr. Punch, Mr. Joe. Mr. Nell, Mr. Lowe. To Mr. Punchinello. Caclexii. Little John Jiggy Jag. He rode a penny nag. And went to Wigan to woo. When he came to a beck, he fell and broke his neck. Johnny, how dost thou now? I made him a hat of my coat lap, and stockings of pearly blue, a hat and a feather, to keep out cold weather. So, Johnny, how dost thou now? Page 246, CCCCLXXXI. Cumberland Courtship. Bonny lass, canny lass, willta be mine? Thou se neither wsh dishes, nor Sarah, serve, the swine. Thou sall sit on a cushion, and sew up a seam. And thou sall eat strawberries, sugar, and cream. Cakexixiv. Bessie Bell and Mary Gray. They were two bonny lasses. They built their house upon the Lea, and covered it with rashes. Bessie kept the garden gate, and Mary kept the pantry. Bessie always had to wait, while Mary lived in plenty. The common tradition respecting these celebrated beauties is as follows. In the year 1666, when the plague raged at Perth, these ladies retired into solitude, to avoid infection. Built on a small streamlet, tributary to the Almond, in a sequestered corner called Burnbrae, a bower, and lived in it together, till a young man, whom they both tenderly loved, in his visits communicated to them the fatal contagion, of which they soon after died. CCCCLXXXV. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down, and broke his crown. And Jill came tumbling after. Page 247, CCCCLXXXVI. Little Tom Dandy was my first suitor. He had a spoon and dish, and a little pewter. Coclexvi. There was a little pretty lad, and he lived by himself. And all the meat he got, he put upon a shelf. The rats and the mice did lead him such a life, that he went to Ireland to get himself a wife. The lanes they were so broad, and the fields they were so narrow, he couldn't get his wife home without a wheelbarrow. The wheelbarrow broke. My wife she got a kick. The deuce take the wheelbarrow. That spared my wife's neck. Page 248, CCCCLXXXVI. Rowley Powley, pudding and pie. Kissed the girls and made them cry. When the girls begin to cry, Rowley Powley runs away. Xclexix. Margaret wrote a letter, sealed it with her finger, threw it in the dam. For the Dusty Miller. Dusty was his coat. Dusty was the siller. Dusty was the kiss. I'd from the dusty miller. If I had my pockets full of gold and silver, I would give it all to my dusty miller. Chorus. Oh, the little, rusty, dusty, miller. CCCCXC. Love your own, kiss your own. Love your own mother, hinny. For if she was dead and gone, you'd ne'er get such another, hinny. Page 249, CCCCXCI. Here comes a lusty wooer. Maya Dildon, Maya Daldin. Here comes a lusty wooer. Lily bright and shina. Pray, who do you woo? Maya Dildon, Maya Daldin. Pray, who do you woo? Lily bright and shina. For your fairest daughter. Maya Dildon, Maya Daldin. For your fairest daughter. Lily bright and shina. Then there she is for you. Maya Dildon, Maya Daldin. Then there she is for you. Lily bright and shina. Ksaishii. O rare Harry Perry. When will you marry? When apples and pears are ripe. I'll come to your wedding. Without any bidding. And dance and sing all the night. Page 250, CCCCXCII. Blue-eye beauty. Gray-eye greedy. Black-eye blackie. Brown-eye brownie. Ksiv. Curly locks. Curly locks. Wilt thou be mine? Thou shalt not wash dishes, nor yet feed the swine. But sit on a cushion and sew a fine seam. And feed upon strawberries, sugar, and cream. Page 251. 15th class. Natural History. CCCCXCV. He cuckoos a fine bird. He sings as he flies. He brings us good tidings. He tells us no lies. He sucks little birds' eggs. To make his voice clear. And when he sings, cuckoo, the summer is near. Page 252, CCCCXCVI. A provincial version of the same. The cuckoo's a vine bird. A sings as of lies. A brings us good tidings. And tells us no lies. A zucks th smale bird's eggs. To make his voice clear. And the more a cries, cuckoo. The zoomer draws near. Kskvii. I had a little dog, and his name was Blue Bell. I gave him some work, and he did it very well. I sent him upstairs to pick up a pin. He stepped in the coal scuttle up to the chin. I sent him to the garden to pick some sage. He tumbled down and fell in a rage. I sent him to the cellar to draw a pot of beer. He came up again and said there was none there. Page 253, CCCCXCVI. The cat sat asleep by the side of the fire. The mistress snored loud as a pig. Jack took up his fiddle, by Jenny's desire. And struck up a bit of a jig. 6. I had a little hobby horse, and it was well shod. It carried me to the mill door, trod, trod, trod. When I got there I gave a great shout. Down came the hobby horse, and I cried out. Fie upon the miller, he was a great beast. He would not come to my house, I made a little feast. I had but little, but I would give him some. For playing of his bagpipes and beating his drum. D. Pit, pat, well-a-day. Little Robin flew away. Where can little Robin be? Gone into the cherry tree. Page 254, D.I. Little Poll Parrot. Sat in his garret. Eating toast and tea. A little brown mouse. Jumped into the house. And stole it all away. D.I. The snail scoops out hollows, little rotund chambers, in limestone, for its residence. This habit of the animal is so important in its effects, as to have attracted the attention of geologists, and Dr. Buckland alluded to it at the meeting of the British Association in 1841. See Chambers, Popular Rhymes, page 43. The following rhyme is a boy's invocation to the snail to come out of such holes. Snail, snail, come out of your hole. Or else I will beat you as black as a coal. Die. Sneal, snall. Robbers are coming to pull down your wall. Sneal, snall. Put out your horn. Robbers are coming to steal your corn. Coming at 4 o'clock in the morn. Divvy. Bernie B, Bernie B. Tell me when your wedding be. If it be tomorrow day. Take your wings and fly away. Page 255, DV. Some little mice sat in a barn to spin. Pussy came by, and popped her head in. Shall I come in, and cut your threads off? Oh. No, kind sir, you will snap our heads off. DVI. The sow came in with the saddle. The little pig rocked the cradle. The dish jumped over the table. To see the pot with the ladle. The broom behind the butt. Called the dishclout a nasty slut. Oh. Oh. Says the gridiron, can't you agree? I'm the head constable, come along with me. DVI. What do they call you? Patchy Dolly. Where were you born? In the cow's horn. Where were you bred? In the cow's head. Where will you die? In the cow's eye. Page 256, DVII. As I went over the water. The water went over me. I saw 2 little blackbirds sitting on a tree. The one called me a rascal. The other called me a thief. I took up my little black stick. And knocked out all their teeth. Dicks. 4 tailors went to kill a snail. The best man among them durst not touch her tail. She put out her horns like a little Kylo cow. Run, tailors, run, or she'll kill you all e'en now. DX. A Dorsetshire version. 'Twas the 29th of May, 'twas a holiday. 4 tailors set out to hunt a snail. The snail put forth his horns, and roared like a bull. Away ran the tailors, and catch the snail who wool. Page 257, DXI. Croak. Said the toad, I'm hungry, I think. Today I've had nothing to eat or to drink. I'll crawl to a garden and jump through the pails. And there I'll dine nicely on slugs and on snails. Ho, ho. Quoth the frog, is that what you mean? Then I'll hop away to the next meadow stream. There I will drink, and eat worms and slugs too. And then I shall have a good dinner like you. DXI. Grey goose and gander. Waft your wings together. And carry the good king's daughter. Over the one strand river. Dexii. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been up to London to look at the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under the chair. Page 258, DXIV. I had a little dog, and they called him Buff. I sent him to the shop for a ha'porth of snuff. But he lost the bag, and spilled the snuff. So take that cuff, and that's enough. DXV. All of a row. Bend the bow. Shot at a pigeon. And killed a crow. DXVI. The cock doth crow. To let you know. If you be wise. 'Tis time to rise. DXVI. There was an owl lived in an oak. Whiskey, wasky, wheedle. And every word he ever spoke was fiddle, faddle, feedle. A gunner chanced to come that way. Whiskey, wasky, wheedle. Says he, I'll shoot you, silly bird. Fiddle, faddle, feedle. Page 259, DXVI. When the snow is on the ground. Little Robin Redbreast grieves. For no berries can be found. And on the trees there are no leaves. The air is cold, the worms are hid. For this poor bird what can be done? We'll strew him here some crumbs of bread. And then he'll live till the snow is gone. Dxax. A pie sate on a pear tree. A pie sate on a pear tree. A pie sate on a pear tree. Hey oh, hey oh, hey oh. Once so merrily hopped she. Twice so merrily hopped she. Thrice so merrily hopped she. Hey oh, hey oh, hey oh. Dxx. An ancient Suffolk song for a bad singer. There was an old crow. Sat upon a clod. There's an end of my song. That's odd. Page 260, DXXI. Cuckoo, cuckoo. What do you do? In April. I open my bill. In May. I sing night and day. In June. I change my tune. In July. Away I fly. In August. Away I must. Dexii. Robert Barnes, fellow fine. Can you shoe this horse of mine? Yes, good sir, that I can. As well as any other man. There's a nail, and there's a prod. And now, good sir, your horse is shod. Dexii. Catch him, crow. Carry him, kite. Take him away till the apples are ripe. When they are ripe and ready to fall. Home comes, Johnny, apples and all. Page 261, DXXIV. Dickory, dickory, dare. The pig flew up in the air. The man in brown soon brought him down. Dickory, dickory, dare. DXXV. Hickety, pickety, my black hen. She lays eggs for gentlemen. Gentlemen come every day. To see what my black hen doth lay. Dexv. Pussy sat by the fireside. In a basket full of coal dust. B.S. Ket. Coal. Dust. In a basket full of coal dust. Dexvi. Little Robin Redbreast. Sat upon a rail. Niddle naddle went his head. Wiggle waggle went his tail. Page 262, DXXVI. Little Robin Redbreast. Sat upon a hurdle. With a pair of speckled legs. And a green girdle. Dexix. Johnny Armstrong killed a calf. Peter Henderson got the half. Willie Wilkinson got the head. Ring the bell, the calf is dead. DXXX. Hi hi, says Anthony. Puss in the pantry. Gnawing, gnawing. A mutton bone. See now she tumbles it. See now she mumbles it. See how she tosses. The mutton bone. Dexy. A long-tailed pig, or a short-tailed pig. Or a pig without e'er a tail. A sow pig, or a boar pig. Or a pig with a curly tail. Page 263, DXXXAI. Once I saw a little bird. Come hop, hop, hop. So I cried, little bird. Will you stop, stop, stop? And was going to the window. To say how do you do? But he shook his little tail. And far away he flew. Dexii. The following stanza is of very considerable antiquity, and is common in Yorkshire. See Hunter's Hallamshire Glossary, page 56. Lady cow, fly thy way home. Thy house is on fire, thy children all gone. All but one that ligs under a stone. Fly thee home, lady cow, ere it be gone. Dexiv. Riddle me, ree. A hawk sate upon a tree. And he says to himself, says he. Oh dear! What a fine bird I be! Page 264, DXXXV. Bird Boy's Song. Eat, birds, eat, and make no waste. I lie here and make no haste. If my master chance to come. You must fly, and I must run. Dexvy. Pussy cat mole jumped over a coal, and in her best petticoat burnt a great hole. Poor pussy's weeping, she'll have no more milk, until her best petticoats mended with silk. Dexvi. As I went to Bonner, I met a pig, without a wig, upon my word and honor. Dexvi. There was a little one-eyed gunner, who killed all the birds that died last summer. Page 265, Dex 6. There was a piper, he'd a cow, and he'd no hay to give her. He took his pipes and played a tune. Consider, old cow, consider. The cow considered very well, for she gave the piper a penny, that he might play the tune again. Of corn rigs are bonny. DXL. As Titty Mouse sat in the widdy to spin, Pussy came to her and bid her good even. Oh, what are you doing, my little Oman? A spinning a doublet for my good man. Then shall I come to thee and wind up thy thread? Oh no, Mrs. Puss, you'll bite off my head. DXLI. Shoe the colt. Shoe the colt. Shoe the wild mare. Here a nail. There a nail. Yet she goes bare. Page 266, DXLII. Betty Pringle had a little pig. Not very little and not very big. When he was alive he lived in clover. But now he's dead, and that's all over. So Billy Pringle he laid down and cried. And Betty Pringle she laid down and died. So there was an end of 1, 2, and 3. Billy Pringle he. Betty Pringle she. And the piggy wiggy. Dexley. Cock Robin got up early, at the break of day, and went to Jenny's window, to sing a roundelay. He sang Cock Robin's love, to the pretty Jenny Wren. And when he got unto the end, then he began again. Dexlive. I had 2 pigeons bright and gay. They flew from me the other day. What was the reason they did go? I cannot tell, for I do not know. Page 267, DXLV. Jack Sprat's pig. He was not very little, nor yet very big. He was not very lean. He was not very fat. He'll do well for a grunt, says little Jack Sprat. Dexlv. The proverb of Barnaby Bright is given by Ray and Brand as referring to Saint Barnabas. Barnaby Bright he was a sharp cur. He always would bark if a mouse did but stir. But now he's grown old, and can no longer bark. He's condemned by the parson to be hanged by the clerk. Dexlvi. Pussy cat eat the dumplings, the dumplings. Pussy cat eat the dumplings. Mama stood by and cried, oh, fie. Why did you eat the dumplings? Page 268, DXLVI. The robin and the wren. They fought upon the porridge pan. But ere the robin got a spoon, the wren had eat the porridge down. Dexlix. Little Bob Robin. Where do you live? Up in yonder wood, sir. On a hazel twig. DL. The winds they did blow. The leaves they did wag. Along came a beggar boy, and put me in his bag. He took me up to London. A lady did me buy, put me in a silver cage, and hung me up on high, with apples by the fire, and nuts for to crack, besides a little feather bed, to rest my little back. Page 269, DLI. I had a little cow, to save her. I turned her into the meadow to graze her. There came a heavy storm of rain, and drove the little cow home again. The church doors they stood open, and there the little cow was cropen. The bell ropes they were made of hay, and the little cow eat them all away. The sexton came to toll the bell, and pushed the little cow into the well. DLII. In the month of February, when green leaves begin to spring, little lambs do skip like fairies. Birds do couple, build, and sing. Glii. Pussy sits behind the fire. How can she be fair? In comes the little dog. Pussy, are you there? So, Mistress Pussy. Pray how do you do? Thank you, little dog. I'm very well just now. Page 270, DLIV. The dove says coo, coo, what shall I do? I can scarce maintain two. Pooh, pooh, says the wren, I have got 10. And keep them all like gentlemen. DLV. Bow, wow, wow. Whose dog art thou? Little Tom Tinker's dog. Bow, wow, wow. DLVI. Pitty patty poult. Shoe the wild colt. Here a nail. And there a nail. Pitty patty poult. Dulvi. How ye dogs, how? Whose dog art thou? Little Tom Tinker's dog. What's that to thou? Hiss. Bow, a wow, wow. Page 271, DLVI. Bobbin a bobbin bent his bow. And shot at a woodcock and killed a yo. The yo cried ba, and he ran away. But never came back till midsummer day. DLAX. A little cock sparrow sat on a green tree, tris. And he chirruped so merry was he, tris. A little cock sparrow sat on a green tree. And he chirruped so merry was he. A naughty boy came with his wee bow and arrow, tris. Determined to shoot this little cock sparrow, tris. A naughty, andk. Determined, andk. This little cock sparrow shall make me a stew, tris. And his giblets shall make me a little pie too, tris. Oh, no. Said ye sparrow I won't make a stew. So he flapped his wings and away he flew. Page 272, DLX. Snail, snail, put out your horns. I'll give you bread and barleycorns. DLXI. The following song is given in Whiter's Specimen, or a commentary on Shakespeare, 8vo, London, 1794, page 19, as common in Cambridgeshire and Norfolk. Dar. Farmer gives another version as an illustration of a ditty of Jacques in As You Like It, Act 2, SC 5. C. Malone's Shakespeare, edition 1821, volume 6, page 398, Caldecott's Specimen, 1819, note on As You Like It, page 11. And Dowse, Illustrations, volume 1, page 297. Dame, what makes your ducks to die? What the pies ails, em? What the pies ails, em? They kick up their heels, and there they lie. What the pies ails, em now? Hey, ho! Hey, ho! Dame, what makes your ducks to die? What a pies ails, em? What a pies ails, em? Hey, ho! Hey, ho! Dame, what ails your ducks to die? Eating o' pollywigs, eating o' pollywigs. Hey, ho! Hey, ho! Duxi. Lady bird, fly away home. Thy house is on fire, thy children all gone. All but one, and her name is Anne. And she crept under the pudding pan. Page 273, DLXAI. Little Robin Redbreast sat upon a tree. Up went Pussy Cat, and down went he. Down came Pussy Cat, and away Robin ran. Says little Robin Redbreast, catch me if you can. Little Robin Redbreast jumped upon a wall. Pussy Cat jumped after him, and almost got a fall. Little Robin chirped and sang, and what did Pussy say? Pussy Cat said, mew, and Robin jumped away. Duxiv. There was a little boy went into a barn. And lay down on some hay. An owl came out and flew about. And the little boy ran away. DLXV. Snail, snail, shut out your horns. Father and mother are dead. Brother and sister are in the backyard, begging for barley bread. Page 274, DLXVI. I had a little hen, the prettiest ever seen. She washed me the dishes, and kept the house clean. She went to the mill to fetch me some flour. She brought it home in less than an hour. She baked me my bread, she brewed me my ale. She sat by the fire and told many a fine tale. Duxvi. Pussy cat sits by the fire. How did she come there? In walks the little dog. Says, Pussy. Are you there? How do you do, Mistress Pussy? Mistress Pussy, how d'ye do? I thank you kindly, little dog. I fare as well as you. Duxvi. A North Country version of a very common nursery rhyme, sung by a child, who imitates the crowing of a cock. Cock-a-doodle-doo. My dad's game to plough. Mammy's lost her pudding poke. And knows not what to do. Page 275, DLXAX. Higgledy-piggleby. My black hen. She lays eggs. For gentlemen. Sometimes 9. And sometimes 10. Higgledy-piggleby. My black hen. DLXX. Pretty John Watts. We are troubled with rats. Will you drive them out of the house? We have mice, too, in plenty. That feast in the pantry. But let them stay. And nibble away. What harm in a little brown mouse? Duxi. Jack Sprat. Had a cat. It had but one ear. It went to buy butter. When butter was dear. Page 276, DLXXAI. On Christmas Eve I turned the spit. I burnt my fingers, I feel it yet. The cock sparrow flew over the table. The pot began to play with the ladle. Glexii. See, saw, Marjorie Daw. The old hen flew over the malt house. She counted her chickens one by one. Still she missed the little white one. And this is it, this is it, this is it. Duxiv. Hurly, burly, trumpet trace. The cow was in the marketplace. Some goes far, and some goes near. But where shall this poor henchman steer? DLXXV. There was an old woman had 3 cows. Rosie, and Colin, and Dun. Rosie and Colin were sold at the fair. And Dun broke his head in a fit of despair. And there was an end of her 3 cows. Rosie, and Colin, and Dun. Page 277, DLXXVI. I'll away yame. And tell my dame. That all my geese. Are game but yane. And it's a stag, gander. And it's lost a leg. And it'll be gain. By I get yame. Glexvi. Imitated from a pigeon. Cur do, cur do. Love me, and I'll love you. Duxvi. I like little pussy, her coat is so warm. And if I don't hurt her she'll do me no harm. So I'll not pull her tail, nor drive her away. But pussy and I very gently will play. Dux 6. Little Cock Robin peeped out of his cabin. To see the cold winter come in. Tit for tat, what matter for that? He'll hide his head under his wing. Page 278, DLXXX. The pettitoes are little feet. And the little feet not big. Great feet belong to the grunting hog. And the pettitoes to the little pig. Glexi. Charlie Worley had a cow. Black and white about the brow. Open the gate and let her go through. Charlie Worley's old cow. Glexii. I had a little cow. Hey diddle, ho diddle. I had a little cow, and it had a little calf. Hey diddle, ho diddle, and there's my song half. I had a little cow. Hey diddle, ho diddle. I had a little cow, and I drove it to the stall. Hey diddle, ho diddle. And there's my song all. Page 279, DLXXXAI. The cock. Lock the dairy door. Lock the dairy door. The hen. Chickle, chackle, chee. I haven't got the key. Blexive. I had a little pony. His name was Dapplegray. I lent him to a lady. To ride a mile away. She whipped him, she slashed him. She rode him through the mire. I would not lend my pony now. For all the ladies hire. DLXXXV. Bah, bah, black sheep. Have you any wool? Yes, Mary, have I. 3 bags full. 1 for my master. And 1 for my dame. But none for the little boy. Who cries in the lane. Page 280, DLXXXVI. Hussy, hussy, where's your horse? Hussy, hussy, gone to grass. Hussy, hussy, fetch him home. Hussy, hussy, let him alone. Blexvi. Leg over leg. As the dog went to Dover. When he came to a stile. Jump he went over. Thuxvithi. Rousty doubt, my fire's all out. My little dame is not at home. I'll saddle my cock, and bridle my hen. And fetch my little dame home again. Home she came, tritty trot. She asked for the porridge she left in the pot. Some she ate and some she shod. And some she gave to the truckler's dog. She took up the ladle and knocked its head. And now poor Dapsy dog is dead. Page 281, Lexics. Little boy blue, come blow up your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. Where's the little boy that looks after the sheep? He's under the haycock fast asleep. Will you wake him? No, not I. For if I do, he'll be sure to cry. DXC. Goosey, goosey, gander. Where shall I wander? Upstairs, downstairs. And in my lady's chamber. There I met an old man. That would not say his prayers. I took him by the left leg. And threw him downstairs. DXCI. Goosey, goosey, gander. Who stands yonder? Little Betsy Baker. Take her up, and shake her. Page 282. 16th class. Accumulative stories. Dexii. Sell you the key of the king's garden. I sell you the string that ties the key, and I sell you the rat that gnawed the string, and I sell you the cat that caught the rat, and I sell you the dog that bit the cat, and Page 283, DXCI. Traditional pieces are frequently so ancient, that possibility will not be outraged by conjecturing the John Ball of the following piece to be the priest who took so distinguished a part in the rebellion temp. Richard II. John Ball shot them all. John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. John Wyming made the priming. And John Brammer made the rammer. And John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. John Block made the stock. And John Brammer made the rammer. And John Wyming made the priming. And John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. John Crowder made the powder. And John Block made the stock. And John Wyming made the priming. And John Brammer made the rammer. And John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. Page 284. John Puzzle made the muzzle. And John Crowder made the powder. And John Block made the stock. And John Wyming made the priming. And John Brammer made the rammer. And John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. John Clint made the flint. And John Puzzle made the muzzle. And John Crowder made the powder. And John Block made the stock. And John Wyming made the priming. And John Brammer made the rammer. And John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. John Patch made the match. John Clint made the flint. John Puzzle made the muzzle. John Crowder made the powder. John Block made the stock. John Wyming made the priming. John Brammer made the rammer. John Scott made the shot. But John Ball shot them all. Page 285, DXCIV. 1. This is the house that Jack built. 2. This is the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 3. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 4. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 5. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 6. This is the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Page 286. 7. This is the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 8. This is the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 9. This is the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Page 287. 10. This is the cock that crowed in the morn that waked the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. 11. This is the farmer sowing his corn that kept the cock that crowed in the morn that waked the priest all shaven and shorn that married the man all tattered and torn that kissed the maiden all forlorn that milked the cow with the crumpled horn that tossed the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Page 288, DXCV. The original of The House That Jack Built is presumed to be a hymn in Seper Haggadah, folios 23, a translation of which is here given. The historical interpretation was first given by P.N. Leberecht, at Leipzig, in 1731, and is printed in the Christian Reformer, volume 17, page 28. The original is in the Chaldee language, and it may be mentioned that a very fine Hebrew manuscript of the fable, with illuminations, is in the possession of George Offer, Esq. of Hackney. 1. A kid, my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. 2. Then came the cat, and ate the kid that my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. 3. Then came the dog, and bit the cat that ate the kid that my father bought for 2 pieces of money. A kid. 4. Then came the staff, and beat the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid that my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. Page 289. 5. Then came the fire, and burned the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. 6. Then came the water, and quenched the fire. That burned the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. 7. Then came the ox, and drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burned the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. Page 290. 8. Then came the butcher, and slew the ox. That drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burned the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. 9. Then came the angel of death, and killed the butcher. That slew the ox. That drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burned the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. 10. Then came the Holy One, blessed be he. And killed the angel of death. That killed the butcher. That slew the ox. Page 291. That drank the water. That quenched the fire. That burned the staff. That beat the dog. That bit the cat. That ate the kid. That my father bought. For 2 pieces of money. A kid, a kid. The following is the interpretation. 1. The kid, which was one of the pure animals, denotes the Hebrews. The father, by whom it was purchased, is Jehovah, who represents himself as sustaining this relation to the Hebrew nation. The 2 pieces of money signify Moses and Aaron, through whose mediation the Hebrews were brought out of Egypt. 2. The cat denotes the Assyrians, by whom the 10 tribes were carried into captivity. 3. The dog is symbolical of the Babylonians. 4. The staff signifies the Persians. 5. The fire indicates the Grecian Empire under Alexander the Great. 6. The water betokens the Roman, or the 4th of the great monarchies to whose dominions the Jews were subjected. 7. The ox is a symbol of the Saracens, who subdued Palestine, and brought it under the caliphate. 8. The butcher that killed the ox denotes the Crusaders, by whom the Holy Land was wrested out of the hands of the Saracens. 9. The angel of death signifies the Turkish power, by which the land of Palestine was taken from the Franks, and to which it is still subject. 10. The commencement of the 10th stanza is designed to show that God will take signal vengeance on the Turks, immediately after whose overthrow the Jews are to be restored to their own land, and live under the government of their long-expected Messiah. Page 292, DXCVI. An old woman was sweeping her house, and she found a little crooked sixpence. "What," said she, "shall I do with this little sixpence? I will go to market, and buy a little pig." As she was coming home, she came to a stile. The piggy would not go over the stile. She went a little further, and she met a dog. So she said to the dog, "Dog, bite pig, piggy won't go over the stile, and I shan't get home tonight." But the dog would not. She went a little further, and she met a stick. So she said, "Stick, stick, beat dog, dog won't bite pig, piggy won't get over the stile, and I shan't get home tonight." But the stick would not. She went a little further, and she met a fire. So she said, "Fire, fire. Burn stick, stick won't beat dog, dog won't bite pig, and so forth, always repeating the foregoing words. But the fire would not. Page 293, she went a little further, and she met some water. So she said, water. Water. Quench fire, fire won't burn stick, and But the water would not. She went a little further, and she met an ox. So she said, ox. Ox. Drink water. Water won't quench fire, and But the ox would not. She went a little further, and she met a butcher. So she said, butcher. Butcher. Kill ox, ox won't drink water, and But the butcher would not. She went a little further, and she met a rope. So she said, rope. Rope. Hang butcher, butcher won't kill ox, and But the rope would not. She went a little further, and she met a rat. So she said, rat. Rat. No rope, rope won't hang butcher, and But the rat would not. She went a little further, and she met a cat. So she said, cat. Cat. Kill rat, rat won't gnaw rope, and But the cat said to her, if you will go to yonder cow, and fetch, page 294, me a saucer of milk, I will kill the rat. So away went the old woman to the cow. But the cow said to her, if you will go to yonder haystack, and fetch me a handful of hay, I'll give you the milk. So away went the old woman to the haystack, and she brought the hay to the cow. As soon as the cow had eaten the hay, she gave the old woman the milk, and away she went with it in a saucer to the cat. As soon as the cat had lapped up the milk, the cat began to kill the rat began to gnaw the rope. The rope began to hang the butcher began to kill the ox began to drink the water began to quench the fire began to burn the stick began to beat the dog began to bite the pig. The little pig in a fright jumped over the stile, and so the old woman got home that night. Or haymakers, proceeding thus in the stead of the rest of this paragraph, and fetch me a wisp of hay, I'll give you the milk. So away the old woman went, but the haymaker said to her, if you will go to yonder stream, and fetch us a bucket of water, we'll give you the hay. So away the old woman went, but when she got to the stream, she found the bucket was full of holes. So she covered the bottom with pebbles, and then filled the bucket with water, and away she went back with it to the haymakers, and they gave her a wisp of hay. Page 295, DXCVI. Titty Mouse and Tatty Mouse both lived in a house. Titty Mouse went a leasing, and Tatty Mouse went a leasing. So they both went a leasing. Titty Mouse leased an ear of corn, and Tatty Mouse leased an ear of corn. So they both leased an ear of corn. Titty Mouse made a pudding, and Tatty Mouse made a pudding. So they both made a pudding. And Tatty Mouse put her pudding into the pot to boil. But when Titty went to put hers in, the pot tumbled over, and scalded her to death. Then Tatty sat down and wept, then a three-legged stool said, Tatty, why do you weep? Tit is dead, said Tatty, and so I weep. Then said the stool, I'll hop. So the stool hopped. Then a besom in the corner of the room said, Stool, why do you hop? Oh! Said the stool, Tit is dead, and Tatty, page 296, weeps, and so I hop. Then said the besom, I'll sweep. So the besom began to sweep. Then said the door, Besom, why do you sweep? Oh! Said the besom, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and so I sweep. Then said the door, I'll jar. So the door jarred. Then said the window, Door, why do you jar? Oh! Said the door, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and the besom sweeps, and so I jar. Then said the window, I'll creak. So the window creaked. Now there was an old form outside the house, and when the window creaked, the form said, Window, why do you creak? Oh! Said the window, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and the besom sweeps, the door jars, and so I creak. Then said the old form, I'll run round the house, Then the old form ran round the house. Now there was a fine large walnut tree growing by the cottage, and the tree said to the form, Form, why do you run round the house? Oh! Said the form, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, and the stool hops, and the besom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, and so I run round the house. Then said the walnut, page 297, Tree, I'll shed my leaves, so the walnut tree shed all its beautiful green leaves. Now there was a little bird perched on one of the boughs of the tree, and when all the leaves fell, it said, Walnut tree, why do you shed your leaves? Oh! Said the tree, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, the stool hops, and the besom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, the old form runs round the house, and so I shed my leaves. Then said the little bird, I'll molt all my feathers, so he molted all his pretty feathers. Now there was a little girl walking below, carrying a jug of milk for her brother's and sister's supper, and when she saw the poor little bird molt all its feathers, she said, Little bird, why do you molt all your feathers? Oh! Said the little bird, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, the stool hops, and the besom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, the old form runs round the house, the walnut tree sheds its leaves, and so I molt all my feathers. Then said the little girl, I'll spill the milk, so she dropped the pitcher and spilt the milk. Now there was an old man just by on the top of a ladder thatching a rick, and when he saw the little girl spill the milk, he, page 298, said, Little girl, what do you mean by spilling the milk? Your little brothers and sisters must go without their supper. Then said the little girl, Tit is dead, and Tatty weeps, the stool hops, and the besom sweeps, the door jars, and the window creaks, the old form runs round the house, the walnut tree sheds all its leaves, the little bird molts all its feathers. And so I spill the milk. Oh! Said the old man, then I'll tumble off the ladder and break my neck, so he tumbled off the ladder and broke his neck. And when the old man broke his neck, the great walnut tree fell down with a crash, and upset the old form and house, and the house falling knocked the window out, and the window knocked the door down, and the door upset the besom. The besom upset the stool, and poor little Tatty Mouse was buried beneath the ruins. Page 299. 17th class, local. Kfai. Here was a little knobby colt. His name was Nobby Gray. His head was made of poose straw. His tail was made of hay. He could ramble, he could trot. He could carry a mustard pot round the town of Woodstock. Hey, Jenny, hey. Page 300, DXCX. King Sutton is a pretty town, and lies all in a valley. There is a pretty ring of bells, besides a bowling alley. Wine and liquor in good store. Pretty maidens plenty. Can a man desire more? There ain't such a town in 20. D.C. The Little Priest of Felton. The Little Priest of Felton. He killed a mouse within his house, and ne'er a one to help him. DCI. The following verses are said by Aubrey to have been sung in his time by the girls of Oxfordshire in a sport called leap candle, which is now obsolete. See Thoms's Anecdotes and Traditions, page 96. The Tailor of Bicester. He has but one eye. He cannot cut a pair of green galligaskins, if he were to try. DCI. Dick and Tom, Will and John, brought me from Nottingham. Page 301, DCI. At Brill on the hill, the wind blows shrill. The cook no meat can dress. At Stow in the wold, the wind blows cold. I know no more than this. DCIV. A man went a-hunting at Reigate, and wished to leap over a high gate. Says the owner, go round with your gun and your hound, for you never shall leap over my gate. DCV. Driddlety drum, driddlety drum. There you see the beggars are come. Some are here, and some are there, and some are gone to Chidley Fair. DCVI. Little boy, pretty boy, where was you born? In Lincolnshire, master, come blow the cow's horn. A halfpenny pudding, a penny pie. A shoulder of mutton, and that love I. Page 302, DCVI. My father and mother. My uncle and aunt. Be all gone to Norton. But little Jack and I. A little bit of powdered beef. And a great net of cabbage. The best meal I have had today. Is a good bowl of porridge. Kvi. I lost my mare in Lincoln Lane. And couldn't tell where to find her. Till she came home both lame and blind. With never a tail behind her. DCX. Crippled Dick upon a stick. And Sandy on a sow. Riding away to Galloway. To buy a pound o' woo. DCX. Little lad, where wast thou born? Far off in Lancashire, under a thorn. Where they sup sour milk in a ram's horn. Page 303. 18th class, relics. DCXI. He girl in the lane, that couldn't speak plain. Cried, gobble, gobble, gobble. The man on the hill, that couldn't stand still. Went hobble, hobble, hobble. Dexii. Hink, minx. The old witch winks. The fat begins to fry. There's nobody at home but Jumping Joan. Father, mother, and I. Page 304, DCXI. Baby and I. Were baked in a pie. The gravy was wonderful hot. We had nothing to pay. To the baker that day. And so we crept out of the pot. Xiv. What are little boys made of, made of? What are little boys made of? Snaps and snails, and puppy dogs' tails. And that's what little boys are made of, made of. What are little girls made of, made of, made of? What are little girls made of? Sugar and spice, and all that's nice. And that's what little girls are made of, made of. DCXV. If a body meet a body. In a field of fitches. Can a body tell a body? Where a body itches. Page 305, DCXVI. Charlie Wag. Eat the pudding and left the bag. DexVI. Girls and boys, come out to play. The moon doth shine as bright as day. Leave your supper, and leave your sleep. And come with your playfellows into the street. Come with a whoop, come with a call. Come with a goodwill or not at all. Up the ladder and down the wall. A halfpenny roll will serve us all. You find milk, and I'll find flour. And we'll have a pudding in half an hour. Xvi. Hannah Bantry in the pantry. Eating a mutton bone. How she gnawed it, how she clawed it. When she found she was alone. X6. Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day. Little Arthur wants to play. Page 306, DCXX. Little girl, where have you been? Gathering roses to give to the queen. Little girl, what gave she you? She gave me a diamond as big as my shoe. Dexy. Hark, hark. The dogs do bark. Beggars are coming to town. Some in jags. Some in rags. And some in velvet gowns. Dexii. We're all in the dumps. For diamonds are trumps. The kittens are gone to St. Paul's. The babies are bit. The moon's in a fit. And the houses are built without walls. Xii. What's the news of the day? Good neighbor, I pray. They say the balloon is gone up to the moon. Page 307, Xiv. Little Mary Esther sat upon a tester, eating of curds and whey. There came a little spider, and sat him down beside her, and frightened Mary Esther away. DCXXV. Shake a leg, wag a leg, when will you gang? At midsummer, mother, when the days are lang. Xvi. Willy boy, where are you going? I'll go with you, if I may. I'm going to the meadow to see them a-mowing. I'm going to help them make hay. Xvi. To market, a gallop, a trot. To buy some meat to put in the pot. Threepence a quarter, a groat aside. If it hadn't been killed, it must have died. Page 308, DCXXVI. Come, let's to bed. Says sleepyhead. Tarry a while, says slow. Put on the pot. Says greedy gut. Let's sup before we go. 6. How many days has my baby to play? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. DCXXX. Daffydowndilly has come up to town. In a yellow petticoat, and a green gown. Xxi. Little Tom Tucker. Sings for his supper. What shall he eat? White bread and butter. How shall he cut it? Without e'er a knife. How will he be married? Without e'er a wife. Page 309, DCXXXI. I can weave diaper thick. And I can weave diaper thin. I can weave diaper out of doors. And I can weave diaper in. Xxi. The following is quoted in the Song of Mad Tom. See my introduction to Shakespeare's Mids. Knight's Dream, page 55. The man in the moon drinks claret. But he is a dull jack-a-dandy. Would he know a sheep's head from a carrot? He should learn to drink cider and brandy. Xxiv. A marching air. Darby and Joan were dressed in black. Sword and buckle behind their back. Foot for foot, and knee for knee. Turn about Darby's company. DCXXXV. Barber, shave a pig. How many hairs will make a wig? 24, that's enough. Give the barber a pinch of snuff. Page 310, DCXXXVI. If all the seas were one sea. What a great sea that would be. And if all the trees were one tree. What a great tree that would be. And if all the axes were one axe. What a great axe that would be. And if all the men were one man. What a great man he would be. And if the great man took the great axe. And cut down the great tree. And let it fall into the great sea. What a splish splash that would be. Xvi. I had a little moppet. I put it in my pocket. And fed it with corn and hay. Then came a proud beggar. And swore he would have her. And stole little moppet away. Xvi. The barber shaved the mason. As I suppose. Cut off his nose. And popped it in a basin. Page 311, Deck 6. Little Tommy Tackett. Sits upon his cracket. Half a yard of cloth will make him coat and jacket. Make him coat and jacket. Trousers to the knee. And if you will not have him, you may let him be. DCXL. Peg, with a wooden leg. Her father was a miller. He tossed the dumpling at her head. And said he could not kill her. Dexley. Parson Darby wore a black gown. And every button cost half a crown. From port to port, and toe to toe. Turn the ship and away we go. Xli. When Jackie's a very good boy. He shall have cakes and a custard. But when he does nothing but cry. He shall have nothing but mustard. Page 312, DCXLII. Blow, wind, blow. And go, mill, go. That the miller may grind his corn. That the baker may take it. And into rolls make it. And send us some hot in the morn. Xliv. The Quaker's wife got up to bake. Her children all about her. She gave them every one a cake. And the miller wants his moulter. DCXLV. Wash, hands, wash. Daddy's gone to plow. If you want your hands washed, have them washed now. A formula for making young children submit to the operation of having their hands washed. Mutatis mutandis, the lines will serve as a specific for everything of the kind, as brushing hair, and Dexlv. My little old man and I fell out. I'll tell you what 'twas all about. I had money, and he had none. And that's the way the row begun. Page 313, DCXLVI. Who comes here? A grenadier. What do you want? A pot of beer. Where is your money? I've forgot. Get you gone. You drunken sot. Xlvi. Go to bed, Tom. Go to bed, Tom. Drunk or sober? Go to bed, Tom. Xlix. As I went over the water. The water went over me. I heard an old woman crying. Will you buy some furmity? DCL. Hi diddle doubt, my candle out. My little maid is not at home. Saddle my hog, and bridle my dog. And fetch my little maid home. Page 314, DCLI. Around the green gravel the grass grows green. And all the pretty maids are plain to be seen. Wash them with milk, and clothe them with silk. And write their names with a pen and ink. Cli. As I was going to sell my eggs, I met a man with bandy legs. Bandy legs and crooked toes. I tripped up his heels, and he fell on his nose. Cli. Old Sir Simon the King. And young Sir Simon the Squire. And old Mrs. Hickabout. Kicked Mrs. Kickabout. Round about our coal fire. Cliv. A good child, a good child. As I suppose you be. Never laughed nor smiled. At the tickling of your knee. Page 315, DCLV. Jackie, come give me thy fiddle. If ever thou mean to thrive. Nay, I'll not give my fiddle. To any man alive. If I should give my fiddle. They'll think that I'm gone mad. For many a joyful day. My fiddle and I have had. Klvi. Blanky my nutty cock. Blank him away. My nutty cock's never been blanked today. What why, carting and spinning on't wheel. We've never had time to blank nutty cock wheel. But let tomorrow come ever so soon. My nutty cock it s'all be blanked by noon. Klvi. To market, to buy a plum cake. Back again, baby is late. To market, to buy a plum bun. Back again, market is done. Page 316, DCLVI. St. Thomas's Day is past and gone. And Christmas is amos day come. Maidens arise. And make your pies. And save poor tailor Bobby some. Clicks. How do you do, neighbor? Neighbor, how do you do? I am pretty well. And how does cousin Sue do? She's pretty well. And sends her duty to you. So does Bonnie Nell. Good lack, how does she do? Page 317. Page. A, B, C, and D. A, B, C, tumble down D. About the bush, Willie. A carrion crow sat on an oak. A cat came fiddling out of a barn. A cow and a calf. A diller, a dollar. A dog and a cock. A duck and a drake. A for the ape, that we saw at the fair. A good child, a good child. A guinea it would sink. A kid, my father bought. A little cock sparrow sat on a green tree. A little old man and I fell out. A little old man of Derby. All of a row. A long-tailed pig, or a short-tailed pig. A man of words and not of deeds. A man of words and not of deeds. A man went a-hunting at Reigate. A pie sate on a pear tree. Apple pie, pudding, and pancake. A pretty little girl in a round-eared cap. A pullet in the pen. A riddle, as I suppose. Around the green gravel the grass grows green, page 318. Arthur Aubauer has broken his band. As I looked out, oh, my chamber window. As I walked by myself. As I was going along, long. As I was going by Charing Cross. As I was going o'er London Bridge. As I was going o'er London Bridge. As I was going o'er Tipple Tyne. As I was going o'er Westminster Bridge. As I was going to St. Ives. As I was going to sell my eggs. As I was going up Pippin Hill. As I was going up the hill. As I was walking o'er Little Moorfields. As I went over Lincoln Bridge. As I went over the water. As I went over the water. As I went through the garden gap. As I went to Bonner. As round as an apple, as deep as a cup. As soft as silk, as white as milk. As the days grow longer. As the days lengthen. As Titty Mouse sat in the Widdy to spin. As Tommy Snooks and Bessie Brooks. Astra dabit dominus, gratisque bibit egenos. A sunshiny shower. A swarm of bees in May. At Brill on the Hill. At Dover dwells George Brown Esquire. A thatcher of Thatchwood went to that Chet a-thatching. At the siege of Belle Isle. Awake, arise, pull out your eyes. Awa, birds, away. A was an apple pie. A was an archer, and shot at a frog. Baby and I. Ba, black sheep. Barber, shave a pig. Barnaby Bright he was a sharp cur. Barney Bodkin broke his nose, page 319. Bat. Bessie Bell and Mary Gray. Betty Pringle had a little pig. Birch and green holly, boys. Birds of a feather flock together. Black we are, but much admired. Black within, and red without. Blanky my nutty cock. Blow, wind, blow. And go, mill, go. Blue-eye beauty. Bonny lass, canny lass, will to be mine. Bounce buckram, velvet steer. Bow, wow. Brave news is come to town. Brian Olin, and his wife, and wife's mother. Buff says buff to all his men. Bernie B. Buzz, quoth the blue fly. By, baby bumpkin. By, baby bunting. By, oh my baby. Can you make me a cambric shirt? Catch him, crow. Carry him, kite. Charlie Wag. Charlie Worley had a cow. Clap hands, clap hands. Clap hands, clap hands. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock Robin got up early. Come, butter, come. Come dance a jig. Come, let's to bed. Come when you're called. Congealed water and Cain's brother. Crippled Dick upon a stick. Croak. Said the toad, I'm hungry, I think. Cross patch. Cuckoo, cherry tree. Curly locks. Curly locks. Wilt thou be mine? Cur-do, page 320. Cuckoo. Cushy cow bonny, let down thy milk. Daffy-down-dilly has come up to town. Dame, get up and bake your pies. Dame, what makes your ducks to die? Dance, little baby, dance up high. Dance, thumbkin, dance. Dance to your daddy. Dante baby ditty. Darby and Joan were dressed in black. Deedle, dumpling, my son John. Dibbity, do. Dick and Tom. Will and John. Dickory, dickory, dare. Did you see my wife, did you see, did you see? Diddledy, diddledy, dumpty. Ding, dong, bell. Ding, dong, darrow. Dr. Faustus was a good man. Doodle, doodle, do. Doodledy, doodledy. Doodledy, Dan. Draw a pail of water. Driddlety drum, driddlety drum. Eat, birds, eat, and make no waste. Eggs, butter, bread. 88 wore Kirby fate. Elizabeth, Elspeth, Betsy and Bess. Elsie Marley is grown so fine. Every lady in this land. I winker. Father Ianson, Nicholas Ianson's son. Father Short came down the lane. Feed'em, fiddledum fee. F for fig, J for jig. Fiddle-de-dee, fiddle-de-dee. Flower of England, fruit of Spain. Flowers, flowers, high-do. Formed long ago, yet made today, page 321. For every evil under the sun. 420 tailors went to kill a snail. Fox, a brummellary. Friday night's dream. Gay go up and gay go down. Gilly silly jarter. Girls and boys, come out to play. Give me a blow, and I'll beat 'em. Good horses, bad horses. Good Queen Bess was a glorious dame. Goosey, goosey, gander. Goosey, goosey, gander. Go to bed first. A golden purse. Go to bed Tom. Grey goose and gander. Great A, little a. Green cheese, yellow laces. Handy spandy, jack-a-dandy. Hannah Bantry in the pantry. Hark, hark. Hector Protector was dressed all in green. Heatum peatum penny pie. Hemp seed I set. Here am I, little jumping Joan. Here come I. Here comes a lusty wooer. Here comes a poor woman from Babyland. Here goes my lord. Here sits the Lord Mayor. Here stands a post. Here we come a piping. He that goes to see his wheat in May. He that would thrive. Hey! Diddle, diddle. Hey! Diddle, diddle. Hey diddle, dinkety, poppity, pet. Hey ding-a-ding, what shall I sing? Hey, Doralot, Doralot. Hey, my kitten, my kitten. Hickamore, hackamore. Hick, hawk, the carrion crow. Hickory, dickory, 6 and 7. Hickety, pickety, my black hen, page 322. Hickory, 1, dickory, 2, dock, 3. Hiccup, hiccup. Go away. Hiccup, snickup. Hi hi, says Anthony. Higgledy, piggleby. Higgledy piggledy. Hi diddle ding. Hi diddle doubt, my candle out. Hi ding a ding, and ho ding a ding. Hi, ding, cockatoo moody. Higher than a house, higher than a tree. Heidi cock o. Heidi, tidy, paradite clothed in green. Hink, minx. The old witch winks. Ho! Master Teague, what is your story? Hot cross buns. How d-e dogs, how? Whose dog art thou? How does my lady's garden grow? How do you do, neighbor? How many days has my baby to play? How many miles is it to Babylon? Hubba-dub-dub. Humpty Dumpty lay in a beck. Humpty Dumpty sate on a wall. Hurly, burly, trumpet trace. Hussy, hussy, where's your horse? Hush, 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 hush. Hushaby a ba lamb. Hushaby, baby, on the tree top. Hushaby, lie still and sleep. Hush thee, my babby. Hushy baby, my doll, I pray you don't cry. Hider iddle diddle dell. I am a gold lock. I am a pretty wench. I can make diet bread. I doubt my fire is out. I can weave diaper thick, thick, thick. I charge my daughters every one, page 323. If a body meet a body. If all the world was apple pie. If all the seas were one sea. If a man who turnips cries. If I'd as much money as I could spend. If ifs and ands. If wishes were horses. If you love me, pop and fly. If you sneeze on Monday, you sneeze for danger. If you with me will go, my love. I had a little castle upon the seaside. I had a little cow. I had a little cow, to save her. I had a little dog, and his name was Blue Bell. I had a little dog, and they called him Buff. I had a little hen, the prettiest ever seen. I had a little hobby horse, and it was well shod. I had a little husband. I had a little moppet. I had a little nut tree, nothing would it bear. I had a little pony. I had 2 pigeons bright and gay. I have a little sister, they call her Peep, Peep. I have been to market, my lady, my lady. I like little pussy, her coat is so warm. I'll away yame. I'll buy you a tartan bonnet. I'll sing you a song. I'll tell you a story. I lost my mare in Lincoln Lane. I love my love with an A, because he's agreeable. I love sixpence, pretty little sixpence. I married my wife by the light of the moon. In Arthur's court, Tom Thumb did live. In fur tar is. In July. In marble walls as white as milk. Intery, mintery, cutery corn. In the month of February. I saw a peacock with a fiery tail. I saw a ship a-sailing. I sell you the key of the king's garden, page 324. Is John Smith within? It's once I courted as pretty a lass. I've a glove in my hand. I went into my grandmother's garden. I went to the toad that lies under the wall. I went to the wood and got it. I went up 1 pair of stairs. I won't be my father's Jack. I would if I could. Jack and Jill went up the hill. Jack be nimble. Jack in the pulpit, out and in. Jack Sprat. Jack Sprat could eat no fat. Jack Sprat's pig. Jackie, come give me thy fiddle. Jackie, come give me thy fiddle. Jeanie, come tie my. Jim and George were 2 great lords. John Ball shot them all. John, come sell thy fiddle. John Cook had a little grey mare. He, haw, hum. Johnny Armstrong killed a calf. Johnny shall have a new bonnet. King Sutton is a pretty town. Lady bird, fly away home. Lady cow, fly thy way home. Legamoton. Leg over leg. Lend me thy mare to ride a mile. Let us go to the wood, says this pig. Little Bob Robin. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep. Little boy blue, come blow up your horn. Little boy, pretty boy, where was you born? Little Cock Robin peeped out of his cabin. Little Dicky Dilver. Little General Monk, page 325. Little girl, where have you been? Little Jack a dandy. Little Jack Dandyprat was my first suitor. Little Jack Jingle. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner. Little John Jiggy Jag. Little King Bogjan he built a fine hall. Little lad, where wast thou born? Little maid, pretty maid, whither goest thou? Little Mary Esther. Little Nancy Etticoat. Little Poll Parrot. Little Robin Redbreast. Little Robin Redbreast. Little Robin Redbreast sat upon a tree. Little Tee-wee. Little Tom Dandy. Little Tom Doggett. Little Tommy Tackett. Little Tommy Tittlemouse. Little Tom Tittlemouse. Little Tom Tucker. Lives in winter. Lock the dairy door. London Bridge is broken down. Long legs, crooked thighs. Love your own, kiss your own. Madam, I am come to court you. Made in London. Make 3/4 of a cross. Margaret wrote a letter. Marjorie mutton pie, and Johnny Bo Peep. Master I have, and I am his man. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. May my geese fly over your barn. Merry are the bells, and merry would they ring. Miss 1, 2, and 3 could never agree. Mistress Mary, quite contrary. Moss was a little man, and a little mare did buy. Multiplication is vexation. My dear cockadoodle, my jewel. My joy, page 326. My dear, do you know? My father and mother. My father he died, but I can't tell you how. My father he left me, just as he was able. My father left me 3 acres of land. My father was a Frenchman. My grandmother sent me a new-fashioned, and my lady wind, my lady wind. My little old man and I fell out. My maid Mary. My mother and your mother. My story's ended. My true love lives far from me. Nature requires 5 needles and pins, needles and pins. Now we dance, looby, looby, looby. Number 9, this hoop's mine. Oh, dear, what can the matter be? Oh, mother, I shall be married to Mr. Punchinello. Oh, where are you going? Old Abram Brown is dead and gone. Old Betty Blue. Old Father Greybeard. Of all the gay birds that e'er I did see. Old Father of the Pie. Old King Cole. Old Mother Goose, when? Old Mother Hubbard. Old Mother Nittity Nod swore by the pudding bag. Old Sir Simon the King. Old Mother Twitchit had but one eye. Old woman, shall we go a-shearing? Once I saw a little bird. Once upon a time there was an old sow. On Christmas Eve I turned the spit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 airy, 2 airy. 1 airy, 2 airy, hickory, hum. 1 misty moisty morning. 1 moonshiny night. Page 327. One's none. 1 old Oxford ox opening oysters. 1 to make ready. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. On Saturday night. Oh rare Harry Perry. Oh that I was where I would be. Oh the little rusty, dusty, rusty miller. Our saucy boy Dick. Over the water, and over the lea. Pancakes and fritters. Parson Darby wore a black gown. Pat a cake, baker's man. Peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold. Peas pudding hot. Peg, wish a wooden leg. Pemmy was a pretty girl. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. Peter White will ne'er go right. Pit, pat, well a day. Pitty patty poult. Please to remember. Polly, put the kettle on. Poor old Robinson Crusoe. Pretty John Watts. Punch and Judy. Purple, yellow, red, and green. Pussy cat sits by the fire. Pussycat, wussycat, with a white foot. Pussy cat eat the dumplings, Pussy cat mole. Pussy cat, where have you been? Pussy sat by the fireside. Pussy sits behind the fire. Queen Anne, you sit in the sun. Rabbit, rabbit pie. Rain, go away. Riddle me, ree. Page 328. Ride a cockhorse to Banbury Cross. Ride a cockhorse to Banbury Cross. Ride a cockhorse to Banbury Cross. Ride a cockhorse to Coventry Cross. Ride baby, ride. Ring me, 1, ring me, 2, ring me Rory, 3. Ring the bell. Robert Barnes, fellow fine. Robert Rowley rolled around roll round. Robin a Bobbin bent his bow. Robin and Richard were two pretty men. Robin Hood, Robin Hood. Robin the Bobbin, the big-bellied Ben. Rock-a-bye, baby. Thy cradle is green. Rock well my cradle. Rom-ti-iddity, row, row, row. Rosemary green. Round about, round about. Rowley-powley, pudding and pie. Rousty-doubt, my fire's all out. Saw ye aught of my love a-coming from ye market? Says t old man tit oak tree. See a pin and pick it up. See, saw, Marjorie Daw. See, saw, Marjorie Daw. See, saw, Marjorie Daw. See, saw, Sackaday. Seesaw, Jack-a-daw. Seesaw Sacradown. See. What shall I see? Shake a leg, wag a leg, when will you gang? Shoe the colt. Shoe the colt, shoe. Sieve my lady's oatmeal. Simple Simon met a pieman. Sing a song of sixpence. Sing Jigmajole, the pudding bowl. Sing, what shall I sing? Solomon Grundy. Some little mice sat in a barn to spin. Some up, and some down, page 329. Snail, snail, come out of your hole. Snail, snail, put out your horns. Snail, snail, shut out your horns. Sneal, snall. Speak when you're spoken to. St. Swithin's day, if thou dost reign. St. Thomas's day is past and gone. Swan swam over the sea. Sylvia, sweet as morning air. Taffy was a Welshman, Taffy was a thief. Tell-tale, tit. 10 and twice 11. The art of good driving is a paradox quite. The barber shaved the mason. The cat sat asleep by the side of the fire. The cock doth crow. The cuckoo's a fine bird. The cuckoo's a vine bird. The dog of the kill. The dove says coo, coo, what shall I do? The fair maid who, the 1st of May. The first day of Christmas. The fox and his wife they had a great strife. The girl in the lane, that couldn't speak plain. The King of France, and 4,000 men. The King of France. The King of France, with 40,000 men. The King of France went up the hill. The King of France, with 20,000 men. The Keys of Canterbury. The Lion and the Unicorn. The Little Priest of Felton. The Man in the Moon. The Mackerel's Cry. The Man in the Moon drinks claret. The man in the wilderness asked me. The moon 9 days old. The north wind doth blow. The old woman and her pig. The pettitoes are little feet. The Quaker's wife got up to bake, page 330. There once was a gentleman grand. There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. There was a fat man of Bombay. There was a frog lived in a well. There was a girl in our town. There was a jolly miller. There was a jolly miller. There was a king, and he had 3 daughters. There was a king met a king. There was a little boy and a little girl. There was a little boy went into a barn. There was a little guinea pig. There was a little maid, and she was afraid. There was a little man. There was a little man. There was a little nobby colt. There was a little one-eyed gunner. There was a little pretty lad. There was a man, and he had naught. There was a man and he was mad. There was a man, and his name was Dob. There was a man in our tune, in our tune, in our tune. There was a man of Newington. There was a man rode through our town. There was a man who had no eyes. There was a monkey climbed up a tree. There was an old crow. There was an old man. There was an old man of Tobago. There was an old man who lived in Middle Row. There was an old man, who lived in a wood. There was an old woman. There was an old woman. There was an old woman. There was an old woman, and what do you think? There was an old woman, as I've heard tell. There was an old woman called Nothing at all. There was an old woman had nothing. There was an old woman had 3 cows. There was an old woman had 3 sons. There was an old woman. Her name it was Peg. There was an old woman in Surrey. There was an old woman of Leeds. There was an old woman of Norwich. There was an old woman sat spinning, page 331. There was an old woman tossed up in a basket. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. There was an owl lived in an oak. There was a piper, he'd a cow. There were 3 jovial Welshmen. There were 3 sisters in a hall. There were 2 birds sat on a stone. There were 2 blackbirds. The robin and the wren. The rose is red, the grass is green. The rose is red, the grass is green. The sow came in with the saddle. The tailor of Bicester. The white dove sat on the castle wall. The winds, they did blow. They that wash on Monday. 30 days hath September. 30 white horses upon a red hill. This is the house that Jack built. This is the key of the kingdom. This is the way the ladies ride. This pig went to market. This pig went to market. This pig went to the barn. Thomas and Annis met in the dark. Thomas at Tatimus took 2 teas. 3 blind mice, see how they run. 3 children sliding on the ice. 3 crooked cripples went through Cripplegate. 3 straws on a staff. 3 wise men of Gotham. Thumb bold. Thumbikin, Thumbikin, broke the barn. Tittle little lightum. Tip, top, tower. Titty mouse and tatty mouse. Tobacco wick. Tobacco wick. To Beccles. To Beccles. To make your candles last for a. To market ride the gentleman. To market, to market. To market, to market. To market, to market, a gallop, a trot. To market, to buy a fat pig. To market, to market. To buy a plum cake, page 332. Tom Brown's 2 little Indian boys. Tom he was a piper's son. Tommy kept a chandler's shop. Tommy trod a man of law. Tom shall have a new bonnet. Tom, Tom, the piper's son. Trip and go. Heave and hoe. Trip trap over the grass. Trip upon trenchers, and dance upon dishes. 'Twas the 29th of May, 'twas a holiday. Tweedledum and Tweedledee. 12 huntsmen with horns and hounds. 12 pairs hanging high. 2 broken tradesmen. 2 legs sat upon 3 legs. Up at Piccadilly O. Up hill and down dale. Upstairs, downstairs, upon my lady's window. Up street, and down street. Wash hands, wash. We are 3 brethren out of Spain. We've the diaper tick-a-tick-tick. We make no spare. We're all dry with drinking on't. We're all in the dumps. What are little boys made of? What care I how black I be? What do they call you? What is the rhyme for porringer? What shoemaker makes shoes without leather? What's the news of the day? When a twister a twisting will twist him a twist. When good King Arthur ruled this land. When I was a little boy, I had but little wit. When I was a little girl, about 7 years old. When I was taken from the fair body. When I went up Sandy Hill. When Jackie's a very good boy. When shall we be married? When the sand doth feed the clay. When the snow is on the ground. When the wind is in the east. When thee and I together meet. Where are you going, my pretty maid? Where have you been all the day, page 333. Where have you been today, Billy, my son? Where was a sugar and Freddy? Whistle, daughter, whistle, whistle, daughter dear. Who comes here? Who goes round my house this night? Who is going round my sheepfold? Whoop, whoop, and hollow. Willie boy, where are you going? Willie, Willie Wilkin. William and Mary, George and Anne. Wooly Foster has gone to sea. Ya mustn't sing Sunday. Young Roger came tapping at Dolly's window. Young lambs to sell. You shall have an apple. Transcriber's note. This book contains a lot of dialect, which has been retained. Page 2, Fiddlers, agrees with scan, retained, despite, fiddle, in same poem. 17th century and older spelling was not necessarily standardized, even within the same sentence. Page 42, flea, is followed by Mr. Flea. But, flea, rhymes with, d, and has been retained. Page 75, an index, driving, s, the art of good driving, s. A paradox quite, agrees with both scans, and has been retained. Cly. The second small print explanatory note did not contain quote marks, and they have not been added. CCCLIII, the missing opening and closing quote marks in the explanatory note are implied by the first quote marks, 11 going for 12. But have not been added. CCCXE, didn't he retained, oh then my poor baby didn't he cry. XXI. Wouldn't he retained, the miller wouldn't he have her. Colons have been used extensively throughout the book, where, perhaps a semicolon would be used today. The colons have been retained, as they seem to suggest a subtle nuance of meaning. A few obvious punctuation errors have been repaired. Old-fashioned, but correct, punctuation, which agrees with the scans, has been retained. There are, however, some apparently genuine typographical or printer's errors. Errata. Corrections are also indicated, in the text, by a dotted line underneath the correction. Scroll the mouse over the word and the original text will appear. Page 4, dogrel, corrected to doggerel, the place of the ancient doggerel. Page 37, shin, corrected to chin, no, by the hair of my chiny chin chin. Page 92, buble, corrected to bubble, Jack sing saddle o. Blousy boys bubble o. Page 110, musics corrected to musics, accent not on original book cover, http://www.pbm.com/tilde-lindahl/Deuteromalia/dut_01 HTML. Page 158, here, corrected to, here, and here what time of day. Page 222, scarcely, corrected to, scarcely, that our endeavors are scarcely likely to be attended with success. Page 317, sat, corrected to, sate, a pie sate on a pear tree, 259. Page 321, came, corrected to, come, girls and boys, come out to play, 305. Page 332, they, corrected to, they, what do they call you? 255 inch. Sundry, index entries have been relocated for consistency.